Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Tabling documents. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 9 petitions.
Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Tabling of documents. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 111.1, I have the honour to table in both official languages a certificate of nomination with the biographical notes for the proposed appointment of Yves Giroux as a Parliamentary Budget Officer. I request that the certificate of nomination and biographical notes be referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Parliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canada-Africa Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the bilateral mission to the Republic of Kenya, Nairobi, and other cities, Republic of Kenya, from March 11th to the 17th, 2018. It also gives me the opportunity to thank the analysts on the committee, Andre Léonard and Brian Herman, as well as our clerk, Grant McLaughlin, for their fine work throughout this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure and honor to present in both official languages the 18th report on the Standing Committee on Health, entitled Report on Highly Sweetened Pre-Mixed Alcoholic Beverages. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And before I turn it over, I want to compliment the clerk and the analysts and the authors of this report who have captured the essence of our study so well, as they always do. I also want to thank the members of the committee and the witnesses who helped us come to a conclusion on this urgent issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, entitled From the Ashes, Reimagining Fire Safety and Emergency Management in Indigenous Communities. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And I want to note that it was a unanimous report where we heard from many people across the nation about evacuation services. And a lot of this was triggered by the fact that honourable members from the opposition had the opportunity to see 2 sites, one in British Columbia and one in Manitoba, to highlight the differences and the challenges. So my sincere thanks to those that participated, presented to the committee to make a fulsome report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honorable Député du Yukon.
The honourable member for the Yukon. Mr. Speaker.
Tansei, Numaye Tane, Atawa Pan Tikak. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 66th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, entitled The Use of Indigenous Languages in Proceedings of the House of Commons and Committees. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is a historic report. The clerks realize and the members of Parliament realize the magnitude of this report to bring official Indigenous languages into the House of Commons. I think the members started when the member beside me for Winnipeg Centre spoke in an Indigenous language and brought this issue up, and the Speaker referred it to Procedure and House Affairs, who were, I think, very proud, as all members of this House of Commons, this Parliament will be, about this important step in reconciliation and change to the House of Commons on our relations with Aboriginal people. I know there was great input from the member from Abitibi Bay, James Fay, Nunavik, AU. And congratulations to all the committee members, to the members of Parliament, and to the clerks, all the clerks, and the researchers involved in this very historic report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ooh, hey. Malalan. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Addressing Digital Privacy Vulnerabilities and Potential Threats to Canada's Democratic Electoral Process. And I'd like to thank all members of the committee and all witnesses that appeared before us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Status of Women entitled A Call to Action, Reconciliation with Indigenous Women in the Federal Justice and Correctional Systems. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. I would, of course, like to thank the clerk as well as all of our analysts who have worked on this. It's a great report, and I'm proud to table our second report in less than 2 weeks. Thanks very much.
For Lethbridge.
I have the pleasure of tabling the Conservative Party supplementary report with regards to the study on Indigenous women in the justice system completed by the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. As Conservatives, we will always stand up for victims of crime. And because the majority of Indigenous women in the correctional system were first victimized before they became perpetrators, it is incumbent upon Canada's justice system to focus first and foremost on standing up for victims in order to ensure that they receive the assistance that they need in order to recover from the sins committed against them. In our supplementary report, we urge the government to make Indigenous women, rather than the bloated bureaucracy, the focus of their financial investments. Thank you.
Okay. Dépôt de projet de loi de député.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Choquette, seconded by Ms. Quach, seeks leave to table a bill introduced an act to amend the Official Languages Act, understanding of official languages. The motion's deemed adopted. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in the House today to continue the long fight for access to justice in both official languages as begun by our former colleague Yvon Godin. After tabling Bill C-203 on bilingualism among judges at the Supreme Court of Canada, which was unfortunately defeated by the Liberals, I am now tabling a bill which would amend the Official Languages Act, understanding of languages. In short, this bill would make the government commit to appointing judges to the Supreme Court who understand both official languages. In its report, the Standing Committee on Official Languages recommended, its number one recommendation was that the government table legislation to guarantee the appointment of bilingual judges to the Supreme Court of Canada during this Parliament, the 42nd Parliament. We can only conclude that the government lacks the desire and the seriousness to listen to expert evidence as well as committee members. Everyone knows a policy is not enough to guarantee access to justice in both official languages. A policy does not have the force of law. That's why I'm tabling draft legislation, which I admit will not solve all problems, but it will help improve the situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Choquette, appuyé par
Mr. Choquette, seconded by Ms. Quach, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Monsieur Aubin, appuyé par
Mr. Aubin, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the 2001 Merchant Shipping Act, compensation for damage caused by navigation activities and shipping. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seconded by my colleague for Berthier-Masquinongé. I have the honour of introducing legislation this morning, which is a concrete response to the situation of individual residents, and the damage is not an act of God. The public and Jack Layton were of the view that this needed remedying, and so we have now responded with draft legislation. It's very straightforward. It would create a fund to compensate victims of shipping accidents, and as well it would place responsibility on the owners of the ship, so the victims would get compensation without having the taxpayer pick up the tab. So we would invite the Transport Minister to take a look at this bill and pass it as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Aubin, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion's deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Government House Leader. Ms. Chager, seconded by Ms. Freeland, moves that pursuant to Standing Order 111.12, the House approve the appointment of Heather P. Lank as Parliamentary Librarian for a term of 5 years. Is the House ready? Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Chager, seconded by Ms. Freeland, moved that pursuant to Standing Order 111.12, the House approved the appointment of Heather P. Lank as Parliamentary Librarian for a term of 5 years. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. On division. Carried on division? Okay. Carried on division. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to present a petition regarding the Canada Summer Jobs Program, signed by constituents from my riding and surrounding areas. The petitioners believe that the current Liberal government's proposed attestation requiring Canada Summer Jobs Program applicants to hold the same view as the government would contravene the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And some petitioners from my constituency as well that call on the Prime Minister, to defend the freedoms of conscience, thought, and belief, and withdraw the attestation requirement for applicants to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I'm honoured to rise again and table a petition in support of Bill C-312 for a national cycling strategy. Constituents are asking that I table this petition today, especially timely because we've lost lives recently because of undue safe cycling in our major city centres. And national cycling strategies that have been implemented in Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, Sweden, and Australia have all made a huge difference in terms of safe cycling. They've saved lives, they've improved the health of their constituents, lowered infrastructure and costs and greenhouse gas emissions, and they've relieved congestion. So my bill has been supported by communities like Port Alberni and Courtenay in my riding, but also the City of Victoria, City of Toronto, the Mayor of Ottawa just endorsed this bill, and FCM just supported an active transportation strategy with support of over 95% of its members, Mr. Speaker. So they're calling on the government for some urgency to implement a national cycling strategy.
For Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in the House on behalf of the thousands of citizens who have signed a petition calling on the Canadian government to fully back Motion 105. Motion 105, which was unanimously passed in the House on April 5, 2017, called on the government to increase funding and national efforts to launch a strategy to eradicate ALS. Every year, 1,000 Canadians die from ALS, including of course, the tragic loss of our former colleague, the Honourable Marie Bélanger, in 2016. This petition calls on the government to fully back M105 and to contribute direct funding to ALS research every year until ALS has been eradicated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Portage, Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a petition from Manitobans who are calling on the government to abandon their attestation requirement for Canada's summer jobs programs and calling on the Prime Minister to stand up for individual Canadians' freedom of belief and freedom of conscience, even if it's a different belief than what the government has, and to reaffirm those rights that Canadians have to believe differently than any current government. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to table the petition to the government concerning a pan-Canadian strategy for eating disorders. The petitioners indicate that eating disorders such as anorexia and bulimia have the highest mortality rate of all mental illnesses. They indicate that the first cause of death is cardiac arrest, and the second, Mr. Speaker, is suicide. They indicate as well that children as young as 7 are being diagnosed and hospitalized, and they also reaffirm how important this is and the impact that this has on their families. They call on the government to support motion M117, which happens to be my motion, Mr. Speaker, and initiate, and they also ask that the government initiate discussions with the provincial and territorial ministers responsible for health and all stakeholders to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian strategy for eating disorders to include better prevention, diagnosis, treatment, support, and research. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
For Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here regarding human organ trafficking, and the petitioners are saying in the light of a continued global market for illegal harvested human organs, and that before this House, Bill C-350, and the other place, Bill S-240, the petitioners are asking the Parliament and Government of Canada to move quickly to assure these bills are passed and that Canada does its share to combat organ harvesting and trafficking.
Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, and there are increasing concerns about international traffic in human organs, and there are 2 bills before the House and the other place, Bill C-350 and Bill S-240. The undersigned are urging Parliament and Canada to move quickly on proposed legislation to amend the Criminal Code to prohibit Canadians from travelling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent, and to bar any permanent residents or foreign nationals who participate in this abhorrent trade.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to join my colleagues in also tabling a petition highlighting the issue of international organ trafficking. There are 2 bills, one before this House, my private member's Bill C-350, which was actually proposed by Irwin Cotler in a previous Parliament, as well as Bill S-240, proposed by Senator Salma Atulajan in the other place. These are important bills which would make it a criminal offence for a Canadian to go abroad to receive an organ for which there was not consent. And petitioners are asking the government to pass these bills, or at least one of them, expeditiously so that we can move forward and be part of the solution to this global problem.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's unprecedented awareness these days about the problems of marine plastics all around the globe, and terrible images of whales choked on plastics, sea turtles entangled. And so we're seeing great citizen action collecting petition signatures in support of my colleague, the member for Courtney Alberni's motion M151 for Canada to adopt a national strategy to take action, real action on marine plastics. This would include regulations to limit the use of single-use plastics, and also ongoing funding to be able to deal with historic ghost fishing nets and other debris that originates in places other than inside Canada. On Oceans Day, we had a lot of petitioners from Ladysmith and Nanaimo signing signatures, and we commend this petition to the House.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition with 200 signatures throughout Quebec and Ontario to protect wetlands. Wetlands are very significant ecologically, and the petitioners are calling on Canada to ensure compliance with federal regulations on the conservation of wetlands in order to prevent natural disasters that are on the rise, especially around Lac Saint-François. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
It's an honour to rise today to present 2 petitions, and I join with many colleagues in supporting 2 private members' bills that are currently before the House. Bill C-350 from the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Bill S-240 that started in the Senate. These bills aim to make it illegal for the Canadians to participate in the quite abhorrent trade in acquiring human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, to render them inadmissible to Canada and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in this abhorrent trade in human organs. This petition is clearly widely supported. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, I want to reference specifically the petitioners are a group of young women attending Balmoral Hall in Manitoba. They have signed a petition calling for a ban on animal testing. The petitioners point out that other jurisdictions, particularly in the European Union, which accounts for half of the global cosmetic market, prohibits the importation and sale of cosmetics that have been tested on animals. Norway, India, Israel have also banned animal testing in cosmetics. So these young women call on the House of Commons to do the same.
Standing petitions, présentation des pétitions. Point of order, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, if it would be possible to table a report from committee. I was not able to be here when you were requesting. I'd like unanimous consent to table this report.
Is unanimous consent to return to tabling to presenting reports from committees? Agreed. The honourable member for Cumberland for South Shore St. Margaret's. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, entitled Atlantic Canada's Marine Commercial Vessel Length and Licensing Policies, Working Towards Equitable Policies for Fishers in All of Atlantic Canada. And pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Mr. Speaker, I'd like at this time to thank all committee members for their work on this. It's a unanimous report. We're very excited to be able to present this and have a great response from the government. Thank you.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a revised response to question 1699, originally tabled on June 11, 2018, could be made order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
I mentioned a question be made in order for return and be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I have a request for an emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I make a request under Standing Order 52 with respect to an emergency debate on NAFTA, on trade with the United States, and the overall special relationship which is tattered at the moment with the United States, and the ability for all parliamentarians to speak to this before we rise for the summer. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we're quickly approaching the one-year mark for the commencement of formal negotiations to modernize NAFTA. There's been multiple rounds. All sides appreciate the tremendous work done by the Canadian negotiation team, but NAFTA has been at a standstill in terms of the negotiations, Mr. Speaker, and in recent months, in fact, we've been seeing setbacks and not moves forward. Complicating this, Mr. Speaker, if it weren't already complicated enough with the U.S. trade relationship being our most critical economic relationship in our country, the President's misuse, I would suggest, of Section 232 exemptions under the Trade Expansion Act for steel and aluminum has further clouded and complicated talks in relation to trade with the United States. The imposition of a 10% tariff on aluminum, Mr. Speaker, and a 25% tariff on steel runs contrary to the history of our great countries and the integration of our economies, and certainly clouds the negotiation table for NAFTA. It is spiraling from there, Mr. Speaker, because now we are a few days away from the imposition of reciprocal tariffs in the billions of dollars range that Canada is making as a retaliatory measure in relation to the steel and aluminum tariffs, Mr. Speaker. We support Canada being strong in the face of unreasonable demands by the United States and the inappropriate use of security and national security exemptions with respect to commodities that, since the last war, the aluminum from Canada has provided the body of fighter aircrafts that both Canadian and American pilots have flown in defense of our countries and in defense of North America through NORAD, Mr. Speaker. The unique security partnership hasn't been focused on enough to show how ridiculous the application of Section 232 is with respect to Canada. The reciprocal tariffs, though, Mr. Speaker, will complicate all manufacturing industries in Ontario, because a lot of the component parts for assembly, whether it's in the auto industry or for companies like General Dynamics, use steel American imports. So already on both sides of the border, we're going to see jobs at risk. We're going to see higher prices for for consumers, and we're going to see the Canada and U.S. economies becoming uncompetitive. Why does this warrant a special debate under Section or under Standing Order 52, Mr. Speaker? There are almost 2 million jobs directly tied to exports to the United States. And once our tariffs are imposed on July 1st, there is the possibility that the President of the United States has already alluded to of a 25% tariff on finished vehicles, Mr. Speaker. In Ontario, in communities like mine in the Oshawa area, historically, since the Auto Pact between our countries started free trade between Canada and the U.S., over 80% of the vehicles assembled in Ontario in communities like Windsor, Oakville, St. Catharines, Oshawa, 80% of those vehicles have been for export to the United States. And with just-in-time manufacturing, often parts and assembly have crossed our border on an integrated fashion as much as 7 times before the completion of a vehicle. Tariff imposition of this nature would be devastating for the auto industry in Ontario, and by extension, after our resource industry, this is the most critical contributing sector to our gross domestic product, Mr. Speaker. There has never been such a looming threat to the Canadian economy than the threat we're looking at now, based in large part on a number of unreasonable and unfair demands by the U.S. administration, and that is why we need an emergency debate. It's late in the year. I know many of us want to get back to our ridings, but we owe it to Canadians to have a serious plan articulated in this House by the government, and we owe it to all parliamentarians. With over 2 million jobs, Mr. Speaker, every riding in this House is impacted directly by trade with the United States. Every parliamentarian should be able to be part of Team Canada, Mr. Speaker. Team Canada is more than a hashtag. It's the ability for us to provide ideas, support, proposals to the government. It's also incumbent on the government to present to Parliament before we rise a clear plan on the reciprocal tariffs of July 1st and what plan will be in place if auto tariffs are imposed by the President. This debate would also allow the government to provide confidence to the workers that are already being impacted in the steel and aluminum industries, and provide a plan and a sense of calm ahead of the potential for auto tariffs, Mr. Speaker. This is about Parliament at its best, where all parliamentarians from both sides can speak to probably the biggest potential economic crisis we've seen in my lifetime, Mr. Speaker, and your lifetime, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentarians need to be able to debate this in a way where we can truly forge a Team Canada approach, and Canadians need to see their parliamentarians seized with this, because this House will not sit again until September, and Canadians need to know that all MPs are concerned and are going to fight for Canada's interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Durham for raising his request for emergency debate. However, I'm afraid I do not find that it meets the exigencies of the standing order. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Move, seconded by the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, that in relation to Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill. And
that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage, and at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that in relation to Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage and at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Pursuant to standing orders, there will now be a 30-minute question period, and I would invite all those members who wish to ask a question rise so that the Speaker has an idea of the number of members willing to participate or wishing to participate. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know this from the Minister. I would like to understand why, once again, time allocation is being imposed, cutting short our time to debate this bill, because I feel this bill is simply a masquerade. It's a political game for marketing purposes that affects hunters and law-abiding citizens. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like the Minister to ask this question, and it's about Indigenous communities. An Indigenous chief from Saskatchewan, the province of the Minister, came to testify before the committee and said that, for them, C-71 was anti-constitutional, that Indigenous communities have traditions, and that they shouldn't have to comply with Bill C-71 because it doesn't respect their tradition. So how can honest, law-abiding hunters and Indigenous communities live with this? How can you claim to be protecting public security when there are people affected like this?
Mr. Speaker, the legislation was very thoroughly discussed in a committee of this House, and I want to thank the Public Safety and National Security Committee for the good work that they did. They heard a great many witnesses, 26 altogether. They held 5 meetings. They had 3 further meetings to deal with clause by clause, and they amended the legislation in 3 specific ways. In fact, an amendment from each of the parties was successful in getting through that process. That, I think, reflects a very conscientious effort on the part of members of Parliament, not only in this House but in the committee, to listen to the witnesses, such as the chief that was referred to by the spokesman for the official opposition, and to respond accordingly. Parliament has done its job in a very effective way.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I apologize. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When I had a beard, I was often confused by my colleague from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. But let's get on to some more serious matters. Time allocation. At second reading of Bill C-71, we had this bill that the minister was boasting about. Now, we do have some concerns about this bill. There are some elements that we do support, but we do still have some concerns. But the minister was claiming that they were striking a balanced approach to firearms in Canada. However, we do know that this is a very emotional, sensitive debate. And yet, at second reading, Madam Speaker, and I am critic for the second opposition party, I barely had an opportunity to speak. Before I even had that opportunity, time allocation was brought forward. And now, once again, time allocation is being imposed. So my question to the minister is this. If Liberals really take the concerns of citizens seriously, including victims, including owners, firearms owners, who all have concerns, if they take this seriously, then what is the point in having the debate? What is the point in having time allocation? Why not take time to listen to parliamentarians who can communicate the concerns of their constituents?
Mr. Speaker, indeed, a very substantial amount of time has been taken. I would remind honourable members that the content of Bill C-71 was included in the election campaign of 2015 in great detail. The proposals were laid out in the election platform. That was the subject of a complete campaign, and in fact endorsed by Canadians in general as a result of the election. But in terms of the legislation now specifically before the House, which reflects very faithfully what was in the campaign platform, we tried to call this bill twice at second reading and ran into parliamentary shenanigans that delayed or diverted the discussion onto something else, so we couldn't get to this subject matter. When we finally got to the subject matter, there were 6 hours of debate at second reading. Then the bill went to committee. There were 5 meetings in the committee, 26 witnesses, 3 more meetings to deal with clause by clause, 3 amendments were adopted, and now, Madam Speaker, there will be 5 more hours of debate at report stage and 5 more hours of debate on third reading. That will provide ample opportunity for members of Parliament to reflect their views and the views of their constituents.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's quite clear this is the backdoor gun registry coming back. Under Bill C-71, if a firearms owner is selling a firearm to another individual, they have to call a registrar up, and that purchase is now registered. Even though both individuals have a valid possession and acquisition license, and they show that they're valid, they still have to call a registrar up to have that purchase registered. It's quite clear from the research done on the old Liberal firearms registry that law-abiding citizens complied with it. I certainly did, but at the same time, there was zero evidence that it reduced crime. On the other hand, we have Bill C-75, where the Liberals are making punishment for violent crimes and criminals more lenient, while at the same time, under C-71, they're punishing law-abiding citizens. In the Liberal world, in Liberal land, it's far easier to punish law-abiding citizens because they obey the law and the criminals don't. Why this dichotomy? Why are criminals treated better than law-abiding citizens under this government?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency
Mr. Speaker, I just fundamentally disagree with the premise for the honourable member's question. The issue of registry or not was very thoroughly discussed in the parliamentary committee, and I would note the member for Red Deer Lacombe, a member of the Conservative Party, said in the committee, and I quote, "Everybody at this table agrees that this is not a registry." Mr. Speaker, that is very clear on the record in the committee. And indeed, the committee went a step further and they adopted an amendment. And the amendment says, for greater certainty, nothing in this act shall be construed so as to permit or require the registration of non-restricted firearms. Madam Speaker, that is embedded in the law. That amendment was accepted unanimously in the parliamentary committee. It was proposed by a Conservative, Madam Speaker. So it's abundantly clear that this phony fiction from the Conservatives that this amounts to somehow a registry in any way, shape or form is completely, utterly and absolutely false.
There you go. Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island Powder River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for being here to talk about this important issue. And I just want to share with him, through you, Madam Speaker, how disappointed I am that we are again seeing time allocation on a bill that is incredibly important to the people of North Island Powell River. This is something I've gotten letters of concern around. And I just want to ask the Minister if he could please share with this House one of the concerns that I'm hearing a lot about, and that is the fact that right now, with your PAL, if you have a gun that is not working properly, you can take it to the gunsmith to be fixed. With this legislation, that's going to change, and that means a lot of concerns. For people in my riding, they're concerned to have a gun that's live, that hasn't discharged a bullet. They don't know how they're going to store it safely while they have to ask for another ability to take it to the gunsmith. I think this is something that I'm really hoping to see change before this goes through the final pass. So I would like the Minister to share with this House how he's going to address this very important issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question. And the first part of the answer is that the transportation authorizations that are required under the legislation apply only to restricted and prohibited weapons. They do not apply to ordinary hunting rifles or other kinds of weapons that fall in the category of non-restricted. That is a fact. The transportation requirements relate only to restricted and prohibited weapons. Now, in the administration of that procedure, which will apply to the transportation of maybe 5% of firearms in total, Madam Speaker, the officials that will be in charge of the administration of the transportation authorizations in fact understand that service to customers is exceedingly important, that Canadians who will be operating under the terms of the legislation will be expecting that their requests for transportation authorizations will be dealt with in a conscientious and expeditious fashion. That is a reasonable expectation on the part of Canadians, and the officials administering that provision under this law have an obligation to provide a high standard of service.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as usual, this minister provides great insight behind the rationale for the bill and the execution of the bill. But I just want to go back to a couple of the comments that have been made with the use of closure, and the NDP in particular saying that they haven't had enough time to debate this. I share with the House, this is my 18th June, and I've been here in June as a member of the government and as a member of the opposition. And so this is typical for what happens every June. I know that we have members in our caucus that say, you know, this is terrible what the opposition are doing. You know, they're tying us up. They're not letting us get our... We did the same thing when we were in opposition. And I know that my colleague has spent more Junes here than I. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, if I could, we did, as he had indicated, we ran on a platform. This was central to our platform to rationalize gun legislation in this country. What we are simply doing is making sure that this is, and with 3 amendments, we would never see amendments under the past Conservative government. So maybe if he could reflect on the difference between the processing of legislation now as compared to back with the Conservatives and their lack of consultation, their lack of accepting of any amendments.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, this takes me back to the work of the Public Safety and National Security Committee, which did a very conscientious job in looking at this legislation. Obviously, as members have reflected in the House today, this is a subject that provokes strong emotions, either on one side of the case or the other side of the case. And it's perfectly legitimate and proper that those varying perspectives be brought to the floor of the House of Commons, brought into the standing committee for proper debate and discussion. The discussion in the committee was very thorough. 5 meetings to hear evidence and receive briefs. 26 witnesses were called. The committee then went into clause by clause, spent 3 more days dealing with clause by clause of Bill C-71, and in the course of that adopted 3 amendments. 3 very useful amendments, Madam Speaker. One that enhances the process of background checks, one that deals with the authorizations that are required with respect to the verification of licenses on purchases. That one, incidentally, came from the NDP, and it was a very useful amendment to expedite that process. So the committee did its work. They studied the bill. They reflected on what needed to be improved. They made those improvements, and we're now at report stage and soon at third reading.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess I beg to differ with the honourable minister across the way. We've talked about the backdoor registry, and he's talked about, well, they made promises. We heard a member from the Atlantic coast that there was not going to be any registry, but this is from the actual legislation. It says, provide the Quebec minister with a copy of all records that were in the Canadian Firearms Registry on April 3rd, 2015, that relate to the firearms registered at that day as non-restricted firearms. This is where they're actually, Madam Speaker, giving a copy, what was supposed to have been destroyed. It was only preserved for one reason, that was for an access to information request from a man named Bill Clinette. The only reason that copy should still exist today is for that fulfillment, that purpose alone. And this minister is, through legislation, making that copy available to the Quebec government. That should have been destroyed. He knows that. He knows that this is wrong, yet he's still bringing the legislation forward. I think he needs to back down and pull this out of the legislation and honor what your promises were to the Canadian public. The registry was supposed to not be resurrected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And the member that all questions are to be addressed to the chairs, to the chair, and the honourable minister, please.
Madam Speaker, the commitment that was made in our platform loud and clear that there would be no federal long gun registry, and there is none. Mr. Speaker, the provision in the legislation that the honourable gentleman is referring to results from a legal and constitutional quagmire that was created by the previous government in the way that they dealt with instructions that came to the previous government from the Information Commissioner. They got into a knock-down, drag-out fight with the Information Commissioner about the way that they were handling the long gun registry long before the election and long before our government came into place. Madam Speaker, we were stuck with a mess that we inherited from this crowd, and we were entered into negotiations with the Information Commissioner to stop the litigation, to stop the constitutional dispute, and to put the law of the country back on an even keel. We are doing that through this legislation, but we are not, I repeat, we are not creating a federal long gun registry.
And comments, Honourable Député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to concentrate my intervention on time allocation, although the bill itself would merit a lot more time. But the irony is that all the members of this House will have collectively very little time, almost the amount of time that my question is taking. This time allocation is, I just don't understand. Now, what is the urgency of rushing everything now, unless when we come back from holidays, we won't be in will we be on an election campaign? Why should a bill as important as this be rushed? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, again, let me repeat the records that this House has gone through with respect to Bill C-71. The bill got 6 hours of debate at second reading. It was then referred to the Standing Committee. The Standing Committee held 5 full meetings to receive evidence and hear witnesses. They in fact heard 26 witnesses. They then went into clause by clause for 3 further meetings. They adopted 3 amendments to the legislation, and now, Madam Speaker, the bill comes back to the House for report stage and third reading. It was debated for several hours last night. That debate will now go on for 5 more hours at report stage. It will then go on for 5 more hours at third reading. That will result in a very ample opportunity for members to participate in the discussion and put their views on the record. The issues before Parliament require that we debate and discuss things, but they also require, Madam Speaker, that at some point we take a decision and vote.
Comments, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my colleague across the way continues to be as slick as used oil on this issue. The reality is we have to register every sale, register every firearm, register the person buying, register the person who's purchasing, register the PAL number, and the information has to be kept for 20 years. Madam Speaker, that's a registry. Second issue that I just wanted to bring up and point out is he keeps talking about the extensive consultation they've done. That's actually not true. The Assembly of First Nations has said, first of all, they weren't consulted. Secondly, this legislation violates their treaty rights. And thirdly, they'll see this government in court. As well, the opposition from the Yukon has said in their briefing, unlike the provinces, Yukon only has one member of Parliament. This leads to situations where the input of Northerners is often an afterthought, not taken into account. This is the case with this piece of firearms legislation. Yukon Fish and Game Association says the same thing. They can't get through to their member of Parliament. He won't represent them, and they haven't had an opportunity to speak to the government about this. So why doesn't he just admit that they have failed Canadians completely on this issue, failed to consult, but they don't actually really care?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, I cannot possibly admit that because it's false.
Here you go.
In fact, the question of the consultation that was gone through prior to the legislation, before our platform was put together, during the course of the election, after the election, in the preparation of the legislation and so forth, that information was requested some weeks ago in an order paper question. That question has been answered, and all of the details of the consultation is now on the public record in the response to the order paper question. In addition to that, I would underscore the fact that the content of Bill C-71 was embodied in specific promises in our election campaign. Those promises were thoroughly debated over the course of the longest election campaign in Canadian history, and in fact Canadians had an opportunity to vote on the content, and the result of that vote was clear. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, there were two further key channels for consultation. One was the Canadian Firearms Advisory Committee that examined the content of what would become Bill C-71. And I would also note that a few months ago, we convened here in Ottawa a National Guns and Gangs Summit that dealt with a number of issues, including firearms. It was well attended, including by members of the opposition and almost all of the major organizations that deal with firearms. And we had a very good discussion in the course of that summit meeting. So, Madam Speaker, there were indeed extensive consultations.
Here, here.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member.
My colleague confuses registry and good common practices in business. With respect to time allocation, in terms of efficiency, there's a misunderstanding of what is to be efficient. Maybe the minister could inform the Canadian and the chamber that the level of preparation before getting to this piece of legislation with the different stakeholders to show Canadians how well prepared this piece is to answer their needs.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, the purpose of this legislation is to keep Canadians safe, to add in a measurable way to public safety, to assist the police in pursuing guns that are involved in crime or crimes that involve guns, and thirdly, to make sure in the process of doing that we are treating law-abiding gun owners across the country in a fair and a reasonable manner. So what the legislation involves is strengthening background checks, improving the process for license verification, requiring standard business record keeping across the country, making sure that classifications are done in a professional and consistent manner, and ensuring that unusual movements of restricted and prohibited weapons require a transportation authorization. Those measures taken together, Madam Speaker, will make an important contribution to public safety. We have the endorsement of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police and police forces across the country. We also have the comments from a number of people representing fishing and gaming organizations where they too see the legislation, not unanimously, Madam Speaker, but see the legislation as reasonable measures. So what we've tried to strike here is a reasonable balance that is fair and effective for all concerned.
Comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Struck by the fact that this minister, usually one of the most bombastic ministers in the House, combative almost every single day here, is obviously very uncomfortable when it comes to the topic of time allocation. I wondered why, and I went back and looked at some of his what he's had to say previously in the House, and looked back at April 30th, 2012, when he talked about our government at the time saying, quote, they have used closure to ram through their legislation more times in 4 or 5 months than most majority governments used in 4 or 5 years. Now, this is the third time in 3 weeks that he has used time allocation or given notice of time allocation. I think that might be a record, Madam Speaker. On May 2nd, 2013, he said this, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the timing issue here, obviously it is unfortunate when debate in the House is curtailed by the use of time allocation or closure. That impinges upon the democratic right of members of Parliament to adequately consider matters that are before the House. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the minister stands by his own words.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, what you have to take into account in determining whether time allocation is appropriate in any set of circumstances is, in fact, how much time is being allotted to the consideration of the measure before the House. In this case, at second reading, there were 6 full hours of debate. In the committee, Madam Speaker, there were 5 full meetings to receive evidence and to hear witnesses. 26 witnesses appeared in the process of those hearings. Then there were 3 more meetings to deal with clause by clause. And that brings us to this point, Madam Speaker. Going forward, there were several hours of debate last night on report stage. And now going forward, there will be 5 more hours at report stage, and after that, 5 more hours after that to deal with third reading. Altogether, Madam Speaker, that gives a very ample time for consideration when you compare those numbers to a lot of other pieces of legislation that go through Parliament. It's obvious that this topic is getting a very thorough airing.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, well, I've been in this House for 10 Junes now, not as many as my honourable colleagues have mentioned, and I have seen governments use time allocation. And I would start by pointing out that I think time allocation does have a purpose in this House. But I want to start from the principle that citizens of this country send us here in this chamber to scrutinize legislation, to debate. That's the essence of democracy. The government can introduce legislation, they'll ultimately win the vote. But in the meantime, it's our job as opposition to scrutinize, to discuss, to debate, to bring to bear other perspectives on legislation. And time allocation, I think, ought to be sparingly used, and only when it's clear that the opposition is perhaps misusing that power and is trying to be deleterious and hold up government. That's not the case with this legislation. The previous government used time allocation some 100 times, and this government, the Liberals, are approaching 50 times of using time allocation, which does nothing but limit debate in this House. My question to the honourable colleague, though, is this. On the legislation, I personally support solid, reasonable gun restrictions in this country. I think that it's important that we have reasonable restrictions. I think it keeps our community safe. My question to him is, in talking to a constituent last week, Tom Chan, he's a lawful gun owner. His question to me was, does this legislation preserve the interests of lawful gun owners? Will it unduly restrict their rights? And does the honourable member think that this legislation will be effective in keeping firearms out of the hands of criminals and those who would misuse them?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, appreciate the honourable gentleman's question, and let me just repeat that we have worked very hard to try to ensure that this legislation gets ample time in the committee and in the House, and I believe, on balance, we've achieved that. In terms of the substance of his question at the end, will this contribute to public safety? Yes, I believe it will, in a number of ways. For example, in improving background checks. And I might say that on that topic, there appears to be almost universal support on both sides of the chamber. The idea of background checks, as I think he would remember, was raised in this House a long time ago by James Moore, who was a Conservative member of Parliament, and actually made a very strong case for enhancing background checks. And now we are doing, in effect, what Mr. Moore, the former Conservative MP, proposed. By enhancing those background checks, we will collectively as a society do a better job of keeping firearms out of the hands of people who have a reputation for violence or have a criminal record or are otherwise considered to be a danger to society, including threatening behavior on the internet. And again, I would note, as a result of amendments proposed in the Standing Committee, the provisions around background checks have in fact been enhanced and strengthened, and that is one of the critical elements in protecting society, is to make sure those background checks work.
Unfortunately, the time is up. It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moved that in relation to Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill.
That at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage, and at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my view, the yeas have it.
Call in the members.
order. The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moved that in relation to Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage, and at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon Argental La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon Argental La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Paradzi.
Mr. Paradzi.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Gioio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Duran.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edcoudi.
Mr. Elcouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascatos.
Mr. Fregascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Matisse Matin Matipédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Matisse Matin Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission, Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission, Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Van Daz.
Mr. Van Daz.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Suite.
Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Assuming the result do not provide for it.
Nays pour 168, 168. Nays contre 122, 122.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-64, Wreck, Abandon, and Hazardous Vessels Act.
Order. I encourage honourable members to carry on their conversations in the lobbies. And I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services for saying shh. Seems to have helped a bit. There is one motion and amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-64. Motion number 1 will be debated and voted upon. Je vais maintenant soumettre la motion numéro.
I will now put motion number 1 to a vote.
Ms. Quach moves that Bill C-64 be amended by deleting Clause 5. Debate. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am standing once again in this House to talk about the imperative for federal action to deal with abandoned vessels because of fishermen falling out, being forced out of the commercial fishing fleet, because fiberglass is reaching the end of its lifetime, because climate change is creating different types of storms. All coasts of Canada are littered with abandoned vessels, and for 15 years it's been clear that there is a jurisdictional hole which no government has been able to fill, and as a result it's fallen to coastal communities who have had to try to jerry-rig a solution. My predecessor, Jean Crowder, as the member for Nanaimo Cowichan, had legislation in this House that was supported by who is now the government, by the Liberal Party, when they were the third party. And so we had real optimism that in this Parliament, this session of Parliament, we would find legislative solutions for abandoned vessels. I think back to my start when I was first elected chair of Islands Trust Council, which is a regional government in the Salish Sea charged with a mandate of preservation and protection. We were approached by ratepayers on Parker Island, just off Galliano Island in the Salish Sea. They had been trying for 10 years to get a government department to say, yes, we will help you with this wrecked barge from the early 80s that had been sitting on their shore for 10 years. And every department gave them the runaround. They said, oh, talk to navigation, talk to environment, talk to land management, talk to the Coast Guard. And they were at the end of their ropes. So on behalf of Islands Trust Council, I went to the Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities Conference, and there were 5 other resolutions, not just from Islands Trust Council, but local governments from all over British Columbia, the Sunshine Coast and Vancouver Island area, all were facing the very same problem, and we were all at the end of our ropes. So we were able to bring together solutions to say, let's get together and design what would be a good fit. We looked to Washington State, which has had a very successful abandoned vessel program operating since the early part of this century, lots of working experience. And we passed resolutions, AVICC did, then the Union of BC Municipalities. It became a big election issue in my riding, because when you've got a huge 100-foot hulking boat that in fact the federal government towed into your harbor, you know you want to vote on this basis. You're looking for an MP that will take the imperative to act to Ottawa. And so I was so honored to be elected to do this work. And I built into the legislation that I tabled in this House, I built on Jean Crowder's bill, and then I updated a year and a bit later, including because my amazing staff team found a way to build all the solutions from coastal communities into private members' bill. So that was April 2017, and I was right on the verge of bringing all those solutions into the House to debate it in December when, as you'll remember, Madam Speaker, the Liberals used some unused tactics to block and then basically vote down my bill to prevent it from even being debated and voted on. It was not a possible outcome I could ever have imagined. Because the Transport Minister said he was going to legislate abandoned vessels, I really hoped that he would just plagiarize my bill and bring my elements into his, or at least he would recognize when he did table his own bill on Halloween last year that he would see that the C-64 remedy of penalizing and fining abandonment of vessels wouldn't work unless you brought the elements of my bill, which would deal with the backlog but would also fix vessel registration, which would make it then possible to if you find an abandoned vessel, you need to be able to know who the owner is in order to send them a fine or a penalty. So and this has been said in this House before, the two pieces of legislation would have worked well together.
Yeah.
The pieces that I had proposed, you would have heard, you could probably recite them along with me. Deal with the backlog by putting in place a pilot program, a vessel turn-in program, as has been done to great success in Washington and Oregon. Kind of a boat amnesty. People that don't know how to deal with the boat at the end of their life, they can they can get it out of the water where it can be safely recycled. Create incentives for fiberglass recycling and piggybacking on the government's avowed innovation agenda. Let's do something to help us deal with marine plastics and waste fiberglass. Let's find new markets so we can recycle and work with local salvage companies to deal with this mess that we've never had to, it's a worn-out product we've never had to deal with before. Fixing vessel registration so you can make the boat owners accountable and not have the costs all end up on the backs of taxpayers. And more. All those solutions from coastal communities and coastal governments I had in my legislation. Then when that got killed by the government, then I worked very hard at the Transport Committee to insert each of those solutions into the Transport Minister's Bill C-64. And to my great disappointment, despite the fact that we had so many witnesses that said we want to bring all those elements in, people on the ground, the Chamber of Shipping, the West Coast Environmental Law Association, local governments, marina operators, everybody endorsed the pieces of the solutions of coastal communities that I was proposing to amend, and the Liberals and Conservatives voted all those amendments down, every single one. And so here I stand with my final attempt to improve this legislation and to bring the solutions that would actually help coastal communities into the bill. We identified during the committee study that in fact, the government is not going to apply this fine and penalty system in C-64 to government-owned property. And we have a lot of examples on the BC coast and the Atlantic coast of government assets becoming abandoned vessels. In my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Courtenay Alberni, he was very involved with removing the vessel Laurier from Bain Sound, which is a very rich aquaculture shellfish area. A lot of jobs dependent on that. When the Laurier sank, everybody was very worried. It turns out this was an old fisheries inspection vessel and had, chapters of many stories. I think it was also a Coast Guard vessel, a government asset that became an abandoned vessel. On the East Coast, the Cormorant is an old Navy ship that has been languishing at the dock in Bridgeport for over 10 years. Again, a government vessel that became abandoned. And famously in BC, a lot of my British Columbia colleagues will have seen there's an old wrecked BC Ferries vessel still with the logo on the side, and it is a disaster. I mean, it looks like a ghost ship. And, we've got Coast Guard vessels, Navy vessels, a whole gamut. And so this amendment that I have before the House is to close that loophole, make the fines and penalties equivalent, whether it's a government asset, whether it's a private vessel, to be able to bring that accountability and fairness as well. And so I urge members all sides of the House, from a fairness perspective, from an environmental perspective, this is our last chance to try to attempt to improve and fix the Transport Minister's bill. Which we do take pride in the fact that this is legislation that's going to be voted on in the final days of this Parliament. It's because of the tenacity and the pressure of the Nanaimo Port Authority, the Mayor of Ladysmith, John Elliott, the Seminas First Nation Chief. There have been a lot of cooperation that have led to some successes and have really got this on center stage. And so I've been pleased to see the pan-partisan support for solutions on abandoned vessels. I, of course, remain discouraged that some of the solutions that have been proposed by coastal communities that would have dealt with the backlog, that would have worked with salvage companies to create jobs and innovate and recycle, none of those elements have any presence in the Transport Minister's bill. And so there still is a lot of work for us to do as a country to get this problem off the backs of coastal communities. and voting yes to my report stage amendment to remove the clause that exempts the government from the same penalties that it's putting on private voters would be the one thing we can do in these final hours of this Parliament. So for the sake of coastal communities, for small businesses, for tourism, for the coastal environment, I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Nanaimo, Lady Smith, to have worked full out over the past 3 years to make sure that all shipwrecks Canada-wide be managed in a far more respectful way, respectful for the environment and for Canadians, and that the government bring in measures, really serious measures, to make sure we have the resources so that we can work at recycling materials and that we can identify shipwrecks and manage all these shipwrecks on Canada's coasts. And the bill has to be effective, not just fine words. But there still is work to be done, and her amendment would make Section 5, would have Section 5 withdrawn, so that the bill can really target its objectives, which is to manage shipwrecks. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague who has been fighting to have the Catherine Spirit removed from her drinking water lake in her riding since the previous Parliament. It's now 6 years at least, I think. 7 years, my goodness. We are tenacious. New Democrats are tenacious on this subject. We have, at the Transport Committee, we heard testimony that making government vessels subject to the same legislation that is meant to deal with private abandoned vessels would be really important. In fact, the manager of the Washington State Program for Abandoned Vessels, he said, we do deal with larger vessels ourselves in Washington State. Just a couple of years ago, we removed a 170-foot previous military tug. He said, we've actually done a couple of old Canadian Coast Guard vessels purchased by someone in Washington State several years ago, end quote. So one of the amendments that we proposed in committee that was voted down was to have the government take some responsibility when it's selling off a government asset to make sure that the person purchasing it has the means to look after the vessel until the end of its life. That was also voted down by the Conservatives and Liberals at committee, although we had strong witness testimony saying that we should take that route. So this is our last opportunity to agree with my amendment to close the loophole that would make government vessels also subject to Bill C-64 to deal with abandoned vessels.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise again to say that my colleague demanded that the bill require of the Minister of Transport to intervene and assume responsibility for these shipwrecks, as there are thousands of shipwrecks and abandoned ships throughout Canada. It's a real risk in terms of pollution for coastal communities. So the minister should be obliged to intervene, and it is not now the case in Bill 664. Can my colleague please comment?
Smith has just a little over a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The basic structure of my predecessor, Jean Crowder, former MP, her legislation asked that the Coast Guard be named the receiver of wrecks. That was supported by the Liberals when they were the third party in the previous Parliament. They voted down that amendment that I moved with both my legislation and then also the amendment at committee. We do hear from the Transport Minister that he considers Coast Guard now to be the de facto lead, and so it isn't necessary to change in legislation. However, we're not sure that that same interpretation might be taken up by a future government in this House, and so we still, with regret, are sorry that in legislation the Coast Guard has not been named the receiver of wrecks. We know that the good men and women of the Coast Guard on the water are doing yeoman's work to fill this gap, and under their own steam are taking a great deal of responsibility. We want to see them resourced and have that reflected in legislation.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Parliamentary. Does the honourable member have a point of order? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transportation. This is different. Go for it. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the arguments in support of this bill are multiple. However, the most compelling argument is that Canadians are calling for the steps we're setting out in this important bill. A number of petitions have been tabled here in the House on this very point.
Majority of owners are responsible and dispose of their vessels properly. But even a small number of neglected or abandoned vessels can create hazards with detrimental and costly impact on local communities. And these vessels, they're not just eyesores. They can pollute the marine environment and damage shoreline infrastructure. They pose risks to navigation and public health and safety. They can also harm industries such as fisheries, aquaculture, and tourism, local industries that are dependent upon clean waters and that contribute nearly $40 billion a year to the Canadian economy. Especially frustrating for responsible vessel owners and marine facility owners is the fact that abandoned and dilapidated vessels can take up valuable mooring space, and this can lead to economic losses to both property owners and to local communities. Of course, these vessels can be extremely costly to clean up, ranging from a few $1,000s for small boats to millions of dollars for larger vessels. Mr. Speaker, that's why Bill C-64 proposes aggressive measures to prevent irresponsible owners from abandoning or neglecting their vessels so that the costs and perils of cleanup are not left to the taxpayers and local communities. This legislation is the next critical step forward in our $1.5 billion ocean protection plan, our comprehensive, multi-pronged strategy to improve marine safety, promote responsible shipping, and protect Canada's marine environment. Our existing laws do not allow us to comprehensively address all of the risks posed by wrecked, abandoned, and hazardous vessels or problem vessels, including the ability to take direct action on such a vessel. The Wrecked, Abandoned, or Hazardous Vessels Act will significantly strengthen our ability to address problem vessels by fixing these legislative gaps. With this bill, the federal government will be able to take measures to prevent, mitigate, and eliminate hazards. Bill C-64 includes new measures to prohibit vessel abandonment, strengthen vessel owner responsibility and liability, and enhance federal powers on two vital fronts. First, it requires that owners bear responsibility for their vessels. This includes prohibiting abandonment and not allowing vessels to become dilapidated or hazardous. Second, and equally important, the proposed legislation will make owners liable for the cost of vessel cleanup and proper disposal.
In addition, with this bill, the government has undertaken the development of a new national inventory of vessels that are problematic in order to encourage fact-based decision-making with respect to the removal of these vessels. This measure will also include a methodology for assessing the risks in order to prioritize problematic vessels according to their risk level. Under our Oceans Protection Plan, we are also helping communities deal with vessels that are currently polluting our coasts and waterways. Canadians who depend on our waterways for their economic and cultural well-being have expressed the desire to be involved in the solution. However, especially in remote areas, they often lack the financial resources necessary to address the problem.
In May 2017, we announced the 5-year, $6.85 million abandoned boats program. The bulk of funding being offered through this program, $5.6 million, is dedicated to helping partners such as other levels of government, Indigenous groups, ports, and community groups to remove and dispose of the highest priority abandoned or wrecked small vessels. In September 2017, we launched a complementary 5-year, $1.3 million abandoned and wrecked vessels removal program. This initiative offers funding to assist in the removal of priority vessels and wrecks currently abandoned in federally owned small craft harbors. This program will benefit local commercial fishing industries and affected coastal communities. Another way we are helping affected communities by supporting education efforts. Not all vessel owners understand their responsibilities or are aware of their disposal options. Through the Abandoned Boats program, we are funding activities that educate small vessel owners on how to responsibly manage their vessels and how to make them more aware of available disposal options at the local level. We are also supporting research on vessel recycling and environmentally responsible vessel design, which has the potential to, for example, further benefit communities through new business opportunities and reduce pressures on landfills. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about some of the measures we're already taking to address wrecked, abandoned, and hazardous vessels. But new legislation is needed. The critical way in which Bill C-64 will make a meaningful difference is through prevention. The Government of Canada is determined to take action on vessels that cause hazards before they harm the environment and become a burden on the taxpayers. By being proactive, we can avoid, reduce, contain, or control problems before they become bigger problems and become even more costly to address. This bill proposes new authorities to prohibit owners from abandoning their vessels before the fact. Federal officials would be empowered to order owners to take action on vessels which are dilapidated or may pose hazards and are therefore at risk from becoming abandoned or wrecked. They could also impose significant penalties for non-compliance. We will work with affected communities who best know their local environments to confirm whether and what hazards may exist with problem vessels or wrecks and to identify the most appropriate actions to be taken. Every effort will be made to thwart problems before our waterways are put at risk. Under the proposed legislation, vessel owners will be responsible for addressing their vessels or wrecks, and when they are unwilling or unable to take action, we will be able to respond proactively and comprehensively thanks to the new powers contained in Bill C-64. Even when we intervene, Mr. Speaker, the owner will continue to remain liable for all costs and expenses. Mr. Speaker, this proposed legislation to address wrecked, abandoned, and hazardous vessels will increase the strength and capability of Canada's marine safety regime. It will promote responsible shipping on Canada's oceans and on our inland waterways, and it will also reduce pressures on our local communities that in the past were forced to take owners of dilapidated vessels to court and incur costly legal bills or pay the cleanup costs themselves. Bill C-64 provides a powerful new tool to go after vessel owners who act irresponsibly, those whose carelessness and neglect put the health and safety of Canadians, the environment, and the welfare of local economies at risk. Coupled with other actions we are taking under the Oceans Protection Plan to address wrecked, abandoned, and hazardous vessels, these proactive measures will go a long way in responding to the concerns raised by residents of coastal communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her comments on this bill. I'm wondering if she would care to comment on the report stage amendment that was brought forward by the New Democratic Party.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my honourable colleague for her question. It's really all about developing a coordinated, long-term, integrated solution. And the development of this piece of legislation has taken time. And so dealing with individual small little pieces of the puzzle isn't quite good enough. It needs to be integrated. We need to have a full spectrum, a full approach, multi-government, totally integrated, and that will serve us for the longer term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a fascinating answer because from the representative of the Transport Minister, because the amendment that New Democrats are proposing would have the effect of making Bill C-64 apply to government-owned assets. Right now, they've written themselves an exemption and a loophole that we are proposing to remove. And so, through you, Mr. Speaker, I ask my Liberal colleague, why would the government not vote for my amendment to close that loophole, make this legislation apply to government-owned assets as well, if in fact she really does want to see a comprehensive and whole-of-government approach, as she just said?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my honourable colleague for her question. And I think it's a reflection of the work that's gone into this bill, into the Oceans Protection Plan as a whole. So, and I think this bill is very well balanced. It's well balanced against what the federal government will do, the potential, what provincial governments can do, what local communities can do. And that balance, I think, has been achieved through a great deal of consultation and negotiation with all of the stakeholders who are interested in this issue. So, and I think finding that balance, finding that long-term comprehensive solution is where the direction we are heading in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, I have to respectfully disagree with my Liberal colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Transport. The consultation that we had at committee said we want this law to apply to government vessels as well. The member for South Shore St. Margaret's asked in the committee, this legislation covers government vessels, right? And the Transport Canada representative said, quote, this legislation does not cover government vessels. And then we heard from probably a dozen witnesses that all said that's a loophole that should be closed. They named repeated the town of Bridgewater, the mayor of Bridgewater said in 3 different cases, vessels that were former government assets or were government assets that were abandoned in his community. He wants this law to apply to them. So in what world does the government's intention to have a comprehensive solution, but leaving out a major contributor to the abandoned vessel problem, all the old Coast Guard vessels, the worn-out fishing inspection vessels, the Navy vessels, BC ferries, why would they not be applicable to this law, as is the case in Washington State?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question and for her advocacy and her commitment on this issue. And I think when governments are trying to build bills like this, legislative like this, I think the aim is to make sure that it is comprehensive, that it is integrative, but it also respects various jurisdictions, and it does not relieve the owner of these vessels, whoever their owners presently are, from their responsibilities. So we want to make sure that we can clean up these vessels, but we also don't believe that it should be the Canadian taxpayers and the local communities that end up paying for it. So we want to make sure we have a way forward that will actually serve Canadians and its communities the best way it can. And this, an integrative, comprehensive solution is the way forward. It isn't always easy to make that happen, but having the taxpayer taking on total responsibility for the actions of some irresponsible owners would not be the right way forward. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise to speak to Bill C-64, an act respecting wrecks, abandoned, dilapidated or hazardous vessels and salvage operations. I do believe this is an important bill. In fact, it was considered so important that it was passed at second reading without any debate so that the Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities Committee could study it expeditiously. Now that this bill has been reported back, I am pleased that this chamber is taking some time to discuss its merits. Since we are currently at report stage, I will comment on the amendment put forward by my colleague, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, but first I will discuss the bill in general. I will readily admit, being from Saskatchewan, that prior to Bill C-64 being introduced, the issue of wrecked and abandoned vessels was one with which I was not overly familiar. I think I can honestly say that not once, during the many roundtables, constituent meetings, town halls that I have held in my riding over the last 9 years, has this issue ever come up for my constituents. Having said that, I completely understand why this bill is so important to members of this House who represent ridings along our beautiful coastlines. As the Conservative Party Shadow Minister for Transport, I enjoy and appreciate the opportunity to learn about the concerns of Canadians regarding transportation matters, regardless of where they live. So the Transport Committee study of Bill C-64 was very informative for me. I truly appreciated hearing from the many witnesses who provided their testimony and the many stakeholders who met with the members of the Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities Committee to impress upon us the need for legislation, as there is currently a lack of legislative clarity around this issue. If given royal assent, the bill will create a new comprehensive act, the Wrecked, Abandoned or Hazardous Vessels Act. If enacted, this new act will do a number of things. First, it will give force of law to the Nairobi International Convention on the Removal of Wrecks, 2007. Second, the Act addresses irresponsible vessel management and enhances federal powers to take action by the federal government. Third, the new Act will give force of law to the International Salvage Convention of 1989. The last point that I want to touch on with respect to this new Act is that it will create an administrative and enforcement regime for vessels wrecked and abandoned on Canada's coasts with accompanying offences and punishments. Stepping back a little, by way of solutions for the issue of wrecked, abandoned or dilapidated vessels off Canada's coasts, I believe there are two schools of thought. The first is to make the federal government ultimately responsible for vessels that become wrecked or abandoned on our coasts. To pursue this solution would be at a tremendous cost to Canadian taxpayers. I believe taxpayers should not be the ones to bear the financial burden of someone else's irresponsibility. Also on this point, if the federal government were ultimately responsible for all wrecked and abandoned vessels, there is the potential that Canada's coasts could become a dumping ground for vessels that have reached the end of their life cycle. The second school of thought proposes a solution that I much prefer. It puts the onus for the removal and/or cleanup back onto the offending vessel's owner and makes them responsible for the coast to do so. This is a much more conservative solution. Individuals should be responsible for their own actions, and individual vessel owners should be responsible for their property. When someone abandons or causes their vessels to become wrecked, either through neglect or willful actions, that person should be responsible for the vessel's removal or the cost of removing it. Additionally, I believe another benefit of this second solution is that it will discourage owners of aging and/or dilapidated vessels from considering abandoning a vessel in our waters. And while we don't want vessels being abandoned or wrecked anywhere in the world, the responsibility of the Government of Canada is to Canadians and to our coastal waters and to Canada's coastal residents. I believe this bill falls more in line with the second solution I've just described. As a result, I believe Bill C-64 will have a positive effect on our coastal waters by discouraging owners of aging and dilapidated vessels from considering abandoning their vessel in our waters, while at the same time setting up a system whereby vessel owners can be held responsible. Now, this second solution, which I've outlined, requires some basic information in order to be a workable solution. That basic information includes knowing who the owners of each individual wrecked or abandoned vessel are. Presently, here in Canada, we are lacking this vital information. In order for this bill to work, it will be necessary for the Government of Canada to know what vessels are currently abandoned in our waters and who owns them. And while this bill won't automatically create that list, it will be a step in the right direction. Building on that, the federal government will need to maintain a record of vessels entering our territorial waters. Once it does that, it will be able to hold vessel owners responsible either through vessel insurance or through legal proceedings. So it is critical that the Government of Canada have the necessary information on vessels for this strategy to work. Our support for this bill should come as no surprise to this House. During the last Parliament, there were a number of attempts through private members' bills to change Canada's legislation with respect to abandoned vessels. However, most of those attempts fell more in line with the first solution, which I outlined earlier in my remarks, where the federal government would become responsible for the cost of cleaning up and removing abandoned vessels, meaning Canadian taxpayers would ultimately be on the hook. Now, giving credit where credit is due, my former colleague, John Weston, saw the problem with these proposals, but also heard from his constituents that the issue of wrecked, abandoned, and derelict vessels was an issue that needed to be addressed. In June of 2015, he introduced a private member's bill that would have made it a criminal offence to abandon a boat, subject to jail time and fines of up to $100,000, and authorized the minister to sell a vessel that is deemed abandoned. Mr. Weston's bill would have discouraged the behaviour of abandoning a vessel. Building on his private member's bill, the Conservative Party's platform in 2015 included the following commitment. A re-elected Conservative government will commit to supporting MP Weston's bill and also set aside funds to cover 1/3 of the cost of removing priority derelict vessels. Additionally, the issue highlighted by Mr. Weston's private member's bill made its way into the Conservative Party's policy declaration statement. As amended at the May 2016 National Convention, Section 128 of our policy declaration statement says, "The Conservative Party stands by its commitment to facilitate rehabilitation or demolition of abandoned and derelict vessels." Earlier in this Parliament, my Conservative colleagues and I were pleased to join with all members of this House and vote in favour of M40, a motion presented by the member of South Shore, St. Margaret's. Finally, to address the report stage amendment that is currently before us, this amendment would remove Section 5 from the Act. I am concerned that removing this section of the Act would unnecessarily contravene the principle of sovereign immunity, which is recognized in Canadian legislation. For this reason, I do not support this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate through you to all members of this House that my Conservative colleagues and I will be voting in favour of this bill. We need to protect our coasts and to protect the Canadian taxpayer from the negative impact and cost of wrecked, abandoned and derelict vessels. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my Conservative colleague who chaired our discussion at Transport Committee and chaired it well, and we had a good debate and fantastic witnesses, which we're very pleased to have learned from. If my colleague is characterizing my legislation, so C352, as the first model she described, where the taxpayer ends up picking up the bill for abandoned vessels, that's absolutely not the intention of my legislation. It was to designate a single agency that would be the point of first contact, and then it would be would have been to use very much like the Washington state model, where the whole focus is based on user pay. But the key piece is that you need to be able to find out who the vessel owner is if you are going to send them a bill. And my feeling is if the Conservatives and Liberals in the 90s, with their successive cuts to frontline services, hadn't so much undermined the vessel registration system, then Canada would have a way now of tracking down who was the responsible owner of those vessels. And now we've got a huge backlog that's a legacy of that time of supposed cost cutting. It's a good reminder that cutting services and laying off public servants can actually do more harm than good. So my question, why did the Conservatives let the vessel registry fall into such disrepair, and why did they close the regional offices in BC that were doing the vessel data collection?
Great question. The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, not only for her question, but also for the work that she did when she joined the committee for this study. I know this is something that she is very passionate about, and I do recognize that she had attempted to introduce a private member's bill to address this issue. Look, you know, the issue of wrecked and abandoned vessels is a real problem for communities along Canada's coast. Again, the number is in dispute, but to suffice it to say that it is estimated to be hundreds of problem vessels in Canadian waters today. And I know that many communities are afflicted with this issue, and that many of them are small with limited resources to deal with the problem. As for her question in terms of you know, closing offices and not tracking these abandoned vessels, I can't answer that question. I wasn't a member of Parliament back in the 90s that she referenced. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. Like the member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, though, we live with the fairly constant problem of derelict vessels along our coastlines. They are a hazard, they're an eyesore, they present real risks to life and limb, and I understand the member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek thinks that we can always find the owner of these vessels and then get them to pay for the cleanup. The problem is that these abandoned vessels, and this was one of the things that I raised in committee, and the honourable member will remember I attempted to put in an amendment for mandatory improvements in our registration system and for insurance that the vessel owner would have to carry. The response from the government members at the time was that we can probably deal with these issues through regulation. So I am going to vote for C-64 with enthusiasm. I'm pleased to see action finally happening on derelict vessels. But I share with some concerns with my friend from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. The bill isn't perfect, particularly around this issue of being able to track who owns the vessels and be able to go after those who abandon their vessels and make them pay for the cleanup. It tends to fall on municipalities, even to know where to take. You can't recycle a fiberglass vessel. You're just stuck with hauling it to the dump. There are significant issues with this, and I asked my honourable colleague from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, to perhaps consider how we might be able to go after the vessel owners when we don't know who they are.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, in 45 seconds or less, please.
45 seconds? Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And through you again, I thank my honourable colleague for her comments. Look, as I said in my speech, this issue was not one with which I was overly familiar prior to the introduction of this bill. I do know, however, after participating in the study, how very important it is to coastal communities and the negative impact that they have. I know that they negatively impact tourism, the enjoyment of the coast and coastal waters by residents and visitors alike, and that they do create problems for our marine life. In terms of a solution, I know that while this bill does not deal with this specific issue, I am pleased, or was pleased, to see that the Government of Canada did create a program to help support cleanup efforts by communities, and I look forward to seeing what they're going to put in regulation as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm happy to rise today in support of Bill C-64. As a matter of fact, I'm not just happy, I'm thrilled to see this legislation before the House at report stage. After years of zero action by successive governments on the issues of abandoned and wrecked vessels, I am particularly happy that our government is taking steps to respond to the pleas of coastal communities and address the issue that's plagued our coastlines for years. The problem of abandoned and derelict vessels is sadly not unheard of an issue in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. From Bridgewater to Shelburne, from Felton South to Woods Harbour, people abandoning vessels is not unheard of. And Mr. Speaker, it's also an issue not uncommon across the country, as many of my colleagues from British Columbia and the Great Lakes region and many other areas can attest to. That's why I was happy to introduce my motion M40 in February of 2016, which called on the government to develop solutions for our communities that are dealing with this ongoing problem. I'm thrilled that this legislation we see here today before us incorporates all parts of my motion. Our existing laws do not allow us to comprehensively address the risks that are posed by abandoned and derelict vessels or problem vessels. Bill C-64 will significantly strengthen our ability to address the problem vessels by fixing existing legislative loopholes, while also empowering the federal government to take measures to prevent, mitigate, and eliminate hazards. Bill C-64 will also finally make it illegal to abandon a vessel for someone else to have to deal with down the road. This is huge, particularly in rural communities. One just has to look at the town of Shelburne in Nova Scotia to see the impact that the abandoned vessel can have on a whole community. The Farley Mowat was brought into Shelburne Harbour under the cover of darkness, tied up at the town's wharf, and left for 3 years. 3 years, Mr. Speaker. The town owns the wharf that the Farley was left at and had no recourse to deal with the rusting vessel taking up space. The Farley Mowat sank, was raised, flooded, had to be pumped out continually, took up to a quarter of the town's prime wharf space, and was an eyesore in an otherwise beautiful harbour. The day the government issued the removal order was a day of celebration in Shelburne. The crowds gathered with bagpipes, media, and of course cake to celebrate the removal. This act will increase vessel owner responsibility and shift the burden away from Canadian taxpayers and towards the polluter pay approach. The Wrecked, Abandoned and Hazardous Vessels Act lays out a comprehensive legislative approach to addressing wrecked, abandoned and hazardous vessels. From small pleasure crafts to large commercial ships, both foreign and domestic, in Canadian waters. In short, Mr. Speaker, this act will take us a big step towards ensuring that the situation faced by the town of Shelburne with the Farley Mowat isn't repeated anywhere else in the country. Under our existing laws, the only two scenarios under which the government has the authority to take action on vessels is when a navigable waterway is obstructed or when a vessel presents a pollution threat to the marine environment. That's it. I know that our government knows that the majority of vessel owners are responsible vessel owners. In some cases, however, owners don't have the money to maintain, store, or dispose of their vessels. It's also not uncommon for individuals to take possession of a vessel thinking it has more residual value than it actually does, leaving them with an expensive piece of scrap. This act helps us address the minority of owners that these kinds of situations and those who fail to properly care for and dispose of their vessels, so that we can prevent them from becoming threats to our environment, local economies, and public health and safety. Abandonment is seen by some as a low-cost means with an unwanted vessel or a consequence of a wreck. It often comes as a shock to many Canadians to learn that we have no laws to prevent this behavior today. It's not illegal to abandon a vessel, Mr. Speaker. I cannot emphasize that enough. Think about this. Under the law, you can't leave a transport truck at the side of the road, but you can leave a maritime vessel to rot on docks, beaches, or in harbors. Mr. Speaker, it's estimated there are hundreds of problem vessels and waterways across the country. And as some communities have learned firsthand, it can cost up to millions to clean up large vessels or wrecks. While these vessels pose particular risk to our coastal and shoreline communities, they are a cost to all Canadians. Taxpayers simply cannot continue to subsidize vessel owners who are irresponsible actions and leave Canadians with a hefty cleanup bill. Costs to deal with these problem vessels are high, especially because we lack authorities to proactively deal with them. If we could intervene earlier, remedial costs will be less expensive compared to having to respond after an incident occurs. That is why Bill C-64 is so important. It fills the void I've just described by broadening the scope of hazards to include risks to the environment, the local economy, health and safety, and infrastructure. This will allow us to address risks beyond pollution threats or obstructions to navigation in order to better protect coastal and shoreline communities, the environment and infrastructure, while placing liability squarely on the vessel owners, so as to reducing the burden on taxpayers. In our historic Oceans Protection Plan, our government committed to developing legislation to help prevent the problem of abandoned and wrecked vessels from happening, and to take corrective action at the expense of the vessel owners if removal and disposal of a vessel is required. One of the key aspects of this bill is that it will require large vessels to carry insurance or other financial security to cover costs related to the removal of a hazardous wreck. This is one of the proactive measures that will be taken to ensure that in the event of a vessel becoming a problem due to negligence, there is a measure already in place to protect the communities and taxpayers from long-term financial damage. This proposed legislation would also provide ministerial powers to order an owner to remove and dispose of a dilapidated vessel left in the water or in any federal Crown property without consent, such as a federally owned small craft harbor, and it also empowers the federal government to determine whether a vessel or a wreck poses or may pose a hazard. This would be done in collaboration with local communities and other stakeholders. Upon determination that a vessel or a wreck is hazardous, the government would have significantly more authority to take measures to address the situation than they do currently. With new strict penalties for noncompliance, Bill C-64 will introduce new deterrents, helping to prevent problem vessels from endangering our waterways, costing taxpayers, and burdening our local communities. Mr. Speaker, the effectiveness of this proposed legislation in holding vessel owners to account relies on the ability to identify them. That is why our government is taking action to strengthen vessel licensing systems so that Canadians can be confident in our ability to address any problems that arise. In addition, we are working with our partners to address the costs of problem vessels over the longer term. This includes exploring options to ensure the future cleanup costs are addressed by way of vessel owner finance funds modeled on domestic and international polluter pay approaches. These combined initiatives will reduce the burden on taxpayers while also enhancing protection of the environment, restoring trust for local communities, and ensuring the safety of the general public. Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to sit in on the meetings of the Standing Committee of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Communities during the study of this legislation, and I was pleased to see all parties in agreement that the time has come for the government to address the plague of coastal communities that are abandoned vessels. I ask all members of this House to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to my Atlantic colleague across the way, who has been a real partner coast to coast in pushing for abandoned vessel solutions. I'm really glad to hear your speech. What we're actually debating is the report stage amendment, which would close the loophole that right now means that government-owned vessels are not subject to the penalties and fines proposed in this legislation. So I wanted just to take my colleague back to some of the conversations we had at committee. It was the member for South Shore St. Margaret's who asked the question. I think this legislation covers government vessels, therefore they're not allowed to become derelicts. Is that not boiling it down to the basic? The legislation says you can't have an abandoned, derelict, or dilapidated vessel, so therefore government could not have that. Is that not correct? End quote. And the Transport Canada witness said, the Transport Canada rep said, quote, this legislation does not cover government vessels, end quote. And this is exactly the fix that I'm proposing today, and so I'm very much hoping for my colleagues' support, a yes vote to this amendment, because it would close the loophole that, in fact, the member for South Shore St. Margaret's identified. We also had witnesses talking about vessels in her riding specifically, and I visited some of them last summer. The Farley Mowat, the HMCS Fraser, and the HMCS Cormorant were all government assets that were abandoned in her riding, and in fact the mayor, David Mitchell, the mayor of Bridgewater, said in his testimony to the committee, yes, I think that does make sense in order to bring the ship up. If you're going to divest yourself of a ship as a government, you should make sure the person who takes on that responsibility can. Yes, that does make sense, end quote. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to know from my colleague whether she's going to support my amendment, which would close the loophole and would fix the problem that she identified in committee.
Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to take just a second to thank my honourable colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith for her tireless work on this issue. I know that she's spoken in the House many, many times on the issue of abandoned and derelict vessels, and it's something that, as someone from a coastal community, I really appreciate all the hard work that she's done on this. With regards to her question with government-owned vessels, especially in my riding that she mentioned, the Cormorant and the Farley Mowat, those actually were not owned by the government at the time that they were abandoned. They were sold and therefore were not actually owned by the government when they were abandoned. Secondly, I would like to point out that over the last couple of years, we've had 3 government vessels that have been taken, or 4 actually in my riding. We've had the Farley Mowat, the Protector, the Algonquin, and the Iroquois, all disposed of by the government in a sustainable, perfect way, and I think that that's the way that the government should go forward, is making sure that those vessels are looked after, and that's what they've done in the past 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the discussion. And I know that both these members have done tremendous work on the issue of abandoned and derelict vessels, and it's an issue that strikes near and dear to me, as we had the MV Minor off the coast of Scattery not that long ago, and the burden fell to the province of Nova Scotia on that particular wreck. So it was a significant cost to a small province. But to the question that came from the NDP on this particular issue, and I don't know what the answer is. Sometimes we ask questions knowing what the answer is going to be, but if my friend and colleague, who I have so much admiration for the way that she's championed this piece of legislation, if she can enlighten us, were there any cases, the amendment that's being sought and support for this amendment, are there any cases of abandoned federal vessels that, are we making a law for something? Are we looking for a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, I guess, or is there a history of the federal government's abandoning vessels in various coasts?
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's, in 45 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comment and his question. Just with regards to the minor that he talked about, it was $15 million to the province to clean that mess up, and that's money that could be so much better spent somewhere else, so I'm really glad to see this legislation coming forward. With regards to his question, to the best of my knowledge, the government has not actually abandoned a vessel. They have sold them, and then people who have purchased them have abandoned them. And that's where the challenge is that it is government vessels that my colleague has mentioned. Sometimes you see the Canadian Coast Guard logo on them, but those are vessels that have actually been sold by the government, and then they're abandoned by the person who buys them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi.
Okay, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to hear from our colleague a little bit later, who's, of course, been so active in this file. I want to just start by echoing words that we just heard from the Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso. He used the word admiration in reference to the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. And of course, I want to shout out as well to the member for South Shore St. Margaret's. This truly is a coast-to-coast problem, and it's lovely to see people working together in such an important issue. I live in a coastal community, and I'll have something to say about that in a moment, but the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith has been absolutely admirable, to use the member's words, in bringing this to the attention of government, pushing this forward. We've had this issue since at least 2005 on the front burner in our part of the world, and I'm sure longer in Atlantic Canada. So thankfully, we seem to be getting somewhere with it. I say somewhere, and I indicate from the outset that we will be supporting Bill C-64, and indeed the amendment that my colleague has brought forward is something I would need to address as well, because while we support this bill, there's a real missed opportunity on so many bases here that I think it needs to be addressed in that spirit. So, Mr. Speaker, it never was brought to my attention until quite recently just how enormous this problem, this challenge is. There are thousands of vessels, that's from the Canadian Coast Guard, that are derelict or abandoned from coast to coast, and I have seen firsthand in my writing what that means. I have been with John Rowe and gone through Cadboro Bay and again through the Selkirk Trestle area of the inner harbor of Victoria, and seen boats just sitting there oozing pollution into the waterways, abandoned in some cases for years. And for some reason, there seems to be this inertia, this inability to deal with an imminent danger that these boats have caused. And so finally, we have some tools that are on the table for our consideration. One day I had the opportunity to go with John Rowe, who is the head of the Dead Boats Disposal Society, I think an admirably named organization, and as well the Veins of Life Watershed Society. He has been doing enormous work. He was appointed by the current government in a past life as a member of the chief review officers, people who do appeals under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, and I got to know Mr. Rowe and admire him. His tenacity resembles that of the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. They're quite a team. I had the opportunity to go and see these boats one day because the government, Mr. Speaker, was doing nothing, and as a result, citizens in the community stood up and on their own, at great risk, by the way, in terms of potential liability, took action in Cadboro Bay. I had the opportunity to go out one day with Mr. Rowe, with Mr. Eric Dahl, who is the head of the Cadboro Bay Residents Association, with Ian Hinkle, and with Commodore Wilkinson of the Royal Victoria Yacht Club. I'm very proud of Ralston, the Ralmax group of companies that donated their equipment, their people, and here were citizens on the beach taking direct action to deal with this hazard when the government would not come to the table and do anything after years of asking. And so I really salute the people with that spirit that I think has made Canada great, and actually getting involved, getting their hands wet and dirty, and trying to deal with this problem. So I had an opportunity to get a sense of what it means in just one of the many communities around Canada. And so hence the bill, and hence the need to address this. And so I want to start, as I say, by saying that this problem is enormous. Secondly, there is an enormous backlog of thousands of abandoned vessels that are polluting our waters. And the question I would have, Mr. Speaker, is just how is this particular bill addressing that backlog? There seems to be no effort to do what the honourable member from Nanaimo Ladysmith advocated in her private member's bill, to pilot some sort of turn-in program to safe recycling facilities so we could deal with these issues. And if there were a registration fee for boats, as in Washington State and other jurisdictions like Oregon and elsewhere in Europe, well, that would be the funds that would be able to fund the program. And that, you know, the government likes to talk about cost and how much this is costing, and they've made a small, I think a pitifully small financial contribution. They shouldn't have to spend money at all. In the long run, it should be, as the economists would say, internalized to the people who created the problem in the first place. So if I go buy a boat, I should pay a fee, and there should be a disposal charge, as we do with so many other products, consumer products in our system. So why the government hasn't reached out to the provinces to assist in this regard is really beyond me. They would save money, they would save our environment, and they would get these eyesores off of our coastline all across the country. The government's model essentially is to is to fine and to use the criminal sanction, ultimately, penalties and offenses for owners of vessels. But the problem, Mr. Speaker, with that model is that it'll be very difficult to enforce. What if you don't know who the owner is, as often is the case? They filed off the registration number. We don't know who it is. It's been there for, as I say, often many, many years. And how are we going to use the criminal process? So they talk about imprisonment and penalties of up to $250,000 and so forth. And this is the old story of legislation involving the environment. We have these fabulously large fines and we pat ourselves on the back for all the great action we're taking. And then here's the punchline, Mr. Speaker. We never get around to enforcing that. We never put the resources, we don't have the political will, and so really it's nice and it might scare a few people into action, but it really doesn't address the problem. And that, of course, is the problem that my colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith kept saying over and over again in her private member's bill. The enormous backlog, the failure to have a vessel registration system for accountability purposes, the failure to establish a turn-in program to ensure recycling, and so forth. So, Mr. Speaker, I echo the words of the parliamentary secretary for the transport minister who spoke here earlier, and she used the phrase legislative gaps. You bet, Mr. Speaker, there are so many legislative gaps in this program that I really wish the government would have addressed them. And so my colleague and the NDP have made a number of amendments at the committee stage, at the Transport Committee stage, almost all of which, almost all of those amendments were defeated. And one of them, as I said, would be this vessel turn-in program, that would deal with the backlog, the dedicated fee to help cover the cost of vessel disposal, like the Washington State people do, that was defeated. Formalizing the Coast Guard's role. It's like that Ghostbusters movie, Mr. Speaker. Who are you going to call? Well, sometimes you call the receiver of wreck, if you know who that is. People thought, gee, wouldn't it be simpler to just have the Coast Guard? But they seem to have abandoned that, but they're committed to doing something maybe down the road. So, and the key Emperor's has no clothes issue here, which is addressed so clearly by my colleague's amendment, would be to deal with government vessels. Now, I listened to the debate earlier today, and I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I was a bit confused because some people seem to suggest that government vessels that are abandoned, like old Navy boats or ferries or the like, would somehow be covered by this bill. Well, I couldn't help noticing, Mr. Speaker, that the Director General of Environmental Policy for the Department of Transport testified, quote, "This legislation does not cover government vessels," close quote. I'm going to believe her. And I'm going to say this is a simple fix. Deal with Section 5, amend it, delete Section 5 with the exclusions at issue, and let's make sure we have a comprehensive bill to cover government and private vessels alike. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this is a good start. It's taken a long time. I'm pleased it's here. I will support it. It just could have been so much better. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague, the member from Victoria, that on an excellent speech that I think pointed out with great alacrity the benefits of this bill, but also the significant gaps. And I wanted to have him, if he could, expand on two of those areas. One is, I can't believe that we would have legislation before this House introduced by the government that does not deal with government vessels. And so I'd like him to expand on why he thinks that would be the case. And second, for far too long, we, not only in Canada but around the world, have regarded public area, our air, our oceans, our waterways, as effectively public dumping grounds. That's right. And the oceans, we've had a lot of focus recently, including at the recent G7 or G6 meeting, depending on your point of view, on ocean plastics and what a terrible problem that has been as we have just simply dumped things into the ocean. So my second question to my honourable colleague would be, does he think we need to have stronger environmental measures that would protect our oceans and actually more meaningfully educate people and prevent us from using that important eco-resource as nothing more than a dump?
Well, member for Victoria.
Well, I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Vancouver Kingsway for his insightful question. There were two. The first was, why would the government create any uncertainty about whether it's covered? My colleague is a lawyer. He will remember the Crown liability and how it changed over time, from the Crown would never be responsible under the law until finally in the 70s, I think, the government made itself subject to the laws that it passes. It's ironic that we're here again today. And there's no doubt about it, Mr. Speaker. Section 5 reads, despite any other provision of this Act does not apply for vessels that belong to the Canadian Forces, and this Act does not apply to vessels owned or operated by Her Majesty in right of Canada. Seems pretty clear to me. Seems like the Department Environment Policy person was entirely accurate. On the second, more profound issue that my colleague raised, we are using our oceans as a dumping ground. The tragedy of the commons is as people have it. And Canada is not immune. It happens all over the world. And it strikes me, when you dump stuff out at sea, there's Canada Shipping Act issues that can happen about that kind of pollution. But when you have the eyesores oozing pollution right on your beaches, and citizens have to take action on their own because the government doesn't take any action to help, it really is another kind of tragedy.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands. Oh, sorry. The honourable member for Kenso. Cape Breton-Kenso.
Thanks very much, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague across. Again, this is legislation that has an impact on my riding. I've got very much a coastal riding, but the part, and as he presents his case, there seems to be some logic there. But I just want to ask if he could share with the House. Has there been a history? I'd asked the member from South Shore St. Margaret's, has there been any history at all, or any recollection at all, of a federal asset that would have been beached and had to be reclaimed in some other manner? But is there any kind of history of that? Thanks very much.
The honourable member for Victoria.
I appreciate the question, and I share with my colleague from Cape Breton-Canso a concern about our coastal environment. I know he shares it deeply from his part of the world as much as we do in ours. I'm not able to answer the specific question about the frequency in which we have government vessels, but I'm sure it happens. Why wouldn't it happen? And depends how broadly you define government vessels. A tiny little tugboat owned by the Coast Guard, perhaps somewhere, that's abandoned, or a fisheries inspection vehicle that might be. We don't have to think of gigantic military ships in order to see the problem that could occur. A little fiberglass boat owned by the Government of Canada could well be within that circle. The fundamental question is, why would we have this conversation? Why is there an exemption? Why does the government not take responsibility for itself? To say that, well, we haven't got a history of this, if indeed that's true, doesn't solve the policy question that underlies the question.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Couch and Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A great honor for me to partake in today's debate, especially since I am speaking here today as a proud coastal member of Parliament that comes from a neck of the woods which is just south of the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. My riding of Couch and Malahat-Langford, together our two ridings used to form what is known as Nanaimo Couch. And for coastal people, this is a problem no matter what part of Canada you live in that people have been dealing with for far too long. Abandoned vessels not only pose threats to our environment and in some cases threats to navigation, but they are an eyesore and they pose real harm to communities that are trying to build up an image of a sustainable community, of a place where you want tourists to visit. And, I can remember, I spent 7 years working as a constituency assistant to former Member of Parliament Jean Crowder in the riding of Nanaimo-Cowichan. And as a constituency assistant, it was very often me that was on the phone talking with constituents who were outraged at the runaround they were getting, the jurisdictional finger-pointing. They had gone to the municipality, they'd gone to the regional district, they'd gone to the Port Authority, to the province, to the federal government, and every one of those agencies was basically pointing at someone else and saying it's not our problem. And so as a result of all those calls and the years and years of problems building up, that's very much what prompted my former Member of Parliament Jean Crowder to take action. And I'll get to that in a little bit. I want to go over a little bit of a history of just how my particular community has experienced this problem. Right in the heart of my riding is the lovely Cowichan Bay, and I hope some members in this House get the chance to come and visit Cowichan Bay, because it really is this quaint, ideal little place on the coast. It has a great history of a big industrial area, which then has transformed itself into this great little community which tourists come to by the droves every year. And we have had our ordeals with abandoned vessels, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker. I'll go back to the Dominion. The Dominion was a large Japanese fish processing ship which was towed to Cowichan Bay in 2007. The new owner of the vessel thought that he could buy this as an investment, sell it a few years later, and make a quick buck off it. Unfortunately, the Dominion stayed in Cowichan Bay from 2007 until 2013. It was filled with a variety of hazardous substances. It was subject to vandalism. There was always the constant danger of, whether it was high tide or strong storms, of that ship, that gigantic ship, coming loose off its mooring and plowing into everyone else's ships. We had the SS Beaver, which was in such a dilapidated condition that it sank in 2014 and still rests at the bottom of Cowichan Bay. And because of the lack of action that we have had, last year we had 6 derelict vessels that were removed by the combined efforts of private companies. These were companies that were sick and tired of no government authority actually taking the responsibility, or no government authority actually having the resources. And so, I want to give recognition to Western Forest Products, to Western Stevedoring, and Pacific Industrial Marine for taking that initiative and saying, we are responsible corporate citizens of this area. This affects our livelihoods too, and we actually have the means to come and get this done. But Mr. Speaker, it should not have come to that. And I also want to give great recognition to a person, Lori Yanni DiNardo. Lori Yanni DiNardo serves as the area director for Cowichan Bay in the Cowichan Valley Regional District. And, there are a lot of different individuals who have been involved in this fight over the years, but she, as the area director, has really had that unique position locally of bringing so many stakeholders together, along with public and community forums, and really trying to push action. I know Lori and Jean worked really hard, hand in glove, together to try and address this problem. And so now, Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the efforts of Jean Crowder in the 41st Parliament. She introduced Bill C-231 in 2011, but of course, she saw a way to improve her bill, and it ultimately turned into C-638, which actually, just at the tail end of the 41st Parliament, had its opportunity for debate and a vote at second reading. And I will note, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal Party at that time voted in favor of this bill. And among its members include the Prime Minister, the Minister of Transport, and others, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. In fact, there are various ministers, parliamentary secretaries, and chairs of standing committees in this House today who back then supported this bill. And we are happy to see C-64 moving ahead, but as the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith has so clearly laid out, there are a lot of gaps that her private member's bill certainly could have filled up. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm really happy to say that, after years of advocacy, New Democrats and the coastal communities that have really informed our work, all that work is finally paying off. And we are very proud that the action to clean up our coasts and waterways from abandoned vessels are finally underway. And now, Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the 42nd Parliament, the one where we're in now, and the efforts of the member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith. The first version of her bill, C-219, very much built on C-638, which was introduced in the previous Parliament. But after a lot of consultation with different coastal organizations, coastal communities, she really took their feedback. That's, evidence-based decision-making, evidence-informed policy-making. And she incorporated their suggestions, because these are really the people who are on the front lines, and introduced Bill C-352. And, I think one of the greatest privileges that we have in this place, Mr. Speaker, as private members, is our ability to bring forward legislation on behalf of our communities. And what's really unfortunate about last year is that the Liberals denied her that ability through the Procedure and House Affairs Committee and then the secret ballot that we had here in the House of Commons. Her ability to effectively advocate on behalf of her constituents and various coastal organizations was denied by this place, and we know it was the Liberals because that's where the majority of the votes are coming from. And they denied her ability to at least bring this bill forward for debate and a vote. They deemed it non-votable because they argued that C-64, in fact, covered all the conditions, when, in fact, we can see that her bill was actually filling in the gaps that are very apparent in C-64. But, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats don't give up when we face setbacks, and so the member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith, tried her work at committee. She brought forward a series of amendments to C-64 to actually strengthen the bill, to make it reflect the conversations that she had had. We wanted to implement a vessel turn-in program, create a dedicated fee to help the cost of vessel disposal. We wanted to formalize the Coast Guard's role, because the Coast Guard's main role is to guard our coast, and I would argue that is not only against smugglers, but against making sure our coastal environment is safe, sound, and environmentally secure. Also, trying to make sure that we could copy Washington State's model, because we don't need to reinvent the wheel, Mr. Speaker. We have many other jurisdictions, one right in Washington State, which we could just basically borrow the best elements from their program and transpose it here on Canada. She also wanted to try and give the receiver of wrecks the responsibility and accountability to determine the owner of the wreck. You know what happened, Mr. Speaker? Every single one of those amendments was defeated by the Liberals, in spite of all of the testimony that we had heard at committee. And that's the real shame of this. The Liberals in the previous Parliament were fine to go along with the provisions that were included in this bill, but once they got into government and flying in the face of the evidence they heard, they refused to go ahead with that. And, the thing, I just want to, in the last minute that I have, the member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith, her bill was endorsed by the Union of BC Municipalities, the Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities, the City of Victoria, City of Nanaimo, Town of Ladysmith, over 20 more local governments, the Nanaimo Chamber of Commerce, Vancouver and District Labour Council, the BC Ferry Marine Workers Union. These are organizations and local governments that deal with this problem, confronted on a daily basis. And so to have those kind of endorsements behind the member of Nanaimo's, Lady Smith, really speaks to her perseverance, and it's sincerely unfortunate that the government did not allow those. So I'll conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that we're not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We will support C-64, but I hope the government will at least listen to us and accept our amendment at report stage so that we can at least have some accountability for federally owned vessels, because that's a major loophole that exists. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague who spoke about this shipwreck bill. There are a number of shortcomings with the bill, and my colleague from Nanaimo, Lady Smith, attempted to make up for those shortcomings by proposing amendments, many of which were rejected, unfortunately. The government committed to spending up to $300,000 on the assessment and removal of shipwrecks in 2017, which is a ridiculously small amount, and some money for the next 4 years. But in my riding alone, the Catherine Spirit will cost $24 million in taxpayer money to dismantle. And that hasn't even happened yet. They're not finished. $24 million. Whereas this bill allocates even less for the $1.25 million over 4 years. Isn't that a bit ridiculous as an amount? And that's just one of the shortcomings that persists with this bill, in addition to all those raised by my colleague. So could my colleague comment on that, please?
Malahat Langford.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. My colleague really underlines a key point that we're debating today, is that the funds that have been provided by the federal government right now amount to a drop in the bucket. Transport Canada has identified thousands of abandoned vessels from coast to coast to coast. And the resources they are allocating for it are simply insufficient, especially when you highlight the cost that it's going to take to remove one vessel. And that's just to deal with the existing problem. The other problem going forward is if we do not include measures in this bill to allow people to have a vessel turn-in program, we're basically, for abandoned vessels in the future, people are just going to keep on dumping their vessels, but communities are the ones that the costs ultimately land on. The costs are going to land on the federal government. And so we're trying to find a way to mitigate that going ahead. But she's absolutely right. The government is living on a different planet if they think that their current budget is going to adequately deal with this problem that so many communities across this great country are currently dealing with.
So true.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the issue that we have before us is something that has been talked about for a number of years, and in fact we had a commitment in the last federal election to bring in legislation. This is yet another fulfillment of an election commitment that was given to Canadians. You don't have to live on the coast in order to appreciate the importance of our coastlines and waterways. The idea of having vessel owners being held more accountable for their properties, those properties being vessels, is a positive thing in ensuring that minimizing the potential negative impact of our communities, in particular our coastal communities. Where I'm a little bit confused by my NDP friend is he suggesting that the government should cover all of the costs in its entirety, especially where there's issues surrounding the owners of the vessels or where a vessel has been abandoned.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
No, Mr. Speaker. We are not suggesting that the government cover all of those costs, but what we are suggesting is that the government actually be realistic with the actual problem. Of course, we have always supported that the owners of vessels are ultimately the ones that have to be responsible. But in some cases, it is absolutely impossible to track down who was last responsible. And as a result, these ships continue to stay in these waters, continue to dog coastal communities, and the current budget simply is not adequate. So all we're asking is for the federal government to acknowledge the reality, to realize that they are the government with the most means to actually do some meaningful action. Because, I mean, is the honourable member suggesting that we should just let the problem stay as it is? Because I don't think that's acceptable to many members of parliament in all parties here whose coastal communities simply do not have the budgets, the resources, or the means to effectively deal with the problem. We're simply asking for an acknowledgement of the reality and for some support of the well-meaning, well-intentioned amendments that we tried for this bill.
Hear, hear.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to rise in the House to speak to Bill C-64, which aims to manage shipwrecks, the thousands of shipwrecks all around the country. And I'd like to congratulate the tremendous effort of my colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, who's been working on this file for years to see to it that those ships are no longer abandoned and left on our coasts, and so that the burden is no longer placed on coastal communities to handle those situations. She proposed a number of amendments at committee. In fact, initially she had her own private member's bill to manage those shipwreck situations, and her parliamentary privilege to debate her bill C-352 was defeated by the Liberal government. They forced her to be subjected to a process whereby there was a vote, a secret ballot. There was a ballot box put behind the House of Commons where all members could vote to decide whether or not to allow her bill to be debated. And since the government has a majority, guess what? She wasn't able to speak to her own private member's bill because the government refused to give her time in the House of Commons to debate the bill on the pretext that the government bill, that everything that was in her bill was covered by the government bill. But as you'll see in my speech, there are actually a number of shortcomings that need to be corrected, which were covered off in my colleague from BC's bill. And still today, at report stage, she's proposing an amendment which reads, which calls for Clause 5 of Bill C-64 to be deleted because it talks about vessels belonging to the government, because C-64 doesn't currently apply to government property, whereas we want all vessels, whether they belong to the Department of National Defense or other departments or other property belonging to the Coast Guard and so on, they should all be covered by this bill. It's a bit ridiculous for them not to be included in the bill. For example, in Washington State, that includes abandoned vessels which belong to government. So we hope the government will support that amendment coming from my colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith. Why am I taking the trouble to speak to this? Well, it's because it's been 7 years, Mr. Speaker. For 7 years, the community of Beauharnois and the greater Montreal community has been dealing with the situation of the Catherine Spirit, which is in Lake St. Louis, which is a drinking water reservoir. A private company towed the Catherine Spirit to that area in order to dismantle it. They were going to use it for scrap. So a company acquired the Catherine Spirit and brought it to the shores of Beauharnois. And this concerned citizens, including the mayor, the then mayor and the current mayor, who have been working ever since to see to it that that ship is dismantled by the end of this year. 7 years later, we're only barely starting to feel some relief because the work has not yet been done. It's not finished. It's been very difficult managing that situation from the outset because nobody knew who to turn to. There was Environment Canada, Transport Canada, the Coast Guard, Fisheries and Oceans. Each department was passing the buck to another under the Conservatives, and then in 2015 it was up to the Liberals, but it was the same runaround, 6 of one, half dozen of the other, and nobody knew who was responsible. Nobody was taking charge of the situation to protect this drinking water reservoir. So residents were scared. The ship's been there for 7 years, and there have been leaks from the vessel into Lac St. Louis because of the plumbing and the fact that the ship is stuck in the ice over the winter. So there have been a number of situations that have been very alarming many times. There have been urgent measures taken to try to right the shipwreck so that the ballast water would not leak out. through the machine room where there was fuel, oil, and so on. And so it was hard to find out what pollutants remained in the hull of the vessel. And we, up until just recently, there was still no list. And the Beauharnois and Châteauguay fire services still didn't have the list of hazardous materials on board. And on April 10th, there was an incident, and 6 firefighting services had to respond. So it's a bit ironic. It was very stressful for everyone living in the area of that shipwreck.
So the bill that we have before us today does not respond to the municipality's needs and to the calls that have been made over the past several years by coastal municipalities. And that's why the NDP has been calling for years for a bill that will better manage these vessels. Now, it is a step in the right direction, but there are still flaws that have to be fixed. There are thousands of vessels, of wrecks, that have been left sitting off the coast. And there has to be a better licensing regime. There has to be a program that ensures vessel recycling. There was Bill 352 from my colleague for Nanaimo Ladysmith that really would have complemented this bill. Now, if I come back to the Catherine Spirit, in 2011, the Saint-Pierre Company brought it to the shores of Lac Saint-Louis, but because authorization was never granted to dismantle the boat on the water, that was never done. So it was resold then to a Mexican company a few months later. In 2012 up till 2015, the ball was sent back and forth between federal and provincial courts, or rather jurisdictions. And the Mexican company was not able to respond to our questions about it. There was a language barrier, a time zone barrier. And so in the end, all our questions and calls went unanswered. There were also delays, there was procrastination. While we were trying to get answers from ministers at Transport Canada and Environment Canada, because we wanted access to information about the list of toxic substances on the vessel. This went on and on for years before we got any answers. Normally, it should take about 2 months to get answers. We also called the Coast Guard, but the Liberals turned down our request to get information from them. We want to know what vessels are sitting across the country, what condition they're in, and we want the government to do more than just the minimum. Businesses have to comply fully with the spirit and the letter of the law. This is about the protection of citizens, water, and the environment. Now, in terms of licensing, we weren't able to find out anything about the purchase of the vessel. And the senior officials weren't able to say what the state of this vessel was. It was really a mess. In 2013, it looked like there were leaks. Citizens became concerned. We were told that most of the situation had been dealt with, but in 2016, the vessel tipped, cables were introduced, but we've been waiting and waiting for the government. When did the government react? When there was a fire. And when it was finally understood that there was no plan to intervene. Even though $24 million was offered to the company that was working on the boat, there wasn't enough money to manage one single vessel, just like the Catherine Spirit. The government is providing $1.25 million over 4 years. That's ridiculous. So I'm hoping the government will review this, accept our amendments, including the amendment put forward by my colleague for Nanaimo Ladysmith, so that we can truly manage abandoned vessels in the country. Questions and comments?
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her speech and for her continued advocacy for our oceans and to deal with this issue. I mean, clearly she's frustrated. She's seen the government delay. They haven't had a plan to deal with Catherine Spirit. She's raised this multiple times in the House. They haven't adequately resourced the department to deal with it. Never mind this legislation. There's so many gaps, Mr. Speaker, that leave a situation like the Catherine Spirit unresolved because they haven't dedicated enough money to deal with it. They still haven't figured out a system like Washington State where, you know, there's a fee that's contributing to dealing with these issues as they surface, Mr. Speaker, because we know in this legislation, if they can't identify who the boat owner is, it's a big gap. So maybe the member can speak about the gaps in terms of the amendments that my good colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith presented to this House that should have been looked at and considered for this by this government to deal with this very important issue.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there are many gaps. We don't know who the vessel owners are. There aren't always licenses or permits. And that's why my colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith brought forward several amendments so that this bill would be more complete. She proposed to increase liability on the part of governments and to use Washington State's model so that the wait time go down from 2 years to 90 days. She also proposed that costs, they'd be responsible for costs. In Washington State, owners are responsible for paying for the removal of these vessels rather than burden the taxpayers with it. In fact, this is the polluter pays principle. And in the case of the Catherine Spirit, we were never able to figure out who the owners were. And when the Saint-Pierre group that brought it to the shores did that, they weren't the ones who were responsible for that. They were the ones who continued to dismantle the boat. They were the ones who had to do it. And they were given contracts, actually. There was a contract with no tendering process offered to this company. And then the dismantling contract was given to them. But the whole process was absurd, Mr. Speaker, from the beginning to the end. Now, we simply want these vessels to disappear. We want this to be done without drinking water being affected. And there are many flaws on the government side when it comes to administrative management, when it comes to financial management. We need to make sure that these vessels are responsibly recycled. Questions and comments?
Brief question and a brief answer. Emphasis on brief. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would think that Canadians would be quite pleased with the way in which the government has been dealing with the issue. We have first-of-its-kind type of coastal legislation to protect our waterways, our coastal lines. We've got literally hundreds of millions of dollars that have been invested in protecting our oceans and waterways from a financial point of view. My question to my colleague across the way, would she not acknowledge at the very least that within this legislation we are holding owners of vessels more accountable from everything from removal to cleanup, and that is a very strong positive step forward.
Honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. 45 seconds or less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Contrary to what the government member said, there are still many flaws in this bill. So there's no money for the removal of these vessels, and There's nothing that ensures that all the thousands of vessels that are still sitting on the shores and are abandoned be taken care of. The government invested $1.25 million over 4 years, when just the Catherine Spirit alone has already cost $20 million. So this is absurd. They're not taking their responsibilities. And what the bill is doing is actually give the government discretionary power, but it does not require that the minister intervene.
Debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a huge honour today to rise to speak to Bill C-64, an act respecting wrecks, abandoned, dilapidated, or hazardous vessels and salvage operations. And Mr. Speaker, before I get started, I do have to give a huge shout out and thank you to my colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, for her perseverance, her commitment to this issue. Before she was sitting in this House as the chair of the Islands Trust, she brought the communities together around this issue because it's such an important issue, and she followed the great work of Jean Crowder, who represented the riding of Nanaimo Cowichan. And Mr. Speaker, these are Vancouver Islanders that understand these issues from the grassroots, the impact that abandoned and derelict vessels have on our coastal waters, the impact that it has on the local economy, on our ecology, on our way of life. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate their efforts. And I know in my riding there's been much support for Bill 352 that was put forward by my colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, the community, the village of Parksville, Qualicum Beach, and the city of Parksville have been very strong advocates for this bill, also the regional district of Nanaimo. And we had an incredible accident, Mr. Speaker, in our riding in Deep Bay. There was 3 boats that had been listing for over a decade, Mr. Speaker. They're abandoned, derelict vessels. The previous member of Parliament for our riding from Vancouver Island North, the Conservative colleague, had promised for 10 years to remove those vessels. And they sat there, Mr. Speaker, right through to the 2015 election. And that same member actually voted against the bill that Ms. Crowder put forward in the last Parliament. And he cited that he wanted to see more of a Washington state model. This is someone who was the party whip for the Conservatives in government and previously a cabinet minister, so he could have asked his government to pursue legislation based on the Washington state model, and actually Ms. Crowder would have welcomed an amendment to support that model because we know it's worked. So he sat idle, and Mr. Speaker, there was a boat that sank, and when the divers went down, they found 2 more boats at the bottom. And the communities desperately wanted the Silver King removed and the Sir Wilfrid Laurier because they were threatening 60 jobs adjacent to that listing boat. It was threatening the Deep Bay Marine Field Station from Vancouver Island University, where they have a Centre for Shellfish Research that they've invested $9 million in. And Mr. Speaker, we raised this concern to the federal government, and the Liberals sat idle despite major storms coming through, and then we decided to collectively come together. So myself, the MLA, Chief Rakalma from the Qualicum Nation, Bill Veenhoff from the Regional District of Nanaimo, the Shellfish Company that was adjacent, that was going to be immediately impacted. In fact, they would have been shut down for a year if any of the bunker fuel spill was released from those derelict and abandoned boats. And VIU Research Facility would have been shut down. And so we decided to collectively come together with community members, go out on a boat and invite the media. And I want to thank Check 6 News and CTV Vancouver Island and the Parksville Qualicum Beach News, because they came out and it was their reporting that made the difference, with our community standing in solidarity. And the former Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, my friend from Nunavut, responded at that point when he saw the pressure was coming, and they removed the Silver King. They still were hesitant on dealing with the Sir Wilfrid Laurier. And Mr. Speaker, this is a boat that was a previous Crown asset. And again, my colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, put forward amendments to strengthen this bill so that we can protect our coast. And one of the amendments was to prevent Crown assets and assets seized and resold by the government from becoming abandoned vessels by legislating terms and conditions of sale and disposal. Sounds reasonable, but they rejected it. And on the BC coast, we've got abandoned vessels from all over the place that still have the government logo, whether it's BC Ferries or Coast Guard, like the Sir Wilfrid Laurier. The Atlantic Coast has a number of people with great intentions, we know that, still purchasing surplus Navy vessels, but they become great liabilities. And I know that the communities of Shelburne and Bridgewater have wanted those conditions as well in this bill, and they were rejected, Mr. Speaker. So we went out and we raised awareness around the Silver King and the Sir Wilfrid Laurier, and we're grateful that the government did respond at that point, and I want to thank them for that. But it took a lot of pressure. This could have been avoided, Mr. Speaker. We couldn't even figure out who was responsible, because in this bill they still haven't identified Coast Guard as the sole receiver of wrecks. So we were running around speaking to the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister of Transport, to Department of Fisheries and Oceans, to Environment, and we were getting turned around, and no one was taking responsibility, Mr. Speaker. So that still hasn't been resolved in this legislation. Mr. Speaker, maybe I'll turn to some of the opportunities. And one of the things that I did when I first got elected with my colleagues from Vancouver Island, we banded together. We went to the Minister of Infrastructure, and we asked for BC Ferries to be eligible for the Build Canada Fund, because under the previous Conservative government, it wasn't eligible, Mr. Speaker, and BC Ferries made that loud and clear. Despite the member from Vancouver Island North, the Conservative member, who said it was eligible, but they had been rejected on every application because they were told that they weren't eligible, Mr. Speaker. So we were grateful again to the Minister of Infrastructure for changing the requirements and allowing BC Ferries to be eligible for the Build Canada Fund. And that's resulted in $62 million to BC Ferries, and that was told to me by the CEO of BC Ferries, Mark Collins, who I ran into in Vancouver, and he was so grateful for it. And he said to me that he wanted to come to our riding and listen to me about thoughts and concerns around BC Ferries, ways that he can support our communities better, but also he wanted to express his gratitude for us going to Ottawa, working with the government, and creating this eligibility that has really supported all ferry users in British Columbia. And while he was there, I was able to talk to him and showcase Port Alberni and the Alberni Valley as a great opportunity for that BC Ferries Experience program, Mr. Speaker, so that they can promote each other, work collectively, support the tourism economy. But we also talked about this incredible opportunity that we have the deepest water port on the west coast of Vancouver Island that is heavily underutilized, Mr. Speaker. And it was very clear that he expressed to me that shipyards are coming close to capacity, and he wanted to help find ways that we could work together. So he wrote a letter of support after visiting the port, and he says, quote, BC Ferries is planning to invest $3.5 to $4 billion over the next 12 years in infrastructure and new vessels, in addition to our anticipated $150 million annual spend on ship repair. The biggest constraint we face supporting our fleet is the scarcity of dry docking in British Columbia. Currently, 2/3 of our fleet of 35 vessels can be docked at just 2 facilities. Those facilities are busy, and the opportunity for increased dry dock capacity in BC will be of great interest to BC Ferries and other coastal marine customers, end quote. And he supports the Port Alberni Port Authority and their development and hope for a new floating dry dock. And the reason I bring that up, Mr. Speaker, is it's an economic opportunity for people on the West Coast to create more shipbuilding, but also maybe a place that we can work with abandoned and derelict boats. So we'd like to see the government work with all levels of government, the federal government and the federal Liberals, so that we can create those jobs and support a dry dock in our community. But, Mr. Speaker, after years of advocacy, New Democrats are proud that our pressure is finally paying off, that we're seeing some movement on this bill, although it misses the mark on so many different things. It doesn't support a vessel turn-in program modeled on the Cash for Clunkers program for vehicles that has been successful in many provinces. Without a turn-in program, we will not be able to deal with the backlog, which is hundreds of boats, and we could create a dedicated fee to help cover the cost of vessel disposal based on the Washington State model, which is an owner-financed fund dedicated for vessel removal that successfully got the cost off of taxpayers, which is what we want, Mr. Speaker. And another thing, Mr. Speaker, where I live, it's so clear that most of these abandoned derelict vessels, they can't be traced back. We don't know who the owners are. They change hands repeatedly. There's a housing issue where we live. Many people are living on derelict boats, of course, in terrible conditions. But they're selling these boats within the community, and people don't know who owns these boats, and they live on them literally until they sink. And we don't want to see the situation like Deep Bay, where we see a boat listing threatening the environment, threatening the local economy, and then you go to the bottom when it does sink and you find 3 more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. I wasn't sure whether you're getting up or whether you're. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that I appreciate the comments from my friend. But, you know, in recognizing that this legislation that we have before us is, in fact, somewhat historic in terms of Canada bringing forward legislation to ensure more accountability of our vessel owners, to ensure that we have cleaner coastal regions and waterways. It's very progressive in its nature, and at the end of the day, holding more owners accountable so that we will, in fact, see a positive difference. Combine that with what I believe is a significant commitment that through the minister responsible and the Prime Minister, in fact, the government, saying that we want to see a significant amount of literally hundreds of millions of dollars going towards the protection of our oceans, riverways, our environment as a whole, being invested in the last couple of budgets. Would he not agree? Compared to the previous 10 years, in 2 years, this government has actually accomplished a great deal. And as the Prime Minister says, you know, we can always do better, but at least we have taken a significant step forward, both money and legislation.
Well, member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, this is the problem. It's, you know, we hear from one side about the hundreds of millions of dollars, but it's $1.25 million over 4 years, Mr. Speaker. So it's not hundreds of millions of dollars that they've committed to this program. When the member speaks about the Ocean Protection Plan, well, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, under the Conservatives, we saw a steep decline of our fish where I live. A steep decline, record-breaking decline. And in the Somas River and in the Clayoquot, they at least got some funding from the Conservatives. Right now they get nothing. Nothing from the Coastal Restoration Fund. And what are we getting? A gift of a $1.25 million a year, Mr. Speaker. That's absolutely appalling. This isn't a Band-Aid even. It's absolutely disrespectful to say that coastal communities, that this is leadership. This is coastal protection. This is moving forward with progressive policy. My colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, brought forward 13 amendments, Mr. Speaker. They shot down 12 of them. They were progressive amendments that were taking the burden off the taxpayer. They were correcting issues when we don't know who the owner of a boat is, that there's a fund to take care of that. I mean, just going after boat owners when we don't know who they are most of the time isn't responsible. That's not progressive policy, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
We've been hearing some resistance from the Liberal side for the idea that our amendment that we're debating right now to close the loophole that prevents government-owned vessels from having the same penalties and fines applied to them that private vessels are, on the basis that this is a phantom idea. And just for other members who have joined the House recently, we named about 4 different vessels simply in the town of Bridgewater alone that were government assets that became abandoned. Wonder if my colleague's familiar with the story with the MV Sunsea. That was a boat that came to Canada's shores carrying refugees. Canada Border Service Agency took legal custodianship of the vessel. Then they tried to sell it, but they couldn't find a buyer. And that's just been in the news very recently. The government now has spent close to $1 million just to store and maintain the vessel, let alone dismantling it. But closer to home, in my colleague's riding, the Laurier was a famous vessel that sank and had to be pulled out, and it's, again, was a government asset. It was an RCMP patrol vessel. It was a Royal Canadian Navy vessel. It was a fisheries patrol ship, and then finally a fisheries protection vessel. So there are examples of Crown assets that then became a pollution risk in my colleague's riding. I'd like to hear his thoughts on that.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni in 30 seconds or less, please.
Great question, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to answer that one in 30 seconds, but when I think about the Sir Wilfrid Laurier, it was a perfect example where we couldn't even identify who the owner was. And when we traced it back, and there's a great story in the Vancouver Sun, the individual who owned it, who had just, I think, got out of jail, you know, and we traced it to that source, but we still couldn't confirm it. It was very, very hazy, Mr. Speaker, and this is an iconic Canadian vessel. Canadians were proud of this vessel, but they certainly weren't proud of it being in Deep Bay, listing, ready to take out 60 jobs and sit on the bottom of the ocean, which would have cost millions of dollars to go after, Mr. Speaker. So they dropped the ball. They could have fixed this, and the government should be taking responsibility for boats that they sell.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Is the House ready for the question? The question is on motion number 1. Ms. Malcolm, seconded by Madame Quash, move that Bill C-64 be amended by deleting Clause 5. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre amenant du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government bills, Commons.
At report stage of Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, and resuming consideration on the motions in group number 1.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in this place and get an opportunity to talk once again about the important public safety measures that are being brought forward in Bill C-71. At the top, though, I just want to say around the tone of this debate and some of the messages and rhetoric that's been going around, it's important that we have that push and thrust and parry that occurs in debate and on issues. But my inbox, unfortunately, has been filled with enormous hate, including death threats over this issue, which is deeply disturbing and entirely inappropriate. And so I think we really have to watch the tenor of our debate. This is about public safety, about working together to make our communities safer, and we may have differences in approach, but those kind of messages and death threats certainly have no place in our public discourse and have been enormously disappointing. We have, unfortunately, in Canada, a serious problem with gun violence. Visited in my own community only a brief couple of weeks ago at Pickering Ribfest, where a shooting terrorized our community at a very peaceful event that's gone on for a long time. Only months earlier, a horrific multiple homicide and then suicide with a domestic violence situation. And that's emblematic, unfortunately, of what we've seen over the last number of years, where Canada has had a decreasing crime rate overall, but that gun violence in all of its forms has been on the incline. And some have said, well, you know, it was low when you look back at 2012, so the fact that it's gone up 1/3 is no big deal because it was so low before, so who cares if it's up 1/3? Well, a 1/3 spike in gun violence, when we had made such progress to drive those numbers lower, to me that is a big deal. It's a big deal because a 1/3 increase represents a massive number of new victims, people that shouldn't have been victimized, people that hopefully we could have avoided it. And unfortunately, that manifestation and that increase in violence has manifested itself in a number of different ways. It's happened, yes, with guns and gangs, but tragically it's happened in domestic violence situations, and not often enough do we talk about the increases that also have occurred with respect to suicides. And so we need to look at this issue of gun violence from every single angle. Now, we have never held out, not for a moment, that C-71 is a panacea that will solve all the problems of gun violence, but it's an important part of a broader strategy, Mr. Speaker. And I want to talk as well about the fact that when we introduced everything that's in Bill C-71 during the election campaign more than 2.5 years ago, that we said from the onset that we wanted to work with law-abiding gun owners to make sure that the measures were as little as an imposition on them as possible, while at the same time achieving our public safety objectives. So let's talk about what we ran on in the platform and what's here today. One of the things that we said in the platform was, and by the way, this has been done in the United States since the 1970s, that when a gun shop sells a gun, that they have to keep a record of that weapon. So they have to keep a record of who they sold it to. And there were some concerns that were raised by gun owners and by some members of the House that this information might be misused. So what we did from the platform is we actually made a concession that's here that said you have to have lawful access to get that information. So in other words, the only way that that information could be obtained from a gun store is if it would help an investigation and help catch a criminal. So that if police can go to a gun store and say, this gun was involved in a crime, can you tell us who you sold it to? And the only way that they would be able to get that information if they could demonstrate through judicial warrant, that, and through judicial access rather, that in fact that information would help solve a crime. So it's behind a firewall. Now, unimaginably, the Conservatives have called this a gun registry. That is a piece of fantastical imagination, Mr. Speaker, that is on the level of believing in unicorns. But, you know, the reality is this is information that can only be accessed, as I say, by police to solve crimes. And to describe it in any other way is just frankly dishonest, and it does this debate no service. Now, another thing that we ran on, and again, we ran on, was part of our platform in the campaign, was to say that when you are transporting a prohibited or a restricted weapon, so in this instance, we're not talking about hunting rifles, we're not talking about shotguns, we're talking about high-powered semi-automatic rifles, we're talking about handguns, we're talking about a class of weapon that is very strictly controlled, that when you are transporting them, we said in the platform that you would require a free permit to make sure that you have authorization to take it wherever you're going. Now, we listened to the gun community, we listened particularly to sports shooters and others who said that, look, if I'm taking it to my gun club directly and I'm pulled over by the police for something else, then it's self-evident that I'm going to my gun club and I shouldn't require that authorization to transport. Mr. Speaker, we thought that was a fair point. So we changed what we put in the platform and made that concession so that it would only be required when you're taking it somewhere other than a gun club. Now, some have suggested that it should only be your gun club. But we heard from sports shooters who said that would be a great imposition because when they're competing in tournaments, they're not going to be given the opportunity to visit multiple locations, and they're going to have to get one all the time. And that would be an enormous imposition for people who are doing this as a sport, as an example, or for Olympians. So, Mr. Speaker, we heard that, and that's why we allow you within the province to drive to any gun club and be able to not then require an authorization to transport. However, in the less than, and I would emphasize this, less than 10% of instances when you are taking it somewhere other than a gun club, then yes, you are required to get a free permit that, by the way, can be emailed to you, that can show it as a PDF to demonstrate that you're taking it where you should take it. And some people say, well, why should I do that? Well, there's a couple of very important reasons. If you look at the rules today and you do a hot map of any city in Canada, not having that provision means that you can have a prohibited or a restricted weapon in your car at all times and be able to explain to police that you're taking it somewhere. Because you're allowed to take it so many places that effectively there's no restriction on you driving around with a handgun or a high-powered semi-automatic rifle or even a fully automatic prohibited weapon in your car. And what we hear from the OPP and what we hear from the RCMP and what certainly we've heard from very clearly from the chiefs of police is there have been many instances where they've pulled people over for one offense, they've noticed there's a prohibited or restricted weapon in the car, that the individual in question is not going to a gun range and they can't figure out where this person is going, and there's nothing they can do. So police say that it's important to have that authorization to transport, which is free, which is can be provided as a PDF, and that it provides an important public safety instrument. And by the way, again, that only represents less than 10% of the cases. Certainly it doesn't make sense to me that people are sending me death threats over that kind of measure. What I will say, Mr. Speaker, as well, that this bill does a couple of other important things. One, it was actually Jason Kenney, a former member of this House, who talked about the need to have expanded background checks. And the reason for that is, unfortunately, in a 5-year window, somebody's violent history may not be captured. I've spoken in this House before about instances where, unfortunately, and all too often, a woman who's trapped in a violent relationship doesn't report that violence, doesn't come forward. And so that can be years that it drags on. And when she finally escapes that relationship, the individual in question can go in and buy a gun legally because their violent history with women then hadn't been reported on for more than 5 years. That person is then able to purchase a weapon and, unfortunately, shoot their former partner dead. It's happened far too many times in this country. Sadly, gun violence occurs with both registered and unregistered weapons. The measures that are contained in this bill, and Mr. Speaker, obviously there's a lot more than I've had a time to address today, do important public safety good to make sure we're a little bit safer. But remember that it's one part of the puzzle, that the $100 million a year that we're putting into the guns and gangs strategy to build up our strength at a local community level, to make our communities stronger and more resilient against gun violence. The work that we're doing to improve at the border, the illegal transportation of weapons into this country is so vital. After we saw so many cuts to CBSA and to the RCMP, we're restoring those cuts. We're making sure that that strength is present. So it's part of an overall strategy to make our communities safer while making sure we have as little imposition as possible on those that use firearms responsibly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands. I just want to indicate to the members we have time for a very short question, a very short answer, and then we'll go on to question period. And the honourable parliamentary secretary will have the remainder of his time coming to him once we return on this debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's so many things to challenge in that. I don't know how short we can be, but there's a requirement here, Mr. Speaker, to register every sale, register every firearm, register the person buying, register the seller, register the PAL number, and keep the information for 20 years. So I don't know how these guys can pretend that this isn't a registry, but I want to ask them something specific about that. Section 102 of the Firearms Act allows for a firearms officer to review, seize, or copy any records kept as a requirement of a business license without a warrant. And under this bill, they're required to keep those records. So I'm just wondering if he can tell us how that he squares that circle where it's already in the legislation, previous legislation, firearms officers can demand that information without a warrant, and they're claiming that they're going to need a warrant to go into businesses to get the information that basically forms a new registry.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Now, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you can imagine a circumstance today where there is no requirement for a store to keep a record of who they sold a firearm to. There's no requirement. This bill changes that. And I think that makes good sense because most stores, I would say the vast, vast majority, do keep records. But if you're a criminal and you're thinking of buying a gun to commit a crime, are you going to go to a store that keeps records? Or are you going to go to a store that keeps no records? And by the way, when you are committing domestic violence, when you have no connections to gangs, you go and... and killed legally acquired firearms where they had a history of violence. And by the way, her name is Lindsay Irons. She was in my riding and she was shot and killed. These situations are real, and our need to protect women in this country is real, and this bill does important public safety good, and it deserves an honest and real debate.
The honourable member will have 3 minutes and 15 seconds coming to him when we resume debate after oral questions. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. The little-known live-in caregivers program fails to protect foreign workers who come here to work as caregivers. They come with the hope of making a bit of money, and often are able to apply for residency after 2 years. But we don't see them in public, Mr. Speaker. They're confined to their employers' homes. They don't know much about their rights. Often they don't know our languages, but are prepared to do a great deal to help their families. They depend on the good faith of a single employer without whom they can be deported. So you'll agree with me that the employer has a disproportionate amount of power over these women. These conditions create many cases of abuse, violence, unpaid work, intimidation, and harassment. For that reason, I'm honored to be the sponsor of a petition initiated by the Centre International de Solidarité Ouvrière, urging the federal government to guarantee better working conditions for these women. Let's be many to sign it. Let's give a voice to these women who all too often are not heard.
In West.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of working with a group of brilliant, inspiring young people as part of the London West Youth Council.
Their time collecting non-perishable food items for Inova, an organization that provides shelter for abused women and their children. They filled 23 large bags with breakfast items, which were then delivered. I'm excited to continue to work with my youth council and to show them that there are many ways to be leaders of today.
Their passion and their competency inspire me, as does the positive change that they are making in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, summer is just 2 days away, which means communities in my riding are gearing up to host visitors from around the world at our world-class events. This Canada Day, the historic gold rush town of Barkerville, will celebrate the 150th anniversary of the very first Dominion Day ever. And Mr. Speaker, summer also means the start of my second favorite season, rodeo season. This Canada Day long weekend, my hometown of Williams Lake hosts the 92nd annual anniversary of the greatest show on dirt, the world-famous Williams Lake Stampede. Visitors flock to the Caribou from far and wide to enjoy world-class hospitality and several days of top rodeo stars from across North America competing in premier rodeo events. Mr. Speaker, and just a couple weeks later, just up Highway 97, Quesnel will be hosting Billy Barker Days and the 52nd annual Quesnel Rodeo. Mr. Speaker, it's the ropes and the reins, the joy and the pain, and they call the thing rodeo. Yeah!
The honourable member for Labrador. Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize June 21st as Indigenous Peoples Day. National Indigenous Peoples Day is a day to celebrate and recognize the ongoing contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples throughout Canada. This year, Canadians across the country will celebrate and acknowledge the rich culture, heritage, and contributions of Indigenous people and what they have contributed to our country, Canada. On June 21st, from coast to coast, Canadians are invited to participate in this event through powwows, community events, sports competitions, and musical performances, all which will highlight the rich and distinct heritage of Indigenous peoples in this country. It is also a day and an opportunity for all of us, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians, to learn about our rich history, traditions, and cultures of Indigenous people. It is a critical step for all of us on this journey of reconciliation. I wish you all a wonderful Indigenous Day in Canada.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, the 1964 Columbia River Treaty provided economic and flood prevention benefits, but also caused significant environmental and cultural losses. Local communities and First Nations were not consulted during the original negotiations. The people of Kootenay, Columbia believe that environmental priorities, including the restoration of salmon, must be incorporated into the renegotiation of the treaty. As Mayor of Cranbrook, I helped write a report from local government on recommendations for the future of the CRT. Current negotiations must build on the important work that has already been done by local communities and ensure that First Nations have a seat at the table. I urge and invite the federal government negotiators to visit our region and to really listen to those impacted so that we can get the best possible deal for British Columbians and all Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, while the CRT will be 54 years old on July 1st, my constituent Mary Shapitka of Cranbrook will turn 100 years old that day. Happy 100th birthday, Mary.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 4 decades, Interim Place has profoundly changed the lives of many women and children in Peel Region by helping them break cycles of violence and providing an opportunity to build new lives free of abuse. I recently attended Interim Place's 2nd annual Purple Tie Luncheon, an event that focused on the role that men must play in promoting equality and stopping gender-based violence. I'd like to thank Sharon Floyd, Julia Robinson, staff, volunteers, donors, supporters, and the entire Board of Directors for serving as powerful agents of social change in our community. Their hard work, commitment, and advocacy on behalf of vulnerable women and girls is an inspiration not just to our community, but to all Canadians. On August 28th, Interim Place is hosting its 7th annual Step Forward to End Violence Against Women walk in beautiful Port Credit. Mr. Speaker, I encourage everyone in Peel Region to walk with us on that day to demonstrate our commitment to ending violence against women and girls. Thank you.
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Summer's here again, and it's time to remind all Canadians of the great things to visit in Huron-Bruce. If you like theatre, check out the Blythe Festival Theatre, Huron Country Playhouse, and many other local theatres. Festivals, the Goderich Celtic Festival, King Carden Scottish Festival, Blues Fest, Jazz Fest, Music in the Fields, the Zurich Bean Festival, to name just a few. How about homecomings? Check out Lucknow, Chepstow, and King Carden homecomings. Outdoors, beautiful campgrounds, Point Farms Provincial Park, McGregor Park, horse racing in Clinton, motocross in Walton, dozens of golf courses, hiking trails, biking trails, kayaking, canoeing, hunting, fishing, breweries, wineries, lighthouse tours, farmers markets, museums, beautiful sandy beaches, and the best sunsets in the world. In 1 minute, I can't list all the great things happening in Huron-Bruce this summer, but I can assure you one thing. If you visit once, you'll make Huron-Bruce your new home forever.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Canadians plan their summer holidays, I extend a warm invitation to visit Nova Scotia and discover all that we have to offer. Yes. In Western Nova Scotia, there's so much to enjoy. If you are a history buff, visit Port Royal, the oldest permanent European settlement in Canada, or visit the historic Cape Fourchou Lighthouse near Yarmouth. If you are an outdoor adventurist, you can explore Kejimkujik National Park and see North America's darkest skies, or embark on a whale-watching excursion off Briar Island in the beautiful Bay of Fundy.
If you want to discover your Acadian roots, you can participate in the oldest Acadian festival in the world in Baie Sainte-Marie, or take a trip back to the 19th century at the historic Acadian village in Pubnico West.
Through the Annapolis Valley's apple orchards, sip on award-winning Nova Scotian wines, and dine on the world's finest seafood. Whether you visit for the history, the scenery, or the food, you will experience hospitality that is second to none in beautiful Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, since we'll soon be leaving for the summer, I couldn't miss the opportunity to mention Saint-Jean-Baptiste Day. For a long time, Saint-Jean-Baptiste was a Catholic holiday. Then it became the national holiday for French-speaking Canadians in 1834. Now, as Quebec's national holiday, Saint-Jean also represents a celebration of the culture and language of all Francophones in Canada, who represent an integral and important part of our cultural life. Quebec, as a founding nation in Canada, is right to be proud of its roots when we think about its values for openness, fairness, the social safety net, and its arts, which, through music, literature, cinema, and fine arts, showcase our heritage. So I wish all a happy Saint-Jean-Baptiste Day. Let's express the pride in who we are today loudly and clearly.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlaw.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to highlight Not in My City, an initiative championed by the Country Music's Hall of Famer, Paul Brandt. Not in My City works to cultivate awareness and action to fight sexual exploitation and human trafficking in Calgary and across Canada. The statistics around human trafficking alone in Canada are staggering. Indigenous peoples make up only 4% of the Canadian population and yet represent 50% of Canadians' human trafficking victims. 75% of prostitution begins in childhood, and 93% of Canada's human trafficking victims come from within Canada. Next week, Not in My City will bring together businesses, organizations, and First Nations groups, along with the police, health, and child services, and not-for-profit agencies around Calgary to build an action plan to prevent sexual exploitation and sex trafficking. I want to congratulate Paul Brandt and the Not in My City team for their relentless work on this important issue and invite all members to join the fight against sexual exploitation and to declare Not in My City. Thank you.
Honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With rumors of adjournment, this may be my last opportunity to thank this year's pages for their tremendous support. Some of them may get work this summer through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. 63 employers in Don Valley West will receive over $800,000 through CSJ, creating quality summer jobs for students. They will gain valuable experience working for organizations like the Canadian Film Centre, the Toronto Intercity Rugby Foundation, TAC Sports, Plan International, Habitat for Humanity, the CNIB, Hull and Bloorview Hospital. Close to my heart, they will also work for a number of religious organizations, the Greek Orthodox Metropolis of Toronto, Islamic Society of Toronto, the Salvation Army, St. Clement of Orhead Macedonian Orthodox Cathedral, Trinity Presbyterian Church, York Mills. CSJ students gain the experience and job skills needed for their future. Employers and communities gain young talent they need to continue to succeed and thrive. May they all and you have a happy...
Honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, June is Brain Injury Awareness Month, and something my family will be talking about as much as possible because we know how quickly your life can change. My sister-in-law, Karen, fell down the stairs last August and suffered a massive brain injury. After 2 surgeries and 3 weeks on life support, my brother had to make the difficult decision to remove Karen from the machines keeping her alive. Her brain had limited function, and we were told she would have no quality of life if she lived. But this is a happy story, Mr. Speaker, because Karen not only survived, she recovered 100%. Wow. Something nobody thought was possible. The brain is an amazing thing, and more research needs to be done to know how brain injuries can be overcome. On behalf of my brother and our whole family, I would like to thank all the wonderful caregivers, doctors, nurses, and specialists that saw our family through this very difficult time. And I encourage you and all members of this House to support brain research. And I'd like to take this time to wish a very happy birthday to my sister-in-law, Karen McGuinness O'Hagan.
Honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to stand today to recognize the month of June as Pride Month. It is a time when the LGBTQ community, their families and allies come together to celebrate who they are and who they love. Whether through parades and festivals, rallies, or countless other events, Pride is an important time for the LGBTQ2 movement, both at home and around the world. In many countries, identifying as LGBTQ is illegal, and too many members of the community are persecuted and even jailed simply for loving who they love. Luckily in Canada, Mr. Speaker, Pride doesn't end in June. Festivals in cities and communities in our country continue throughout the summer. Personally, I am looking forward to celebrating London's Pride Festival from July 19th to 29th and invite members to come in and celebrate with our community. To all those celebrating this month and throughout the summer, happy Pride, and never stop being proud of who you are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Vimy.
Mr. Speaker, Me Too and Time's Up have shone a light on the consequences of sexism, misogyny, and gender-based violence, renewing calls for gender equality. A year ago today, our government announced its Canada's strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence. This first federal strategy on gender-based violence, with an investment of nearly $200 million, is based on prevention, support for survivors and their families, and the promotion of responsive justice and legal systems. Notre gouvernement a agi.
Our government has taken action over the past year. Some 7,000 new and refurbished beds for women fleeing violence. The examination of baseless sexual abuse cases. The investment of $20 million in projects designed to support survivors of violence and their families. Our government has shown its commitment to ending gender-based violence and helping survivors to rebuild their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of at least 50,000 workers employed directly by the steel and aluminum industries and the communities that rely directly and indirectly on their income. It's incumbent on the government to work with the U.S. to get a permanent exemption to these tariffs. Canadians know they've been imposed on us as an unfair bullying tactic to influence the renegotiation of NAFTA. We know Donald Trump has used national security as an excuse for these tariffs. Now he is threatening our auto workers with his tariffs. Jobs my community depends on, and yours. A recent TD Economics report tells of 160,000 job losses, mostly in Ontario. This government must stand up for Canadian workers and act on national strategies the NDP's been calling for years. The strength of our country depends on the strength of our communities. Our workers are that strength. We need to be their backbone now more than ever.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment here to congratulate the new Member of Parliament for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, Richard Martel. Following 6 months without a representative, the people of this magnificent region finally have a voice in Ottawa, that of an authentic, passionate and hardworking man, who I've learned to know over the past few months. So it's with great pride that we welcome the new member into our caucus. The people of Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord sent out a strong message to the Liberal government and to Canada. The Conservative Party is the only serious alternative to the current government and the only political party able to defend the interests of Quebec in a strong and united Canada in Ottawa. I want to congratulate Richard for his convincing victory last night. I want to thank all of the members in our wonderful Conservative family and the volunteers who work tirelessly. I'd like to thank all of these people. Now Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord will be well represented here in the House of Commons.
The honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Speaker, Tariq Lubani was recently in the news when he was shot by the Israeli military in Gaza. Our government has called for an independent investigation into what happened and into the reports of use of excessive force that led to the death and injury of thousands, including children and paramedics. Mr. Speaker, I'm not exaggerating when I say I received over 20,000 emails from Canadians who are upset by what happened. I want to thank our consular officials for assisting him during his ordeal. I'm pleased to say, Mr. Speaker, that Dr. Lubani is recovering well and is here with us in Ottawa today. Dr. Lubani is an emergency physician and an associate professor at Western University. Tariq is also an innovator. He designed low-cost 3D printed medical devices that can save lives in areas where medical supplies are scarce. Dr. Lubani should be recognized for dedicating his life to helping others. His voice is an important voice in today's world. I'm grateful for his humanitarian service and his commitment to peace.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I wish to congratulate all
of Canadians who attended the by-election. And I would like to congratulate Richard Martel, the new member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Conservatives will always respect provincial jurisdictions. Quebec and other provinces want to forbid their citizens from growing marijuana at home. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to listen to this request from Quebec? The Honourable Minister for Health. Protecting the health and safety of Canadians is our #1 priority. Growing cannabis at home will reduce access to the illegal market. Canadians will be able to grow these plants and maintain them safely and responsibly at home. We are also following the recommendation made by other jurisdictions and working groups that have looked at the issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, aluminum workers are worried for their jobs. This is an issue we heard a great deal about in Saguenay over the last few weeks. For weeks now, Canadian aluminum is being targeted by unfair tariffs when aluminum from the United States is exempted. Why has the Prime Minister not yet imposed Canadian tariffs? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the tariffs imposed by the United States on steel and aluminum are illegal and unfair. The so-called national security motivation is absurd and insulting. We are going to impose penalties that are equivalent to what the United States imposed in an unfair way. We are holding a consultation period with our industry, workers, and consumers, and we need to respect that. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Protecting the Canadian economy, the Prime Minister inherited a strong fiscal position, but he weakened Canada's position by squandering that and racking up massive deficits. Now, with the threat of new U.S. tariffs, TD Bank is warning that up to 160,000 jobs in the Canadian auto sector could be at risk. Obviously, workers and their families are worried. However, it was no surprise that under this administration we would face these types of trade disruptions. So why did the Finance Minister table a budget without any mention of a contingency plan for Canada's economy?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'd like to bring us back to remember what we actually were left with, $150 billion in additional debt from the last government. We're also left with a high unemployment rate, 7.1%. We're also left with a low growth rate. So what we've done is we've turned all that around. Lowest unemployment rate we've seen in 40 years. Highest growth rate we've seen in a decade. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, what the member doesn't quite understand is, in fact, that yes, we do create a contingency in every budget. We did that this year, as we've done it in past years. We're doing what we need to do to help Canadian families.
Order. Members who feel they have to yell out when someone else has the floor ought to be embarrassed at their inability to control themselves.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. I would like to congratulate Richard Martel for his victory, who will be joining us here soon. A file that we heard about a great deal in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord was the issue of legalizing marijuana being put forward by the Liberals and the Prime Minister. They are not respecting provincial jurisdiction, which means we're heading directly into legal wrangling over the issue. Who's going to pay for all that? The Canadians. Why does this Prime Minister not want to respect provincial jurisdictions? The Honourable Minister of Health. Protecting the health and safety of Canadians is our #1 priority. And we want to make sure that we protect our youth and that organized crime does not make profits. We're going to displace the black market. The working group, as well as work done in other jurisdictions, demonstrates that cultivating cannabis at home is the right solution. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. After the Trans Mountain Fire with British Columbia and Alberta, after the issue of the carbon tax with Ontario and Saskatchewan. Today, we're adding the file of growing cannabis at home with Quebec and Manitoba. That means that right now, over 50% of provinces, which represent over 79% of the population, will be caught up in legal conflicts that are going to cost billions for the public. Why does this Prime Minister stubbornly refuse to recognize provincial jurisdictions? The Honourable Minister of Health. The protection of Canadians' health and safety is our absolute priority. The Harper government's approach did not work. It allowed criminals to generate profits, and it did not keep cannabis out of the hands of our children. We thank the Senate for the work it has done, and we agree with the majority of the amendments presented by Conservative and Independent senators. C-45 will be the opportunity to achieve our objectives and to ensure a responsible transition towards a legal cannabis market. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, the Trump administration has been separating the children of immigrants at the border. 2,000 crying, screaming children who sleep on the ground. Families are being torn apart. All they wanted to do was to find a better life. It is time for the Canadian government to denounce this inhuman situation. How can this government consider that the United States are still a safe third country when they lock up children and separate immigrant families? The Minister of Transportation. Mr. Speaker, I think all Canadians are troubled by the images that they have seen recently from the United States. Every child is precious. We have to do everything we can to not separate children from their parents. When a family of asylum seekers comes to our country, we do everything that we can to prevent them from being separated. In the rare cases where detention is necessary, we try to minimize the time that this process takes. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata, Les Basques. What is it going to take for the government to denounce the situation? We have an inhuman situation being lived through by thousands of immigrants and their children. These are the ugliest of images. What is it going to take to denounce the barbaric practices of the Trump administration? The international community has denounced the cruelty of using children as tools of dissuasion. If the Conservatives disagree with this, they should say so. The government must do what it can and officially suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement. Why is it refusing to do so? The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I think all Canadians are troubled by the images coming out of the United States. The lives of children are very, very precious, and their security and their well-being has to be foremost in our minds. We are required under the Immigration Refugee Protection Act to monitor the United States domestic asylum policy to make sure that any changes in the asylum system continue to meet their designation as a safe third country. The United Nations High Commission for Refugees in Canada does the same analysis, and we continue to monitor those developments.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Even former Conservative Minister Chris Alexander is calling for the suspension of the Safe Third Country Agreement. Trump is taking migrant children hostage and putting them in cages to advance his political agenda. The UN Human Rights Commissioner calls this unconscionable. The UNHCR acknowledges Trump's tactics are inhumane. Amnesty International calls it, quote, nothing short of torture. Will the Prime Minister state the obvious that the United States is no longer a safe country for migrant children?
Honourable Minister of Immigration. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I think all Canadians are troubled by the images that are emerging from the United States. The lives of these children are very, very precious, and we continue to monitor any changes to the domestic asylum system in the United States, as we are required to do so by the Immigration, Refugee and Protection Act. The UNHCR in Canada does the same work. The Safe Third Country Agreement, the Honourable Member should know, is not about denial of asylum, it's about the orderly management of asylum seekers between the United States and Canada, and actually has been a very good agreement for Canada moving forward.
Member for Vancouver East.
Canadians are calling for action. It's about lives, real people, real children being subjected to torture. Former Minister Lloyd Axworthy, the chair of the World Refugee Council, and Alan Rock, former UN ambassador, are clearly stating that the U.S. is no longer a safe country for asylum seekers. Canada must not be complicit in this inhumane treatment of children. Will the Prime Minister find the courage and suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, here's some action. Here's some action that our government has taken. We've provided global leadership under the UN Global Compact on migration, working with respected former Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour. We have invested over $138 million on a national immigration.
I'd ask the honourable member for Vancouver East to come to order and not to be yelling when someone else has the floor, as she's been doing. The honourable Minister of Immigration has the floor. Order. Order.
Mr. Speaker, we have reduced immigration detention by 30%. All the stakeholders in this field have applauded our efforts to make sure that we've minimized the use of immigration detention. Groups such as the Canadian Council for Refugees have, quote, said these new instructions are a concrete step towards ending the detention of children on immigration grounds.
The honourable member for Milton.
And another day of this government's carbon tax cover-up. You know, it's come to the point, Mr. Speaker, where it's even experts at the University of Calgary giving testimony to the Senate Committee on Energy that actually tells us what we could be looking at in terms of cost to families. That number is $1,100, Mr. Speaker. So the minister has a choice here. Either she can accept that number that's been presented to the Senate Committee, or she can tell us what her department says the number it is. Which will it be?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we know that climate change is real. Canadians expect us to protect the environment and to grow the economy. That's why we're getting rid of coal-fired power and the pollution that it causes. We're investing billions of dollars in clean transportation, in communities, and in conservation. And we are making sure that polluters will pay so that we all can have a healthy environment as we go forward. The Conservatives have no plan to tackle climate change and no plan to grow the economy. It's clearly not a priority for them. Unlike the Conservatives, we know that the economy and the environment go together.
Honourable order. The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, the priority on this side are for people like senior citizens in Nova Scotia who are going to be suffering because they're going to have $1,100 that they have to come up with every year. And here's a StatsCan number, too, that's real, Mr. Speaker. 94% of Nova Scotia seniors are low-income seniors. Where are they going to find $1,100 in tax money to give to this failed Liberal government? Mr. Speaker, when are they going to give it up and do what's right and get re-elected?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the environment and the economy, we have a clear choice. We can put the health of the environment and our communities at risk, as the Conservatives would do, or we can take real action to address climate change and to grow a clean growth economy. Mr. Speaker, in opposition to the practical and cost-effective measures that we're taking to fight climate change and grow the economy, either the Conservatives don't know what real action on climate change is, or they simply don't care. In the modern world, the economy and the environment go together. We have a climate plan that will allow us to address greenhouse gas emissions and grow our economy going forward, and that is exactly what we are going to do.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the citizens in Chicoutimi sent a clear message. First of all, they're trusting the real alternative represented by the Conservative Party, and they've started to have enough of the Liberal attitude, which is increasing fees on citizens and businesses, namely the Liberal carbon tax, which is going to apply to all Canadians. The citizens in Chicoutimi have had enough of these additional taxes. Why is the government continuing its cover-up about its Liberal carbon tax? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Climate change is real. Canadians expect us to protect the environment and develop our economy. That is why our going to tax pollution and invest in clean energy, as well as conservation. The Conservatives have no plan to tackle climate change. Clearly, this is not a priority for them, but for us, it is an absolute priority. We're going to tackle climate change and grow the economy. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. I'll be happy to publicly repeat what I said privately earlier. Congratulations for your efforts in French. We all appreciate it. But it's not because he speaks French that I agree with what he says. Let me correct that. Under the Conservative government, greenhouse gas emissions went down by 2.2%, and the economy grew. 16.9% increase of the GDP, and greenhouse gases went down. That's what all Canadians want, and we did it without a Liberal carbon tax. Why are the Liberals insisting on going down this road? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are seeing the impacts of climate change, and everyone is expecting real measures. They know that this is the right choice for our economy, for our children, and for our grandchildren. Our plan is working. We've obtained the strongest rate of economic growth of all G7 countries. We will continue to work with Canadians to find intelligent solutions to fight climate change and create good jobs for the middle class.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Here's what the Finance Department says about the costs of the carbon tax. These higher costs would then cascade through the economy in the form of higher prices, thus leading all firms and consumers to pay more for goods and services. Key findings are blacked out, Mr. Speaker. So we don't know how much more. The Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party quoted one report saying that it would cost $1,100 a family. The Taxpayers Federation says it's $2,600 a family. Which of those two numbers is correct?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the environment and the economy, we have a clear choice. We can put the health of our environment at risk, or we can take strong action to address greenhouse gas emissions and to grow our economy. Mr. Speaker, we've developed, in conjunction and partnership with the provinces and territories, a plan to address greenhouse gas emissions and to grow the economy going forward. Mr. Speaker, that is an important measure for our children, for our grandchildren, and for the health of our economy going forward, and that is exactly what we are going to do.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, we've quoted two very credible sources on the costing of this Liberal carbon tax for the average Canadian family, and both times the Parliamentary Secretary refused to answer the question. So the Deputy Leader quoted a cost of $1,100 per family. Are we getting closer to the real cost, Mr. Speaker? What about the Taxpayers Federation? $2,600 per family. Am I getting warmer now? Is it more than $2,600? Why don't they just end this cover-up now and tell us what this tax will cost the average family?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is very clear to this House that this Conservative Party is no different than the Conservative Party of Stephen Harper, a party that actually did not believe in climate change, did nothing to address climate change, did nothing to advance a clean growth economy going forward. This government believes in protecting the environment for the future generations to come, but doing so in a thoughtful way that will grow our economy for the future, and that is exactly what we are going to do.
Order. L'honorable député de Laurier-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Saint-Marie. Mr. Speaker, no parent wants to see their child torn from their arms, and yet that's what's happening at the Mexican border, where the Trump administration is taking children hostage, basically, to collect political capital. The minister says he recognizes how important it is to be firm and unequivocal to protect human rights. That's what the Prime Minister said. But we need to defend these children with words and actions. Will the government denounce the situation and suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement? The Honourable Minister for Transportation. As I said, I think that all Canadians are troubled by the images coming from the United States. The lives of these children are precious, and we need to think of their safety and their well-being. We have spared no effort to improve the detention system here in Canada and to reduce as much as possible using detention in the immigration system. What is happening in the United States is simply unacceptable.
Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said in this House that he won't play politics when it comes to the Safe Third Country Agreement. This is not a game. Children are being torn from their parents and being held hostages in cages. And this Prime Minister, this government has the power to do something about it. We are not playing. Lives are being destroyed, and Canada is being called to action. Will the Prime Minister stand up for human rights, help these children, and finally suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
I thank the honourable member for the question. But we have taken a leadership role in making sure that the international community treats child migrants in a dignified manner. I think all Canadians are troubled by the images emerging from the United States. We've made our point clear with respect to the making sure that we acknowledge that the lives of these precious children are important and their security and well-being should be our utmost priority. But we have taken action both domestically and internationally. We have invested $138 million to make sure that we develop alternatives to immigration detention, to make sure that moving forward.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Yes.
In October 2016, when the Prime Minister voted to support my motion regarding the Yazidis, he agreed to the term of the motion, which required that Article 5 of the Genocide Convention would be enacted by Canada. Article 5 explicitly requires us to bring perpetrators of genocide to swift justice, including those who are complicit in it. It's been almost 2 years since this vote. Why is the Prime Minister allowing Canadian ISIS genocide perpetrators to walk free?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, my heart and that of all Canadians goes out to Nadia Murad, whose courage is an inspiration to our government and to the world. We have been clear, all members in this House, that the persecution of the Yazidis in Iraq and Syria is genocide. And we are committed to working with Nadia and other Yazidi women to ensure that their case is heard in international courts. Our government is standing up for the rights of survivors. We're calling on the Security Council to recognize sexual violence as a criteria for UN sanctions.
Honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Yet by allowing Canadian ISIS perpetrators of genocide to walk free without so much as a peace bond, the Prime Minister has broken the covenant that he made with Yazidis like Nadia when he voted for that motion. Knowing what he knows, that there are Canadians who raped and murdered for ISIS, and letting them walk free, he is complicit in denying them justice. Why is the Prime Minister more focused on giving these confessed terrorists poetry lessons instead of bringing justice to the victims of ISIS?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our priority in dealing with these situations is to prosecute to the full extent of the law as soon as the evidence is available. I would point out that the public record shows under the previous government terror charges were laid against 4 individuals in absentia after they had left Canada, but no charges were laid against any of the 60-some terrorists, travelers who returned to Canada under the previous government. Since 2016, 4 charges have been laid against the returnees, 2 have been convicted, and 2 others are in the process of prosecution.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. It doesn't make any sense, Mr. Speaker. Abu Huzaifa, a self-identified violent jihadist, is living freely in Toronto. The counsellor for his reintegration program said that his client has become even more radicalized by jihadist ideology. The Minister of Public Safety has said it's almost impossible to change the behavior of fundamentalists. Why is the Prime Minister continuing to fund reintegration programs for terrorists when it's clear that they don't work?
Safety. Mr. Speaker, we use a full suite of measures to deal with these situations: surveillance, investigations, interviews, criminal charges, prosecutions wherever the evidence prevails, peace bonds, criminal code listings, no-fly listings. We hoist passports, and there are threat reduction measures as appropriate under the CSIS Act, Mr. Speaker. The determination of which of the tools are appropriate is left to the professionals in our police and security agencies. They are best positioned to make the judgment calls.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. The case of Abu Huzaifa, a name that we know, we see that he's continuing to support jihad with his friends over the web and is justifying terrorism against the West. I think that that's very clear evidence. We've seen proof of his own testimony with videos and photos and words of witnesses that prove he's guilty. I understand the Prime Minister finds it difficult to admit that he was wrong to believe that this murder could be integrated. What else does he need to be persuaded that this terrorist needs to be brought to justice and imprisoned? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
The comments made by the honourable member seem to be drawn from various media reports, and it's always open to members of Parliament to read the press and to draw their own conclusions from what is reported in the media. In order to deal with a case in court, you actually have to have an investigation by the police force, the collection of evidence, the laying of charges, and prosecution through the criminal justice system. That is what we are trying to do while they read the press.
The honourable member for Burnaby South. Order.
Mr. Speaker, while the Trans Mountain Expansion Project may only look like a line on the map to the Natural Resources Minister, the impacts of those living in Metro Vancouver are real and potentially devastating to our community. This is why there is so much resistance to this project and why people are getting arrested to stop it. The minister acknowledges his threats to use the army against protesters were reckless, so will he condemn former Bank of Canada Governor David Dodge's comments? Then we need to somehow understand people will die protesting this pipeline.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have their full democratic rights to express their point of view through protest and dissent. That is enshrined in Canadian law. It's protected by the Canadian Constitution. They must, however, express their points of view fully within the context of law and taking into account the public safety of others, and the laws to protect public safety will be duly enforced as they should be.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
After losing what was the worst and most expensive game of Texas Hold'em in history, we now learn that the company the Liberals bought their pipeline from may have falsified evidence to the NEB. For Coldwater First Nations, 90% of their drinking water is threatened by this pipeline. You know what their backup plan is? They've got a fire truck. Chief Leif Sampson said, and I quote, "This Prime Minister is saying he wants to implement the UN Declaration. He wants to stop boil water advisories for First Nations, yet he won't look at the impact of a pipeline that goes right through our aquifer." So will the Prime Minister have the courage to actually visit Coldwater, see the impacts of his mad scheme to build a pipeline where it's not wanted and not needed?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Trans Mountain Expansion Project was subject to the most exhaustive review in the history of pipelines in Canada. A key pillar of that review was our engagement and consultation with local communities, and our government is committed to the ongoing work of reconciliation and Indigenous peoples, and it's why we undertake an important work like the co-developed Indigenous Advisory and Monitoring Committee. Communities alongside the National Energy Board will monitor the project throughout its life cycle. Questions regarding submissions and filing to the National Energy Board should be directed directly to the NEB.
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Monsieur le Président, nous savons.
Mr. Speaker, we know that small and medium-sized businesses contribute significantly to Canada's economy. They help create good, well-paying jobs all across the country.
Can the Minister of Finance explain to the House how today's launch of the Canadian Business Growth Fund will help these businesses grow, compete, and create more jobs for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Newmarket Aurora, for his question and for his important work.
The leading Canadian banks and other financial institutions announced that they're going to join together, create a fund of up to $1 billion for over 10 years to support small businesses, medium-sized businesses in our country to help them grow. More than just funding, this is going to help with guidance and mentorship and networks so that small businesses can be successful, creating jobs and growing our economy. Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to thank these leading institutions for working together to help our economy to grow, helping our country.
Honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, workers and families in Oshawa are concerned about the trade war between Canada and the U.S. Automakers use specialized steel imported from the U.S. in order to build its cars. A 25% tariff on autos has been threatened, which would seriously harm the Canadian auto industry. Today, TD Bank warned that these tariffs could cost 160,000 auto jobs. If 160,000 job losses isn't an emergency for this government, I don't know what it is. What is? What's the Prime Minister doing to ensure that Canadian auto workers don't lose their jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question and for the opportunity to be very clear with Canadian auto workers that our government, and indeed I believe the entire Canadian Parliament, stands firmly with them. As regards the Section 232 investigation, the idea that Canada and Canadian cars could pose any kind of security threat to the United States is frankly absurd.
Ridiculous.
This is an issue the Prime Minister has raised with the President. I have raised it with Ambassador Lighthizer, with Secretary Ross, and with Secretary Pompeo, and we are working closely with our allies in Europe, in Asia, and in Mexico on this issue.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's kind words about all parliamentarians standing with my friends' concerns about auto are not matched by actions, because the Liberal members of the Trade Committee just refused to meet after the imposition or potential imposition of U.S. auto tariffs. We're almost a year away from the anniversary of the Minister's priority speech on NAFTA, where she did not mention the auto industry. And now we know there's 160,000 jobs at risk. Will the Minister at least confirm to this House that all reciprocal tariffs monies that Canada receives goes immediately and directly to steel, aluminum, and auto industries?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to build on the answer of my honourable colleague, the Minister of Global Affairs. Canada's automotive sector is strong and uniquely positioned to design and build the cars of today and tomorrow, and our highly skilled workforce, the driving force behind it. Our government is investing $110 million to Toyota in Cambridge to maintain 8,000 jobs, $49 million to Linamar in Guelph, creating 1,500 new jobs, $41.8 million to the Honda plant in Alliston, supporting 4,000 jobs, and $102.4 million to the Ford plant in Windsor. Mr. Speaker, we will stand with auto workers day by day, every step of the way.
Order. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, through his actions and his words, the Minister of Fisheries has shaken the entire fishing industry in Atlantic Canada. He has eroded the relationship and trust between fishermen and DFO. Now the minister has put in even more lobster fishermen out of work by announcing yet another closure. Lawrence Cook of the Grand Manans Fishermen Association said yesterday roughly a third of Grand Manans fleet will be impacted. That's a lot of jobs, Mr. Speaker. Why is the minister refusing to listen to reason?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, obviously we're concerned about the ability of the lobster fishery, the snow crab fishery, and other important fisheries for the economy of Atlantic Canada to continue to prosper. And that's exactly why, Mr. Speaker, we've taken very serious and very stringent science-based measures to protect the highly endangered North Atlantic right whale. Because failure to do so, Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend knows very well, puts in jeopardy our access to international markets. That would be the single most devastating thing that could hurt the fishermen that my honourable friend pretends he cares about.
I'd ask order. Order. I'd ask the Honourable Minister of Fisheries to be cautious in his statements. I think we all care about all Canadians. The Honourable Order, the Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I care about it. I'm the only one that's talking to the fishermen in Atlantic Canada. This minister has shaken the confidence of the entire industry. There are groups calling for his resignation. He has met with fishermen only out of the protest, in response to their protest, not through consultation. Mr. Speaker, the pending closure is going to devastate a local economy. Workers onshore and off are going to be affected. It's the most prosperous time of year, and lobster is the engine that drives communities like Grand Manan. This will be a massive hit to the local economy. It's not too late Will the minister meet with these people, find a compromise, and get people back to work?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend refers to devastating economic consequences. I think it's important to understand that the area that we closed for 6 days of a 30-week season. Mr. Speaker, that fishery, as you would know well, you've been Minister of Fisheries and Oceans yourself, Mr. Speaker, that season opened in November. So the last 6 days of the season will be closed because that is a very important area for the foraging of North Atlantic right whales. And we think, Mr. Speaker, it's important to protect these iconic species and to protect the Canadian economy at the same time.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, according to Équiterre, the growing number of oil spills shows that the government is acting with blind trust in pipeline regulation. It doesn't even have reliable data because of discrepancies between the National Energy Board's data and the data of the Transportation Safety Board when it comes to pipeline incidents. If an incident isn't reported, how can the government monitor pipelines effectively? Will the Liberals make sure that they eliminate these discrepancies in the data to protect our environment? Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear on this issue. Our government, of course, is responsible for doing everything possible to get our products to market. That's good for the economy, and at the same time, we've been very clear about the issue of spills. We have put the polluter pay principle into action, and that is something that we really insist on. All pipeline companies are responsible for ensuring that if there is an incident, that they are responsible for cleaning it up. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. While the Liberals shoot themselves in the foot by buying an old leaky pipeline, we've learned that even the monitoring of pipelines is totally unreliable. In the last decade, the worst year for leaks and spills was 2017, last year. 23% of incidents happened in BC and 55% in Quebec. The system is so broken that it can take up to 8 years for an incident to be reported. 8 years. And do you know how many inspectors were sent or fines applied since 2012? None. When will the Liberals take this seriously? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The member will know that the Pipeline Safety Act offers terrific protection against these spills. They also know that we have co-developed with Indigenous communities, both along the Enbridge Line 3 and the TMX, monitoring committees, so Indigenous peoples themselves will be very much involved in monitoring the safety of these lines, not only through the construction period, but throughout the entire life cycle. We're better positioned now than we have ever been.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Well, you can't say that the Liberals are great at respecting provincial jurisdiction. Ottawa knows best is one of their favourite slogans. The Liberals don't listen to the provinces or the Senate. Quebec and Manitoba are rejecting the idea of home cultivation of marijuana, and they want their regulatory powers to be respected when it comes to enforcing the legal framework around marijuana production. Will the government respect provincial jurisdiction? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The health and safety of Canadians is a priority for our government. The Conservatives' approach under Mr. Harper didn't work. It allowed criminals to profit from our system and didn't manage to keep marijuana out of the hands of our young people. We thank the Senate for their work, and we agreed with the majority of their amendments. We are convinced that Bill C-45 will give us an opportunity to meet our objectives and to have a responsible transition towards a legal market. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I'll try again. This Liberal government has shown that its only priority is legalizing marijuana. But there are all sorts of other issues that Canadians are more concerned about. Are the Liberals' friends putting pressure on them? Otherwise, why not take the time to do things properly? There's nothing in this bill to protect our youth or get rid of organized crime, and they're trampling provincial jurisdiction. Will this centralizing government respect the provinces like Manitoba and Quebec and allow them to ban home cultivation? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, protecting the health and safety of Canadians is an absolute priority for our government. The goal is to protect our children and to ensure that organized crime does not profit from marijuana. Home cultivation would help displace the black market. We are confident that Canadians will protect these plants and products in the same way that they keep their alcohol and prescription medication in a safe place at home. We will also be following the working group's recommendations and we will be looking to other jurisdictions that have previously legalized marijuana. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillé, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, let's try a third time. Quebec and Manitoba clearly said that they don't want home growing. It couldn't be more clear, but the Minister of Health has stubbornly insisted that she should reject these reasonable amendments from the Senate. Now the voters in Chicoutimi have sent a clear message that they reject this centralizing vision, the slogan Ottawa knows best. Will the Prime Minister finally commit to respecting the province's jurisdiction? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, once again, the health and safety of Canadians is an absolute priority for our government. We will continue to work with the provinces and territories, as well as our partners, to ensure a responsible transition towards a legal market. The Harper Conservatives' approach allowed criminals to benefit from the system and didn't protect our children. Our government is strictly legalizing and regulating access to cannabis. We are working with our partners to ensure an appropriate transition. Thank you.
Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, with summer right around the corner, I know families from coast to coast to coast are planning to load up the car and travel our beautiful country to visit family or maybe one of our national parks. This summer's tourism season will be even busier because of the Canada-China Year of Tourism, bringing more tourists from China to Canada than ever before. In my riding of Fleetwood Port Kells, I know operators are excited about the new markets tourists are visiting Canada from. So can the Minister of Small Business and Tourism give the House an update on the progress of the Canada-China Year of Tourism?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, tourism is an important economic driver. More than 200,000, mostly small businesses, support our tourism industry, which employs 1 in 10 Canadians. 2018 is the Canada-China Year of Tourism, and this week I will be leading a federal, provincial, territorial tourism trade mission to China with members of the Canadian tourism industry, including Indigenous operators, that will highlight the world-class experiences we offer right here in Canada. As part of Canada's new tourism vision, we are committed to doubling the number of Chinese visitors to Canada by 2021, and I look forward to working with my colleague from Fleetwood Port Kells to make this year the best year for tourism. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to fail our armed forces on the fighter jet file. He's refused to hold a timely, open competition and fabricated an imaginary capability gap. It's clear the Prime Minister has no idea what he's doing. And now the Liberals are increasing the number of 30-year-old fighter jets they're buying from Australia from 18 to 25. Will the Prime Minister stop wasting taxpayers' money and cancel this asinine interim purchase?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, our government is committed to providing the Royal Canadian Air Force with the critical equipment it needs to be fully operational to now and into the future. We have started the competition to replace the current F-18s, and yes, we are purchasing 18 airplanes as well as additional planes as part to maintain these aircraft. Mr. Speaker, but given the member's concern for the state of the Royal Canadian Air Force asset, I'd like to ask the member why him and his colleagues voted against important projects like the Canadian Surface Combatant and the Fixed Wing Search and Rescue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thursday is National Indigenous Peoples Day, part of a week of festivities where people from across the country celebrate the cultures and legacies of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples in Canada. All week there will be ceremonies, concerts, meals, and dancing. Despite all these events, many Canadians won't be able to join these celebrations. This government talks about reconciliation but fails to meet their obligations to Indigenous communities. Why won't the Liberals support my bill to make National Indigenous Peoples Day a statutory holiday?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for drawing attention to the fact that this Thursday is National Indigenous Peoples Day. I encourage people to go online at canada.ca to see all of the activities that are taking place across the country, including many here in the National Capital Region. Our government has embarked on a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples, one based on a recognition and implementation of rights on the basis of respect and partnership. This will be a great day to celebrate that new relationship.
Honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recent shooting deaths of two young youths in Surrey, one of them in grade 10 and the other in grade 11, are the most recent in an intolerable number of shootings and deaths that have occurred in our community. And many residents have suffered intolerable losses and emotional pain. And many are frustrated, frightened, and angry. To the Minister of Public Safety, please tell us what actions government is taking to reduce gun violence and the impact of gangs on our youth.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, Canada is a safe country, but over the past 5 years, indeed, gun and gang violence has been increasing. We are committed to combating these trends and making our communities safer through a package of common sense measures. Bill C-71 is one of those. It will enact measures to better protect Canadian communities from gun violence. And today we released a report on the recent summit on guns and gangs. This report will help determine how best to allocate some $327 million to tackle gun-related violence and gang activities in Canada.
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, we note that the commissioners into the National Inquiry for Missing Indigenous Women and Girls asked for a 2-year extension, but the minister granted them 6 months. Why only 6 months? Because, to quote the minister, it would be important for the government to have time to respond to the final report before we go into an election. Can the minister guarantee that this timeline is not political opportunism and is really going to give the inquiry the time to do the work that needs to get done?
Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, we were pleased to give the inquiry some more time to hear from families and to be able to write their report. We believe we gave a very substantial response to the interim report that will be able to deal with commemoration and healing and the kinds of work on policing and sexism and racism that we need to get on with right now. We have always said we wouldn't wait till the final report to get on with our actions, and we're doing just that, and we look forward to their final report next spring.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' track record for this session clearly shows they only had one priority: marijuana. When Quebec asks for more time to do things properly, Ottawa doesn't care. When the National Assembly opposes the idea of having 4 marijuana plants per household, the Prime Minister mocks Quebec voters. When Quebec wants to slow down the pace, Ottawa says no. When will the Prime Minister understand that marijuana isn't a priority for anyone except him and marijuana-growing Liberals? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, protecting the health and safety of Canadians is a priority for our government. The current approach to cannabis isn't working. It has allowed criminals to profit from the system, and it hasn't protected our children. We thank the Senate for all the work they've done, and we accepted the majority of their amendments. We are convinced that Bill C-45 will give us an opportunity to meet our objectives and to ensure a responsible transition toward a legal marijuana market. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, if marijuana was the Prime Minister's #1 priority, well, I can tell you what was not a priority for the Liberal government this session, which is drawing to a close now. Tackling tax havens, managing the migration crisis, fighting climate change, having appropriate health transfers, or contracts for the Davie shipyard. A single form to file our taxes, perhaps, but that's certainly not a priority for them. When will the Prime Minister start focusing on Quebecers' real priorities? Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, once again, protecting the health and safety of Canadians is a priority for our government. We are working with all of our partners to ensure a responsible transition toward the legal market. The current approach has allowed organized crime to benefit, and it hasn't protected our children. Our government is going to legalize and strictly regulate marijuana to protect our children. We are working with partners to ensure that an appropriate date is set. Thank you. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Ville. Mr. Speaker, now the Senate apparently cares more about Quebec than all of the 41 Liberal ghost members from Quebec. The Senate is more in line with Quebec than the Liberal Party. I never would have thought that I would say that. But the senators are more tuned into this than the Prime Minister. All of this could end up before the courts. And once again, Quebec's provincial jurisdiction will be trampled. Will the Prime Minister and the government commit to not challenging Quebec's desire in court? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, protecting the health and safety of Canadians is an absolute priority for us. The current approach to marijuana is not working. It has allowed criminals to benefit from the system, and it hasn't protected our young people. We thank the Senate for all the work they did in the recent months, and we have accepted the great majority of their amendments. We are convinced that Bill C-45 will give us an opportunity to meet our objectives and to have a responsible transition toward a legal market. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques is rising on a point of order.
Well, I was asking questions, and the same for the member for Vancouver East. The member for St. Albert Edmonton seemed to have pretty strong views that he was heckling. Now, you never know really what is being said when one's heckled, but I'd like to extend a friendly hand, invite him to actually go to the foyer where he can actually use a camera and a microphone to express his support for Trump's migrants policy.
I obviously encourage members not to be heckling and to pay attention when others have the floor, because it's awfully hard for them to even hear what you're saying if you're talking to them when they're trying to speak. Doesn't make much sense. So we need to have order. In the meantime, it being 3:10 p.m., pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the previous question at the third reading stage of Bill C-69. Calling the members. Question is as follows. Mrs. McCrimmon, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that this question be now put. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petpat-Taylor.
Ms. Petpat-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mihaichuk.
Ms. Mihaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Rutanzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et le Dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jevzeski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamétis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Matisse Matane Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sorai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brenton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, les êtres humains Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, les Étumènes Lévy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Camrose, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Puddus.
Mr. Puddus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Rakiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach. Mr. Hubbard. Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Pearl River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Pearl River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. John.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May Sanish-Golfarlin.
Miss May Sandwich Conference.
Yeas pour 171, 171. Nays contre 136, 136.
I declare the motion carried. La prochaine question est la suivante.
The next question is as follows. Ms. McKenna, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moved that Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Pursuant to Standing Order 69.1, the first question is on Part 1 regarding the Impact Assessment Act, Part 2 regarding the Canadian Energy Regulator Act. Dispense? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt these elements of the bill? All those in favor will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Le vote par nominal sur ces éléments.
The vote on this is deferred.
The next question is on Part 3 regarding the Navigation Protection Act and Clauses 85, 186, 187, and 195 of Part 4. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt these elements of the bill. All those in favor of these elements of the bill will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. The recorded division on these elements of the bill stands deferred. Normally at this time, the House would proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at the third reading stage of the bill. However, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the divisions stand deferred until Wednesday, June 20, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Pursuant to order adopted, the House will now proceed to deferred recorded division at third reading stage of Bill C-59. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moves that Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters, be now read a third time and do pass. Pursuant to Standing Order 69.1, The first question is on parts 1 to 5 of the bill, as well as the title, the preamble, Part 9 regarding the legislative review, and clauses 169 to 172 dealing with coming into force provisions. All those in favor of these elements will please rise.
Here. Mr. Hare. Mr. Hare. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Sajan. Mr. Sajan. Ms. Pettit-Taylor. Ms. Pettit-Taylor. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Champagne. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Freeland. Ms. Freeland. Mr. Leblanc. Mr. Leblanc. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Bryson. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Baines. Mr. Baines. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Bennett. Mrs. Philpott. Mrs. Philpott. Ms. Mahaichuk. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Mr. Easter. Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Mr. Nault. Ms. Grove. Ms. Grove. Mr. Lausanne, Argentin La Petite Nation. Mr. Lausanne, Argentin La Petite Nation. Mrs. Romanado. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Rioux. Mr. Rioux. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Mr. Carr. Mr. Carr. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Duclos. Mr. Duclos. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Ms. Kara. Ms. Kara. Mrs. Cesar Chavan. Mrs. Cesar Chavan. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Lametti. Mr. Lametti. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Cuzner. Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones. Mr. Rusnak. Mr. Rusnak. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpaleggia. Mr. Scarpaleggia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Sims. Ms. Rutanzi. Ms. Rutanzi. Mr. Shifke. Mr. Shifke. Mr. Varani. Mr. Varani. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach. Ms. Rudd. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs. Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et les Sœurs. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Poisson. Mr. Poisson. Mrs. Lockhart. Mrs. Lockhart. Ms. Young. Ms. Young. Mr. Jovzewski. Mr. Jovzewski. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Pesky-Salido. Mr. Pesky-Salido. Madame Mendez. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Aldag. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Alislev. Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos. Mr. Ananda Sangri. Mr. Ananda Sangri. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Aria. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayliss. Mr. Bayliss. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Brettina. Mr. Brettina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Ms. DeBrusen. Ms. DeBrusen. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Diorio. Mr. Diorio. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Tassi. Mr. Drouin. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Elkoury. Mr. Elkoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragiscados. Mr. Fragiscados. Mr. Fraser Westnova. Mr. Fraser Westnova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yacono. Mr. Yacono. Mrs. Jordan. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massé Avignon Les Métis Matin Matapédia. Mr. Massé Avignon Les Métis Matin Matapédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Madame Nassif. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Ouellet. Mr. Ouellet. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Picard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Mrs. Schultz. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Seri. Mr. Seri. Madame Shanahan. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon. Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon. Mr. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spangaman. Mr. Spangaman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan. Mr. Vandal. Mr. Vandal. Ms. Vandenbelt. Ms. Vandenbelt. Mr. Whalen. Mr. Whalen. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Madame Lambropoulos. Ms. Ing. Ms. Ing. Monsieur Hébert. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Rota. Mr. Rota. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yep. Ms. Yep. Ms. May Saanich Golf-Island. Ms. May Saanich Golf-Island. Mr. Kong. Mr. Kong.
Tout ça qui se pose là,
éléments veuillent bien se lever.
All those opposed to these elements will please rise.
Ms. Finley. Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis.
Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Ms. Rampel. Mr. Kent. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Albus. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Pudders. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Warkington. Mr. Straw. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abultaif. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Sopa. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr.
Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Reed. Mr. Carey. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Jenner. Mr. Anderson. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Soroya. Madame Boucher. Mr. Trost. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Mr. Généreux. Mr. Gould. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mr. Lake. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Janis. Mr. Laub. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Hobach. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Clark. Mr. Godin. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Glinski. Mr. Yordega. Mr. Diot. Ms. Leach. Mr. Calkin. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shield. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Mott. Mr. Benson. Mrs. Cousy. Mr. Lloyd. Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster. Mr. Carroll. Madame Brosseau. Miss Matheson. Miss Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Massey, Windsor West. Mr. Garrison. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Davies. Mr. Boulris. Madame Laverdière. Monsieur Dussault. Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan. Mr. Aubin. Mr. Nantel. Mr. Dubé. Ms. Jolibois. Madame Quash. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Shuckett. Ms. Benson. Mr. Duval. Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Canning. Mr. Johns. Mr. McGregor. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Malkinson. Madame Trudel. Madame Sans Souci. Ms. Hardcastle. Madame Hughes. Mr. Plamondon. Mr. Sainte-Marie. Mr. Thériault. Madame Posé. Mr. Fortin. Mr. Boudria. Mr. Marcil. Mr. Barcelou-Duval. Mr. Beaulieu. Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 134, 134.
Je déclare ces éléments adoptés.
I declare these elements carried.
This question is on Part 6 of the bill and the coming into force provisions contained in Clause 173. All those in favor of these elements will please rise.
Ms. Chager. Mr. Hare. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Sajan. Ms. Pettipat-Taylor. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Freeland. Mr. Leblanc. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Bryson. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Baines. Ms. Bennett. Mrs. Philpott. Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. Lauzon, Jean la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentine la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpeligia.
Mr. Scarpeligia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Menachino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jivneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Mr. Pascasilido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Anand Sandagri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moore.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elielson.
Mr. Ellison.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon-la-Métis, Matin de Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon-la-Métis, Matin de Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blény, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampol.
Ms. Rampol.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Mrs.
Caribou.
Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Puddus.
Mr. Puddus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Soap. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owensound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owensound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloyd Minster.
All those opposed?
Ms. May, Sanish Golf Island.
Ms. May, Sanish Golf.
All those.
Mr. Kung.
And now, all those opposed to these elements will please rise.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Baudrière.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir. Yeas pour 259, 259. Nays contre 47, 47.
I declare these elements carried. The prochaine mise au vote sur.
The next question is on parts 7 and 8 of the bill. All those in favor of these elements will please rise.
Ms. Chager. Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Bain.
Mr. Bain.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr.
Mr. Knoll. Ms. Grove. Mr. Lausanne, Argentier de la Petite Nation. Mrs. Romanover. Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims. Mr. Tanzi. Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Ronnie.
Mr. Ronnie.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, Mr. Dessin.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldeg.
Mr. Aldeg.
Miss Alistair.
Miss Alistair.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangari. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Area. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Baylis. Mr. Bossino. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMar.
Ms. DeMar.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Sirowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Lafayette. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Messie ce matin, Metapédia. Mr. McCambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nessie. Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sorai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
And Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. May Sanishkov Island.
Ms. May, Sanishkov Islands.
Monsieur Mars. Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Monsieur Marcil.
Mr. Marcil.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Khan.
All those opposed to these elements will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Benny Belchasse de Chemin Lévy.
Mr. Benny Belchasse, Zichman Levy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Miss Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr.
Mr.
Sorensen.
Miller Bruce Gray Owensound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trots.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Dennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. McCooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Gary.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Green Gary.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Odega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diop.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Scroozy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefield, Lloydminster.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Duncan and Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir. Yeas pour 176, 176. Nays contre 129, 129.
I declare these elements carried. The House has agreed to the entirety of Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters at the third reading stage. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le mardi.
Pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 29th, 2018, the House will now proceed to the deferred recorder division on the motion at report stage of Bill C-64. Ms. Malcolmson, seconded by Ms. Quash, moved that Bill C-64 be amended by deleting Clause 5. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May Sanish-Garfarlin.
Ms. May Sanish-Garfarlin.
Ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien se lever.
Those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. Lausanne, Genteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentine de la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Varane.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jivneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMont.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Duran.
Ms. Zerowit.
Ms. Zerowit.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elielson.
Mr. Ellison.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutching.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon le Métis Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon le Métis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blény Bellechasse, Les Etchemins Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson
Mr.
Caribou.
McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutaev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr.
Polkin.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wong.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloyd-Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloyd-Minster. Yeas pour 48, 48. Nays contre 257, 257.
I declare motion number 1 defeated. Monsieur Garneau, appuyé par Monsieur Le...
Mr. Garneau, seconded by Mr. Leblanc, moves that Bill C-64, an act respecting wrecks, abandoned, dilapidated, or hazardous vessels, and salvage operations, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager. Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Bain.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahicha.
Ms. Mahicha.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. North.
Mr. North.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Javneski.
Mr. Javneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. Moth.
Mr. Moth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mr. Shaw.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambopoulos.
Madame Lambopoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blény-Bellechasse, les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blény-Bellechasse, les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Ms. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Aboutev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller Brisket Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Starman, Dundas, Gary.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, Southern Gary.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Diak.
Mr. Diak.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Setsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May Sanish-Golf Island.
Ms. May Sanish-Golf Island.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 306, 306. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House? Agreed. Order. Take their conversations into the lobbies. I thank the honourable members for assisting me in that regard. The honourable member for Burnaby South is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with mixed feelings that I rise today to give my final speech here in this place. I was elected on May 2nd, 2011 under the leadership of Jack Layton, who will forever live in my heart as one of the greatest political leaders Canada has ever seen. I was elected with 102 other NDP MPs, and we formed the first New Democratic official opposition in the history of this country, and I'm very proud of that, Mr. Speaker. Now, the day after my election, I was called by Kinder Morgan President Ian Anderson, informing me of his plans to build a new bitumen export pipeline from Edmonton to Burnaby, and so began my odyssey of fighting what I view as a terrible project for my community. And I won't give up, Mr. Speaker. I won't give up fighting even after I leave this place, and hope that the government sees sense and cancels this pipeline. Now, in my life here in Ottawa has been centered on fighting Kinder Morgan. It has really been much, much more than that, Mr. Speaker. I've made great friends both within my own party and within others. Each time I stand to vote with my NDP colleagues, I know we are the party that fights for all Canadians, the party that exists to protect and further the interests of workers and marginalized people. I urge my fellow New Democrats to never give up and keep working toward the day when we will form the first NDP government in Canadian history. I've also enjoyed cooperating with others, Mr. Speaker, including yourself, to improve democracy. I was very grateful to members of other parties who voted for my motion to bring electronic petitioning to the House of Commons, a program in which now approximately 2 million Canadians have participated. I also very much enjoyed working with those who contributed to chapters in our book, Turning Parliament Inside Out, and challenge others to look for ways to make Ottawa more democratic, especially working to ensure women come to hold 50% of the seats in this place in the not-too-distant future. I wish to thank all of those who have traveled with me on this journey, and of course the voters from both Burnaby Douglas and Burnaby South, who granted me the great privilege of representing them, my current and past staff who are second to none, the outstanding NDP staff team here in Ottawa, those who volunteered on my campaigns, and my local executives. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my family and friends for always sticking by me, forgiving my absences and the stresses of this job. And most of all, I want to thank the love of my life, Dr. Jeanette Ash, for her support, her wisdom, and her patience. It's been a great adventure here, but it would have been nothing if I could not share it with her. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this indulgence and for your good work there in the chair. I will miss this place very, very much, but I hope you'll wish me luck in my new political adventure as I seek to become Vancouver's next mayor and bring the lessons and values I learned in this place to Vancouver City Hall. Thank you.
Allow me to thank the honourable member for Burnaby South for his statement. I also wish to thank him for his service, and it's been a great pleasure knowing him. Now, as Speaker, I'm not sure I'm allowed to get involved in these questions of municipal elections, but I will certainly wish him all the best in his future endeavours, whatever they may be. All the best. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on May 29, 2018 by the Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, concerning documents published on the website of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in relation to Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms. Je remercie le député.
I would like to thank the member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, for having raised the matter, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for his comments.
case, the member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner contended that information on the RCMP website led readers to believe that Bill C-71 had already been enacted by neither acknowledging the parliamentary process nor the fact that the bill remained subject to parliamentary approval. He added that the presumptuous language used, including such phrases as will be impacted, will become prohibited, and is affected, is proof of contempt of Parliament. Le lendemain,
the member returned to the House the next day to explain that the website in question had been updated that day to include a disclaimer about C-71, in fact, being a proposed law. He viewed this as an admission of fault. For his part, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader explained that the matter raised was simply one of debate, as there was clearly no presumption of anything in the information respecting C-71 on the RCMP website.
As the charge being made by the member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner is one of contempt, the chair must determine if the information provided on the RCMP website does in fact anticipate a decision of Parliament. If it does, this would offend the authority of the House. Having reviewed in detail the relevant information on the website before the disclaimer was added, I found instances where some provisions of the bill were in fact framed as legislative proposals using such phrases as proposed legislation and is expected to be. Despite these statements, the vast majority of the information was presented as though the provisions will definitely be coming into effect or already the law of the land. Nowhere did I find any indication the bill was still in committee and was not yet enacted law. J'ai ensuite tenté.
Further to this, I reviewed the material to try to determine if the assertions being made could be related to existing regulations or statutory provisions. I can confirm that although some elements of the information are rooted in existing statutory or regulatory provisions, many more would be new measures that would come into force only with the enactment of Bill C-71.
The member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, did acknowledge that some of the language is conditional, but even then, the chair shares the member's concern that the website information suggests that the only approval required is that of the government. Parliament's authority in scrutinizing and adopting legislative proposals remains unquestionable and should not be taken for granted. The chair is troubled by the careless manner in which the RCMP chose to ignore this vital fact and for more than 3 weeks allowed citizens and retailers to draw improper conclusions as to their obligations under the law. Changing the website after the fact does little to alleviate these concerns. Parliamentarians and citizens should be able to trust that officials responsible for disseminating information related to legislation are paying attention to what is happening in Parliament and are providing a clear and accurate history of the bills in question. Le travail des
The work of members as legislators is fundamental, and any hint or suggestion of this parliamentary role and authority being bypassed or usurped is not acceptable. The government and the public service also have important roles when it comes to legislation. But these are entirely distinct from those of members as legislators. In fact, part of their responsibility is to state loud and clear that legislation comes from Parliament and nowhere else.
As the member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner reminded us, some 30 years ago, Speaker Fraser had cause to state on October 10, 1989, at page 4461 of the debates, in ruling on a similar matter, quote, "This is a case which, in my opinion, should never recur. I expect the Department of Finance and other departments to study this ruling carefully and remind everyone within the public service that we are a parliamentary democracy, not a so-called executive democracy, nor a so-called administrative democracy," unquote. Le 6 novembre.
Again, on November 6, 1997, on page 1618 of the debates, Speaker Parent was equally clear about the respect owed to the House, stating, quote, "This dismissive view of the legislative process, repeated often enough, makes a mockery of our parliamentary conventions and practices," unquote.
As Speaker, I cannot turn a blind eye to an approach by a government agency that overlooks the role of Parliament. To do otherwise would make us compliant in denigrating the authority and dignity of Parliament. Accordingly, the Chair finds this to be a prima facie matter of contempt of the House. I invite the member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner to move the appropriate motion. I thank all honourable members for their attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your ruling. I move, and seconded by the member for Prince George, Priest River, Northern Rockies, that the matter of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police publications respecting Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Mr. Mott, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that the matter of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police publications respecting Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I appreciate the fact that that the Speaker reviewed the evidence that was before this House and made a ruling based on the evidence that I feel was very, very strong. And for those who are involved in hearing this maybe for the first time, just let me briefly reiterate exactly what happened. So the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, in their online publications, started in early April explaining to the Canadian public some aspects of Bill C-71 with language that made the public believe that C-71 was in fact passed by Parliament and already enacted and law to be abided by. Now, this language presumed that, and it was listed on their special bulletin number 93, business bulletin number 93. The presumptuous language used phrases like the C said firearms will be impacted by changes in their classifications. Businesses will need to determine if their firearms will be affected by these changes. They also went on to explain that the SA, the Swiss Arms firearm, will also become prohibited. If you own CZ or SA firearms, they identify then steps that you need to take that will be affected by C-71. They went on to explain the grandfathering clauses and how to avoid being in illegal possession of a firearm as if C-71 was in fact enacted. Now that language, again, that they used was will be impacted, will become prohibited, is affected, could not and may not or might become, rather than that what the language they could have used is that it could be may be or might be affected. Now, later on in that same bulletin, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP website went on to say that business owners will continue to be authorized to transfer any and all CZ and SA firearms in their inventory to properly licensed individuals until the relevant provisions of C-71 come into force. Now, before you think that that language, is presumptuous that it's going to come into force, they did not concede that it needed parliamentary approval first, as we know today. Now, one of the things that the second document that the RCMP had on their website was, how does Bill C-71 affect individuals? Now, in that particular document, they also used very presumptuous language. A lot of it mirrors what I had already indicated on their special business bulletin number 93. Passages include, if your SA firearm is listed in C-71, it will be classified as a prohibited weapon. Again, was listed as if Bill C-71 is a document from the past and not a bill that is currently before this House. So they went on and said that grandfathering of your currently non-restricted or restricted SA or CZ firearm to the following criteria must be met. Again, they went through a whole list of details for firearms to meet, which, just coincidentally, happens to be laid out exactly, almost word for word, in Clause 3 of Bill C-71. And yet there's no indication that these proposals were just that. Proposals before a committee at the time to be studied by government, by parliamentarians, let alone that it had not yet been sanctioned or come into force. Now, what I found interesting, and I received a number of calls on this prior to this coming to our attention, and there was great concern across the Canadian law-abiding firearm ownership groups across the country. One of the passages that I referred to earlier said they explain the grandfathering requirements and how to avoid being in illegal possession of a firearm. Another quote was, if your SA firearm was listed in C-71, it would be classified as a prohibited weapon. Now, we've been clear all along that there has been concerns raised with C-71. We've had great concerns voiced by the Canadian firearm public that having the RCMP, the changes to the rules in C-71, proposed in C-71, that require the RCMP to be the end-all and be-all on firearms classifications and reclassifications. Now, the Conservatives gave the Governor and Council an oversight role. C-71 took that oversight role away from government, from the Governor and Council, and gave it to the RCMP. Now, we do know that, and I'm not going to take the time of this House to explain all of them, but the RCMP have made a number of very grave mistakes when it comes to the classification and reclassification of firearms. And they need to be involved, but they cannot and should not ever be the final arbiters of the classification of firearms. And the reality is, they are there to enforce the law, not to create it. That's our role. Now, do we need experts, along with the RCMP experts and firearm owner experts across the country to be part of the classification process? Absolutely. Should they make those recommendations to this House? Absolutely. But this House makes that decision, not the RCMP by themselves. And that's one of the many flaws that we see in C-71. So basically what could happen is that under the current regime, with what the Liberals are proposing with C-71, all the law-abiding Canadian gun owners who follow all the rules and regulations with respect to their firearms could suddenly find themselves, because of one meeting with some bureaucrats, declared criminals for possession of an illegal declared criminals, sorry, Mr. Speaker, because of possession of an illegal firearm when they have owned and used that firearm for sport shooting or hunting for many years. Suddenly, with one blanket move, without oversight, what dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of people already possess is somehow deemed illegal. That flies in the face of common sense to all Canadians and certainly to the law-abiding Canadian gun owners. We've seen this disrespect before to law-abiding Canadian gun owners, and we don't want to keep seeing it happen. So, Mr. Speaker, I think as presented by the evidence, what's even more distressing about this whole process is that the Minister of Public Safety, who oversees the RCMP, should have made it very, very clear to that organization that this is in fact not passed in Parliament. It will still be for committee, and he should be, he is one of the most experienced members we have, and he should be urging respect from those agencies that work under his purview as Minister of Public Safety to have respect for Parliament. Now, the RCMP is not above the law and is not above the requirements of the Parliament and the House of Commons. So the fact that, as the Speaker indicated in his ruling, that the RCMP in fact changed the website the very next day after it was presented as a question of privilege, to me was proof positive. And many Canadians believe the same thing, that they would put that provision in there. The fact that they would go ahead and presume, and don't misunderstand me, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe for a moment the RCMP acted on their own. I'm sure somebody would have called someone in the public safety office of this government and asked whether they should presume to go, should they go ahead with this. I don't believe for a moment they acted on their own. And so that direction and that failure by this government, not only with the legislation of C-71, which does nothing to address the issues that Canadians are wanting, that's guns and gang violence, this goes to show the contempt that exists with a majority when they have lost touch with Canadians. Mr. Speaker, again, I appreciate the findings of the chair, and I respect the fact that the role of Parliament and its a critical role to ensure that Canadians continue to have support and believe in the democracy of this place was upheld today. And for that, I want to give credit to the Speaker for his ruling. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the ruling. And through you, I would ask the member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, if he wanted to elaborate a little bit on both the seriousness of what we have heard today, a prima facie case of contempt over this episode, but he spoke of the arrogance and spoke of the perhaps whether it's either deliberate or a lack of oversight on the part of the minister responsible that something like this could happen, and I ask the member to comment further on that.
Honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague from Calgary for the great question. The first aspect of that is the seriousness of this. What is presumed to have happened is unwittingly, Canadians could believe that they are committing a criminal offense with respect to the firearms and their possession of them, and some of those offenses could be up to 5 years. And so the fact that the RCMP presumed that this was the case, Canadians believed in the RCMP, our National Police Service, to speak the truth, and when they are presumptuous in their language, it can cause great confusion. The other aspect to the arrogance and the lack of oversight, I think, is a greater aspect of seriousness with respect to this government. The fact that we have a government body who oversees our National Police Service, and the National Police Service are highly respected, and they should be. They do great work in this country. They were at committee talking about C-71, but for them to presume as I indicated earlier, for them to presume that this was a done deal means that someone in the public safety ministry's office had provided, it would only be reasonable to presume that somebody there had provided them the okay, that it's going to pass anyway, we've got the majority. That's the arrogance that is alarming to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just to make note that the government does regret that the situation took place and has taken the steps to rectify it. We are supportive, in fact, of sending this issue to PROC for further study. And my question would be, would the member not agree, as he's moved the motion, that that is, in fact, the best course in order to resolve this matter?
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader's comments. Yes, I appreciate the support from the government that this is a serious matter and that it be given to PROC to study and to explore. And I, on behalf of my colleagues on this side of the House, appreciate the support to have that done, because it is something we need to fix. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly this is an issue that many people are grasped with, and I'd just like to ask the member, there's been commentary in this place about how officials in Elections Canada had gone as far as starting to make changes, and based on the assumption that other legislation in this place was going to be passed. And as he just mentioned, this is a concern that these departments or these groups are moving ahead with the assumption that because it's in legislation that it should be okay. And of course, the point that the member had indicated is someone had given them the okay to go ahead and to do that. So I'm wondering if perhaps he could reflect on that and perhaps other things that he has seen in this House based on the approach that the Liberals have been using.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's question. It was something that I was going to raise during my commentary about how this can play out in other pieces of legislation. And I thought of C-76 as an example, and I failed to mention it, but I thank you for bringing it up. One of the things that certainly can happen in circumstances like that is when you have departments who in this case on Elections Canada start to make changes to election rules that have not yet passed through this House. It leaves the impression with Canadians and with I guess us here that we don't serve a purpose, that there is no need for democracy when the government, who has a majority, would propose a piece of legislation like C-76 that is clearly slanted in a certain direction in favor of the current government, that would also impact Canadians' ability to have a say in democracy, and therefore would cause the whole democracy and us, I guess, is into disrepute, which is something that we need to be above. And I certainly will hope that the ruling that was made today by the chair, by the speaker, will send a very clear message across all lines, across all ministries, across all departments of this particular place, that until royal assent is given, there should be no presumptuous actions and no presumption, period, that in fact any legislation is law until it is enacted. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Conseil commentaire. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Beloy-Chambly.
The honourable member for Beloy-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just have a few brief comments on the Speaker's decision and this motion before us to refer the matter to the Committee of Procedure and House Affairs. I would like to thank my colleague from Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, with whom I have the pleasure of working on the Public Safety Committee, for finding this information and brought it to the attention of the House. I would also like to thank the Chair for the decision that was made. And I believe that there is something worrisome, to not say arrogant, in attempting to fix the problem after the mistake was made, saying, oh, it's no big deal, we'll just sweep it under the rug. I think that the committee will be seized with this. This seems to be a trend that aligns with the government as a whole. As the chair emphasized, the RCMP, and it's not to criticize the men and women in uniform who protect us, but looking at it from a higher level perspective. The accountability of the executive and the federal government. In this respect, the point I would like to make is that this morning we debated a time allocation motion on legislation C-71. There was a first time allocation motion on C-71 at the beginning of the debate on second reading. And this situation of contempt of Parliament, I think, demonstrates that there's a certain arrogance setting in, which is a problem, and could undermine the ability of parliamentarians to debate issues which are, let's state it frankly, very complex. The motion to refer the matter to the committee will hopefully shed some light on the matter. I also heard a member on the other side say that this was a mistake made in good faith, but as the chair said it so well, it has already happened in the past. The executive and all the ministers for whom the executive is responsible, including the RCMP, should act accordingly and make all the right efforts to avoid ending up in such a situation, because citizens depend on them for information on their obligations under the law. It is up to us as members of Parliament to inform our citizens. And when those two sources of information contradict each other, that can cause a problem.
I won't go any further than that, Mr. Speaker, but I will just say once again that we are in favor of the motion, and we are very concerned by this situation because, of course, we feel this is contempt of Parliament, and we hope that that is not a trend that will continue, as we saw with the Bill C-76, which changed the Election Act. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La Chambre est-elle prête?
Is the House ready for the question?
Ready for the question? La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Motz, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moved that the matter of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police publications respecting Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? 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 Agreed? Carried. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, in respect to employment. The
Honourable Member for Drummond, with respect to official languages.
And the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway, in respect to health. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-71, an act to amend the Firearms Act.
Group number 1.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And pleasure of mine to stand and rise and talk about what I believe is very important legislation. It's legislation that comes from a great deal of concern that Canadians have expressed to not only the government in the last year or so, Mr. Speaker, but is an issue that has been at the forefront in many different communities in all regions of the country, even before the last national election. And what we saw was a commitment that was given by the Liberal Party of Canada to look at ways in which we can, in fact, enhance background checks, for example, to having some sort of an accurate and consistent classification. Legislation that was brought in, for example, from the Harper government that ultimately said that what we want to be able to do is shift determining what would be a prohibited or restricted weapon and identifying it as that, giving it to political or politicians as opposed to allowing our professionals, the RCMP, to make that determination. And that is the direction that the Harper government had taken us on that particular issue. So as a result of that and other concerns that were expressed, it was widely believed that there was a need to bring in legislation that would ultimately make our communities safer, Mr. Speaker. And that's in essence what we're talking about today in the form of Bill C-71. I've been following the debate and listening quite closely in terms of what it is members across the way are saying. In particular, last night when we were having at times a fairly heated exchange, as Conservatives often refer to C-71 as a way in which the government of the day is trying to create a registry, and there is really no truth to that whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. They're trying to go back to the days in which there was a long gun registry, and our Prime Minister has been very clear on that point. And I think, in part, the Conservatives have felt frustrated because we are, in fact, keeping to the word of the Prime Minister when he said that we would not be creating that long gun registry. And no matter what we seem to say inside the House, we've had very direct quotes from the Minister of Public Safety and others inside this House that have been very clear, indicating this does not create a registry. And it was interesting that when it went to committee, the issue again came up. And I thought it was quite telling when we actually had a Conservative critic for public safety before the committee who actually proposed an amendment. And the amendment was to ensure that for greater certainty, nothing in this Act shall be construed so as to permit or require the registration of non-restricted firearms, Mr. Speaker. That is something in which the Conservative Party brought forward in terms of an amendment. That actual amendment passed unanimously from all individual members of Parliament sitting at the table, where there were Liberals, Conservatives, and New Democrats. You know, it ultimately led to the member from Red Deer Lacombe, who clearly stated, Mr. Speaker, in reflecting on this legislation and what had been agreed to at that committee, and I quote, "Everybody at this table agrees that this is not a registry." And that is something in which the Conservative Party itself has said at the committee. Now, contrast that to the types of debates, in particular what members in the Conservative Party were saying last night inside the House. They were trying to convey a message that this is all about a registry, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to you that collectively, that the Conservative Party is intentionally trying to mislead Canadians as to what this bill is actually about. And they're doing it for all the wrong reasons, Mr. Speaker. You see, for them, they want to divide Canadians, spread a mistruth about good legislation that we have here, Mr. Speaker. And it's legislation in part that I believe a vast majority of Canadians would be very supportive of. I would suggest to you that progressive Conservatives would in fact be supportive of. In fact, you know, I understand that former Member of Parliament Jason Kenney, now leader of the Conservative Party in Alberta, supports certain aspects of the legislation and some of the comments that he has made. I may reference, for example, to the enhanced background checks and for license verifications. You know, there are certain situations in society where one should seriously consider not allowing for ownership. And where you have domestic violence is a great example of that, Mr. Speaker. This legislation enhances that aspect, Mr. Speaker. That's a positive thing. People of all political parties, I believe, recognize the value of that, Mr. Speaker. It also standardizes the retail record keeping, and it's interesting. You know, during the 80s and the first few years of the 90s, there was a registry that was maintained by retailers. In the United States, my understanding that is something that's been ongoing for years. You know, I was once told that, in fact, the NRA, which many suggest is fairly right on the issue of anything related to guns, actually supports, from what I understand, retail gun registries. In fact, I believe that you'll find many of the retail outlets are gifted these logs, Mr. Speaker. They're encouraged. So going back to the way it was in regards to having these retail registries, I see again as a positive thing. Conservatives in the past have agreed to it, Mr. Speaker. You know, getting back to this whole idea of the accurate and consistent classifications of firearms. Again, if you were to canvass constituents, I believe what you would find is that there's a great deal of support saying that, yes, if it comes down to who should be doing the classification, RCMP or politicians, that most of our constituents would feel much safer with the idea that RCMP would be doing it, Mr. Speaker. They're the ones that are dealing with the issue at the ground level. When I think of the Bill C-71, to me, it is about making our communities safer. It is not about what the Conservatives are trying to tell Canadians it's all about, and that is a gun registry. Because that's just not true. And in the back rooms, you'll find Conservatives will admit that that's not true. But it doesn't fit their narrative, Mr. Speaker. And I find that to be very unfortunate. Because when I'm in the community of Winnipeg North, or we see the types of concerns that many urban and rural community members have, Mr. Speaker, and the types of response that we've been getting to the legislation overall, I would suggest to you that this is good, sound legislation. And the Conservatives are determined to prevent it from passing. And I find that unfortunate. You know, I understand that my New Democratic friends and possibly the Green Party are going to be supporting Bill C-71. And if that is the case, I applaud them on making a good decision. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this legislation fulfills yet another commitment that the Government of Canada or the Liberal Party of Canada made to Canadians going into the last federal election. And that's why I feel very good about standing up and talking yet about another piece of legislation that puts into place a commitment that was made by this Prime Minister and my colleagues in the Liberal caucus when we knocked on doors in the last election. it will make a positive difference in our communities in all regions of our country, and I would encourage Conservatives to reflect on what was said in committee by Conservatives and get behind this piece of legislation and vote for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to assure the parliamentary secretary so quickly after his speech that indeed I plan to vote for C-71, and the Green Party is very supportive. And in fact, I had the great honor of participating in the crafting of an amendment to this bill, working with the honourable member. Now, of course, I'm going to have to fish for Burlington, I hope, who was willing to take a Liberal amendment and craft in my amendment, which included raising as a concern as decisions were being made about legal gun ownership, whether there was not only a previous offense involving a firearm, but, for instance, a restraining order or other concerns about violence against an intimate partner or a use of a weapon in those contexts. So I think this bill is welcome. There are many things that we need to do to continue to advance security issues across Canada, but this is a good bill, and I'm looking forward to voting for it. So that is in question et commentaire. File it under commentaire. Merci.
And questions and comments? File it under comments.
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate Leader of the Green Party's input on this legislation. Obviously, we agree with her, and we're pleased to hear that the Green Party's in support. But her comments, Mr. Speaker, remind me, in terms of just to the degree in which we've had the Minister of Public Safety reach out and look for opinions from different stakeholders, and most importantly, from Canadians in different regions of our country, and has put together good, sound legislation. You know, when member across the leader made reference to restraining orders or bonds or peace bonds that are put into place, they're put into place because there's a fear factor often that compels a person to go and get a restraining order. And could you imagine the additional fear and the potential relief that this will provide, at least in part, Mr. Speaker? As I say, it's a positive piece of legislation and will have a positive impact.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The parliamentary secretary implied that retailers in Canada do not keep records of firearms they sell. That's categorically wrong. All the retailers that I know of keep those records, and so that's a misnomer in and of itself. But this legislation does not combat the #1 problem that we have as far as crime and firearms, and that's illegal firearms. It's illegal guns that are smuggled in primarily from the United States. There's no mention of that whatsoever. In fact, this is what I would call lackadaisical legislation in the sense that farmers, sports shooters, and competitive shooters are the most law-abiding people that I know. So simply laying over more red tape on top of people who are already obeying the laws, I would have to ask the parliamentary secretary, how does he explain that that will actually substantially reduce firearm violence in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it was not my intent to give the impression that retailers do not already maintain some sort of a registry. This legislation puts it into place in a very formal way, as it was done in the late 80s, early 90s. So it's something in which former Conservatives actually supported. And I can tell that, the member says, well, what does it do in regards to illegal guns? Do you think we can pass legislation that will make it illegal to have an illegal gun? Like, really? Mr. Speaker, the member talks about the legislation. Now it appears that the only opposition to the legislation appears to be, well, it doesn't deal with illegal gun owners. If that's and possible regulations, he did make reference, or the member did make reference to regulations also, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe the Conservative Party truly understands what it is that this legislation is doing, because this is good, sound legislation that will have a positive impact, and there's nothing wrong with voting in favor of it. Does it deal with illegal guns in the manner in which they're hoping that it would? Likely not. If they can come up with a way that would assist the government in legislation of that nature, by all means, make the suggestion.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms. I've been a member of this place for nearly 13 years, Speaker, and I'm proud that over that time I've been able to play a part in legislation that ensures that Parliament is reaching three important objectives. First, that laws are put in place to protect the public from violent crime. Second, that we're standing up for victims of crime and their families. And third, that law-abiding Canadians are treated with respect. In this case, Speaker, I would say that C-71 misses the mark on all three of these objectives. I recognize, and indeed our previous Conservative government recognized, how important it is to ensure that violent offenders and those who intend on using weapons to commit crimes are taken off the streets. I'm certainly an advocate for legislation that targets dangerous offenders, protects our public, and ensures justice for victims and their families. I'm proud that over my time here, I've been able to do my part to do just that. In 2013, I introduced Bill C-479, an act to bring fairness for victims of violent offenders. This legislation, which received all-party support, made certain that violent offenders who were clearly not remorseful or ready to be reintegrated into society could not drag their victims and their families before a parole board every single year needlessly. Indeed, any laws that aim to tackle violent crimes must also seek to protect victims of violent offenders and their families from being re-victimized. They must also ensure that these offenders, those that are among the most likely to re-offend, don't get that opportunity. By introducing legislation such as the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act, the Safe Streets and Communities Act, and the Tackling Violent Crime Act, amongst many others, our Conservative government implemented productive, common-sense policies that treated firearm owners in the manner that any law-abiding citizen should be treated, while also cracking down on violent offenders and protecting the rights of victims. The Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act took the power to reclassify firearms out of the hands of the RCMP and officials and put it in the hands of parliamentarians who can be held accountable by the public. In doing so, our government sought to prevent any law-abiding citizen from being criminalized due to an unsubstantiated classification change. The Tackling Violent Crime Act mandated jail time for serious gun crimes and made stricter the bail provisions for those who had been accused of such crimes. The Organized Crime and Protection of Justice System Participants Act provided police and justices with crucial new tools to fight against organized crime and to target reckless shootings by adding a new offense for the use of a firearm in the commission of a crime, regardless of whether or not the person causes or means to cause bodily harm. And of course, Speaker, who could forget that we repealed the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry, which did absolutely nothing to reduce crime, but did waste millions in taxpayer dollars to treat law-abiding Canadians like criminals. In fact, Speaker, I would challenge my Liberal colleagues to show me any data since the firearms registry has been eliminated that would prove that there was any increase in firearms crime from legal firearms owners. These are just a very small sample of the measures our previous Conservative government took to protect our communities and keep Canadians safe. It is a shame now that the current Liberal government is trying to undo the progress that we made. What we've seen over the past 2.5 years is that this government cannot be trusted when it comes to protecting the public while also protecting the rights of farmers and recreational and competitive firearms owners. C-71 proposes a myriad of changes that will potentially criminalize law-abiding Canadians while doing nothing to target violent offenders or organized crime. This bill puts firearms classification powers back in the hands of unelected officials that Canadians cannot hold accountable and risks unsubstantiated changes that will indeed create legal problems for people who have done nothing wrong. And for my colleagues across the way, we actually experienced that in the last session when there were changes made, and we actually had members of Parliament who possessed firearms that were criminalized by those actions. What's worse, Speaker, is that the Liberals are pretending that they aren't trying to bring back the long gun registry, which is nothing less than misleading. The bill is going to create a registrar to keep track of transfers on non-restricted firearms, yet the government insists it isn't bringing back the long gun registry. I took the liberty of doing a little quick Google search for the word registrar, and right at the top of the page was a definition that read, an official responsible for keeping a registry of official records. That certainly sounds like a long gun registry to me, Mr. Speaker, and it sounds equally as wasteful and ineffective as the last one. Now, originally our caucus was optimistic about the government's intentions when they accepted our amendment in committee, which stated that for greater certainty, nothing in this act shall be construed so as to permit or require the registration of a non-restricted firearm. However, much to our surprise, they rejected our additional amendments that would have ensured elements of C-71 that are bringing in this new long gun registry were taken out of the bill. The government can say that they aren't bringing back the long gun registry, and I've heard them say that many, many times, but that doesn't make it true, Speaker. Meanwhile, Bill C-75, the government's legislation that proposes to overhaul the criminal code, is reducing penalties for very serious crimes, in some cases down to simple fines. Crimes like participating in the activities of a terrorist group, advocating genocide, and participating in organized criminal activity are having their penalties reduced in one piece of legislation, while farmers are being potentially criminalized in another. That, Speaker, is absolutely shameful. Speaker, the riding I represent, Flamborough-Glanbrook, is home to many farmers, hunters, and sport shooters. These are people who are legally and safely using their firearms to protect their livestock and their crops, and who are participating in recreational pastimes that are ingrained in our national heritage. I've heard from a wide variety of firearms owners in my riding who are deeply concerned that this government, through this bill, is targeting them while completely neglecting to address rising crime rates in rural communities across the country that particularly derive from illegal or imported firearms. Speaker, I personally enjoy going down to the range for recreational purposes, and I completely understand my constituents' concerns. They are concerned that they could be randomly criminalized by bureaucrats that they will be wholly unable to hold to account. They are concerned that this government is increasing red tape and treating them like criminals when they've done absolutely nothing wrong. As has already been pointed out by our Conservative caucus several times throughout the debate on this bill, this new long gun registry that the Liberals are bringing in through the back door is treating law-abiding Canadians like suspects, and that's just not right. Speaker, I think the tandem of C-71 and C-75 is symbolic of much of the last 2.5 years where this government has been terribly ineffective on numerous files. The Liberals introduced these two pieces of legislation with the notion that they wish to tackle gun violence, but they are doing nothing of the sort. What these bills will do is potentially criminalize law-abiding farmers, hunters, and sport shooters and reduce the penalties for very serious and very violent crimes. What they won't do is make our communities safer. Speaker, Canadians want to feel safe in their communities and in their homes. They want a government that ensures that those who pose a threat to them and their families are taken off the streets. C-71 and C-75, for that matter, will do nothing of the sort. This legislation is not only deeply flawed, but wasteful and, quite frankly, offensive to thousands of law-abiding Canadians that it's going to affect. Our Conservative caucus is determined to ensure that the laws we produce in this place protect our communities and respect the rights of law-abiding Canadians. Anything less is not good enough, Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this bill.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, unfortunately, I disagree with the member and his comments. I think if you look at this bill objectively, you will see that it is a bill that does an extremely good job of protecting the rights of lawful gun owners for the recreational and sporting purposes that they have them, but at the same time it moves to strengthen the laws that we do have around gun legislation. I know that he talked quite a bit about this being a form of a registry. and he said that this is just a way of it coming in through the back door, and I know that that's been an ongoing Conservative talking point since this debate has come back to this chamber. But the reality of the situation is, and if you heard what the minister said this morning, Mr. Speaker, he commented directly that this was that members in the committee, Conservative members, admitted the fact that this was not a long gun registry, or this was not a gun registry, and even went beyond that, as he indicated, and he read out. He read out that this is that a motion was put forward by a Conservative member, specifically identifying that this would not to be construed as a registry, and that would be the fact for anybody who would be implementing this law. Does he disagree that the Conservative members of that committee did their due diligence, and the ones that you would think would be inclined to know something about what was going on because they studied the legislation? Does he disagree that they didn't know what they were doing when they put forward that amendment?
Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Well, I will be glad to answer my colleague from Kingston, my hometown, Kingston, Ontario. Nice place. Too bad it's represented by a Liberal. But listen, Speaker, the fact that the fact that there's the word registrar in the bill indicates, as I mentioned, there must be something that the registrar is responsible for. That must be a registry. Now, to do a bait and switch like the member is suggesting, in other words, accepting one of the amendments that my colleague suggested, but 4 of the others they dismissed to assure that there wasn't any registry, that is exactly the case that we're talking about here. Now, earlier today, the Public Safety Minister mentioned a Guns and Gangs Summit that happened here in Ottawa. I don't see anything that would be a product of that summit that happened here enshrined in this bill. I don't see anything giving resources to law enforcement. I don't see anything providing new regulations in order for them to investigate the importation of illegal guns. As the parliamentary secretary mentioned earlier, that you can't possibly make something illegal that's already illegal. Well, you can certainly draft legislation that helps with enforcement of the importation of illegal firearms.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Fairly quick, hopefully to give some other people a chance, but two things that I wanted to ask my colleague. When you come to buy a firearm under this new legislation, you will have to register the sale. You have to register the firearm itself. You have to register the person who is buying needs to register. The gun shop that is selling needs to register as part of the transaction. The PAL number needs to be registered, and then the information needs to be kept for 20 years. So the first question is, doesn't he see that is the establishment of a registry? The second part of my question has to do with the fact that the Liberals are saying this information will not be available without a warrant to anyone, except already, Mr. Speaker, Section 102 of the Firearms Act allows a firearms officer to review, seize, or copy any records kept as a requirement of a business license without a warrant. And I'm just going to ask my colleague if he has some concerns about the fact that one part of the Act says they don't need a warrant, and yet the Liberals are misleading, I think, Canadians into believing that this information is being held in gun stores is going to be private unless there's a warrant involved in accessing that information.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Speaker. Of course, I have a profound amount of concern in regards to everything that the member said. But, not the least of which is this is simply another layer of red tape that's going to be another cost to taxpayers, and information that's already available that I've already mentioned and the parliamentary secretary agreed with, that retailers already now make sure that every sale is recorded in their own store, that a law enforcement officer can go in those stores and check that. But this simply is another way to add red tape and make it more difficult for the average Canadian to be able to comply with these laws. Speaker, I'd also like to say that the other thing that this bill doesn't address are victims of violent crime. And victims have been the victim concern from the Liberal Party has been totally absent in this session. In fact, the Victim Ombudsman's office has been vacant for months, and they even had the courtesy to make sure that there's a victim ombudsperson there to be able to deal with the concerns of families who have been victimized in Canada.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak this afternoon on behalf of law-abiding gun owners in Simcoe Grey like myself and those across the country that feel that Bill C-71 is an intrusive piece of legislation designed as a backdoor entry for the revival of the Liberal long gun registry. I'm not sure why this needs to be said yet again, but when it comes to gun crime, criminals do not care about a registry, background checks, or any other piece of legislation the Liberals bring forward. Criminals are criminals because they break the law. They're not signing up for a background check or registering their guns. They won't be calling in for a reference number when they try to buy or sell their illegal firearm. They're criminals, and they don't believe that they need to abide by this law or, quite frankly, any other. The Liberals can introduce all the legislation they want, including Bill C-71, but it will have little effect on the very matter it attempts to address. All the legislation in the world is not going to stop a gang member in downtown Toronto from pulling out an illegal handgun out of their pocket and shooting someone in cold blood. Now, support for frontline policing can help decrease the crime rate, but this legislation will not. One would think that the Minister of Public Safety would understand this. If he does indeed understand this, then why is he only blindly following the orders of the Prime Minister's office? Or perhaps, like his more urban colleagues, he actually does not understand the situation thinks that cracking down on farmers and hunters, people like my grandfather and my neighbors in Creemore, will actually help lower crime rates in our cities. I know that he has produced a slew of statistics designed to instill fear in Canadians because of rising gun homicide rates in major Canadian cities. The Liberals seem to be very concerned with increasing criminal possession of firearms, and this is something we should all be concerned about. Yet the Liberals have neglected any investment in technologies or services to intercept illegal firearms passing across the border from the United States or from other countries into Canada. And who could trust a government that cannot even stop people from illegally walking into our country to be able to stop people from bringing in illegal handguns or smuggling those guns? Earlier this year, the Minister of Public Safety touched on the insufficient commercial storage of firearms. He used the example of theft in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, which led to 24 handguns being stolen from a local gun store by a suspected gang member. What he failed to describe, though, was any effective legislation that would prevent this act from happening again. Mr. Speaker, backdoor gun registries don't prevent theft and illegal trade. Sound legislation that is enforced along with frontline support for local law enforcement can. Sadly, the Liberals have continued to fail to provide adequate funding to provinces to support efforts to combat illegal gun activity, exactly as the minister was lamenting himself. This legislation, as I mentioned, is a blatant backdoor attempt at reintroducing the intrusive long gun registry. Through this act, criminal suspicions of law-abiding firearm owners will just ramp up once again. Bill C-71 is a legislation designed to criminalize law-abiding gun owners and compromise the integrity of an already well-functioning system. The mandatory record-keeping by retailers will simply lead to the re-establishment of the long gun registry by another name. Instead of a list, the government will just ask for a series of receipts. Now, Mr. Speaker, a database is still a database and can and will be traced to original purchase. So let's not be surprised when those receipts become a list and law-abiding gun owners find themselves on it. In addition, the long gun registry was criticized by Canadians for its considerable large cost and the level of suspicion incited on gun owners. An increase in the size of government bureaucracy and red tape, a well-known Liberal trait, will accompany this legislation as well. Mr. Speaker, for many Canadians, rural and urban, firearms ownership is of great cultural significance. For some, it's multi-generational, with grandfathers passing on their love of hunting to fathers, who pass it on to their sons and increasingly to their daughters. For many others, shooting is a hobby, an afternoon at the range with friends on a weekend. However, the public Safety Minister and the Liberals like to distort statistics to instill fear in Canadians as a reason to take actions like this. His friends in the media will use headlines littered with firearm homicides, particularly from the United States, in order to feed that fear. Unfortunately, this legislation does not address the source of the problem at hand: gang violence and organized criminal activity. Those conducting the majority of homicides, gangs, and those that facilitate organized crime will continue to slip through the cracks in this legislation, the very matter that actually needs to be addressed. Mr. Speaker, Canadians already feel safe with the current gun control laws. The RCMP know who have been issued a license, the strict process that has to be followed to receive one. We have in place today sensible legislation and regulations that are appropriately followed and actively monitored by highly trained members of the RCMP. We can all agree that increasing gang violence is a grave concern and a tremendous burden on those who have witnessed it and those that have been involved in these tragic events. I think we all want to prevent that next tragedy conducted by a person using an illegal firearm. However, the Liberals are focused on the wrong place and on the wrong people. Increased gun control has not prevented organized crime in the past. Likewise, this legislation will not be a step forward in combating that crime, only a step into the freedoms of law-abiding citizens. Now, Mr. Speaker, the safety of Canadians should be the #1 priority of any government. Legislation like this will not protect Canadians from violent crimes. What it will do is to continue to perpetuate that sense that law-abiding gun owners like farmers, duck hunters, my constituents, those who follow all the rules and follow all the laws, that they are the problem. When what we really need to support are frontline policing to tackle gangs and organized crime. Mr. Speaker, I'll be voting against this legislation and in support of my law-abiding constituents, the men and women in Simcoe Grey, many of which own guns and utilize them on their farms, hunt, and spend time at the range with their friends. And I encourage any Liberal MP to support their law-abiding gun owners as well and do the same and vote against this legislation. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member across the way can explain to those that happen to be following the debate or those that are interested in the debate why it is that the Conservative critic, once this bill was in committee, made a statement in which, after moving an amendment, in essence stating that it is very clear, and I would quote, everybody at this table agrees that this is not a registry. And that's after there was an amendment that was moved by the Conservative Party that in essence states, for greater certainty, nothing in this Act shall be construed so as to permit or require the registration of a non-restricted firearms. So it's very clear, Mr. Speaker, from the Conservative critic and the Conservative members at the committee, this has nothing to do with the gun registry. Yet Conservatives inside the House, when the camera's on, want to try to make a point that this is all about a registry.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Parliamentary Secretary's question. I guess my question for the member opposite is, there's a number of law-abiding gun owners in Nunavut, the Northwest Territories, the Yukon. Why are they not speaking out on behalf of their citizens like I am for mine? I have law-abiding gun owners in my constituency, individuals that follow the rules and follow the law. And I was wondering why they should find themselves first part of a list that, as I said in my speech, is going to become a registry, one that puts those people, I think, in a position that they should not be questioned about. But the Liberals want to question them every single time about their gun possession.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I find it lamentable that the last speaker has politicized this by saying the Liberals want to bother legal gun owners every possible opportunity. I think on an issue as important as ensuring, for instance, that we do lifetime background checks, that we ensure that, and I know a lot of legal gun owners in my riding absolutely agree that somebody who has had significant issues of violence in their life should be reviewed with more than a 5-year background check, but it should be lifetime. I don't think it's appropriate to try to stir up partisan vitriol on an issue as important as making sure that Canadians are safe, not from legal gun owners who are responsible hunters. Those are the or who do target practice, who use guns for sport in a responsible way. But we know people do get killed by their intimate partners, and there are warning signs, and this bill increases the extent to which those warning signs will be flagged.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Well, as I mentioned in my speech previously, and my constituents in Simcoe Grey raise this continually, they feel safe. We have current gun control laws. The RCMP know who has been issued a license, the strict possession, and they've gone through the process of receiving their license. We know who these people are already, and Canadians know we have sensible gun registration regulations already. What I think we're concerned about, and my constituents are concerned about, is when that receipt ends up on a list and that list becomes a registry, all of a sudden that law-abiding citizen doesn't feel like they're being treated like a law-abiding citizen any longer.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, and I just find it interesting that we've got Bill C-71 here. We've got a good gun, if you want to call firearms registry in this country. People who want to participate in firearms activities have to be licensed and get the proper certification. This bill just adds more bureaucracy. It's more of a process. There's more difficulty for legitimate people to actually be involved in these kinds of hobbies. I'd like to have my colleague just comment on the difference between this bill, the attitude of this government in C-71, and the fact that they're clamping down on legitimate, honest people across this country, and C-75, where they're reducing the sentences for things like terrorism, genocide, criminal activity, organized municipal corruption, those kinds of things. Could you reflect on that a bit?
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for his question and his outstanding work in this House, especially on these issues that involve public safety. Like him, I find it shockingly surprising, actually within the same week, that we're talking about two bills that deal with public safety concerns, and the Liberals seem to be on both sides of the answer to this question. What is it? Is it that we actually are here to make sure that Canadians are safe? Or is it that we want to have such an open, liberal access to things that we put Canadians at risk? I don't think this government knows, and that's why we actually see these pieces of legislation that are not clear to Canadians about making sure that they are safe on Canadian soil.
Well, before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Prince George Peace River, I'll let him know that there will only be about 6 minutes remaining before we need to interrupt for private members' business. He'll get his remaining time, of course, when the House gets back to the motion that's currently before the House. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince George Peace River.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess, we've seen different iterations of the firearms registry come before our government, certainly, and one of the mandates that we had was to get rid of that particular registry, and we did so, with the exception of 2 copies we're told by the Information Commissioner was preserved for a person named Bill Clinette, and he had made an ATIP request that he wanted to preserve that particular part of the data. Well, to me, it seems more than strange, and this is in reference to some of my colleagues across the way comments about that it isn't a registry, it's not a backdoor registry, it's not a front door registry, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I beg to differ, Mr. Speaker, and this comes right out of C-71 itself. I'm just going to read it out, and I'm just going to let the audience tonight out there and the folks that are watching this debate, which I know there's a lot that are concerned with this bill and how far it goes, especially with law-abiding firearms owners. But this is the example of what I call the front door registry, the one that's not supposed to exist. The minister has said that they're not going to reestablish the registry. I even looked just at the talking points of the Liberal Party. I just got it, looked at my phone and Twitter, and they say no new firearms registry. Well, again, here we go. The Commissioner of Firearms shall, for the purpose of the administration and enforcement of the Firearms Registration Act, Chapter 15 of the Statutes of Quebec 2016, provide the Quebec Minister, now wait for it, with a copy of all records that were in the Canadian Firearms Registry on April 3rd, 2015, and that relate to the firearms registered as at that day as non-restricted firearms. And it goes on, if the Quebec Minister provides the Commissioner with a written request to that effect before the end of the 120th day, the day on which the Commissioner sends written notice under subsection 2. And Mr. Speaker, that isn't some legislation from 2 years ago. This is legislation, C-71, the one that we're debating on the floor of the House right now. So to me it seems more than strange that the Minister can actually get up and say what we're saying is false, that we're calling this, what they're proposing, a new firearms registry. Let me just read it again, just for those who didn't hear this. For the purpose of the administration and enforcement of the Firearms Registration Act, Chapter 15 of the Statutes of Quebec 2016, provide the Quebec Minister with a copy of all records that were in the Canadian Firearms Registry. That's giving the hard drive to the Quebec Minister if they ask for it, on April 3rd, 2015. So this is data that's well past. It's almost 3 years old, and that relate to the firearms registered as at that day as non-restricted firearms. So one thing, we all know that firearms owners, I'm a person that owns handguns, so I'm a restricted firearms owner. We're already on a registry and a database for that purpose alone, and prohibited firearms owners are there as well. But this government says they're not creating a new non-restricted firearms registry. Well, Mr. Speaker, clearly I said it twice, and maybe the members across the way, I don't see, they're all looking at their iPads, so I'm not sure that they're listening.
3 that are here.
Yeah, we can't refer to how many are here in this place, but certainly they don't seem to be interested in the facts of their own bill that say they're going to pass a copy of the registry that was supposed to have been destroyed, Mr. Speaker, with the previous government. And now a copy is going to be given by that minister to the province of Quebec to reestablish a firearms registry. Now, I don't know how much clearer we can be in reestablishing a registry in Quebec, because I guess, Mr. Speaker, the next thing that, what of course are you going to do when you have a former firearms registry that's now 3 years old? You're going to update that firearms registry data. So the Quebec minister, let's say he makes the request for this particular firearms data registry, of the data that's supposed to have been destroyed, brings it into the province, and this isn't, it's speculation a little bit, but it doesn't take too far to see what's going to happen. The Quebec government takes the particular copy and then it chooses to update it. Chooses to update its registry that's reestablished, and here we go again, Mr. Speaker. We have a firearms registry that's going to happen in Quebec as a result of this particular legislation.
But it won't be new.
And I think the troubling part of this, Mr. Speaker, is that the Information Commissioner preserved a copy out of a request by one individual named Bill Clinett. That's the only reason why this copy has been preserved. I'm told that there's actually 2 copies of this. The only reason why it sits in a vault to this day is to honor a request by that same individual, Mr. Bill Clinett. For no other purpose does it exist. So for the minister now to offer a copy of that to the Quebec government, it goes against Supreme Court ruling that's saying that the jurisdiction lies within this place in the federal government. And it also, I guess, strikes me as strange that a previous government, its mandate was to destroy the registry. It did that, made attempts to do that. Because of a request, it's been preserved. To me, it's clear this registry, the data as it sits, the 2 copies that exist in this vault need to be destroyed once this requirement is met. But to me, Mr. Speaker, this is an obvious case of establishing a firearms registry through the front door. And after, when I come back, Mr. Speaker, I will also speak about the registry as it sits, as they try and get it through the back door. And I think my time's up, Mr. Speaker, so I'll pass it back to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But it's not a new registry. It's the old.
The honourable member for Prince George Peace River will have 4 minutes remaining for his remarks when the House next gets back to the question, and of course the usual period for questions and comments. Comme il est 17h30.
As it is 5:30, the House will now turn to private members' business, according to the order indicated on the order paper. Orders of the day. Second reading debate of Bill C-392, an act to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Fishing and Recreational Harbors Act, and other acts, application of provincial law, presented by Ms. Posey. Ms. Posey, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie moves that Bill C-392, an act to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Fishing and Recreational Harbors Act, and other acts, application of provincial law, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure, and Communities. Debate. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to address you today because when one is a legislator, presenting a bill and to debate it is a very important moment. And Bill C-392, well, I think it's really going to give me the feeling that I have done my duty, and you'll understand why. It ensures that no one can go above our laws. It ensures better protection of our environment and agricultural land, and it allows for more harmonious land use planning. Bill C-392 amends 8 federal statutes to impose limits on the minister responsible for upholding them. These are laws that apply to pipelines, ports, docks, airports, telecommunications infrastructure, and all properties that benefit from federal immunity, including the National Capital Commission's territory. With its passage, the federal government will no longer be able to authorize activity or infrastructure that violates provincial legislation or municipal bylaws, which frame environmental protection and land use planning. The principle is that Quebec's territory belongs to Quebecers. Essentially, protecting our territory, our environment, falls under Quebec's legislation. Quebec has been a pioneer in the field, in fact. Quebec's Environmental Protection Act is nearly half a century old. Again, it's not perfect, but it's the best on the continent. Same thing for land use planning. A whole series of laws and regulations ensure that this is done as harmoniously as possible at the provincial and municipal level. And to ensure that the population's needs are taken into account, there's a series of citizen participation mechanisms, such as hearings before the Quebec Environmental Public Hearings Office, le BAP, and municipal referenda. A whole series of legislation and mechanisms are what we gave ourselves to protect our environment, ensure harmonious land use planning, evaluate and ensure the social acceptability of projects, and that's how it's done throughout all the provinces. But when it comes to projects under federal jurisdiction, none of that matters. Essentially, the federal government is above our laws. Quebec's laws and municipal bylaws continue to apply as long as it doesn't disrupt federal or activities under federal jurisdiction too much. Let's take a hypothetical pipeline project. Perhaps we could demand that the pipe be painted blue or yellow or black. It doesn't cost a lot. It doesn't really change the project, but we couldn't impose serious constraints. We couldn't demand costly deviations, and certainly could not say no to that project. Ottawa alone decides that, regardless of our laws or the will of our people. Since I was elected about 2 years ago, I've lost track of the number of federal projects that cause a great deal of discontent because they are not being because the framework is not being set up by us. It's as though we were not at home when we're at home. Let's take the Act to Preserve Agricultural Land, which is 40 years old this year. We tend to forget that even though Quebec's territory is immense, our agricultural land is a precious commodity because only 2% of Quebec's total land mass is good agricultural land. And when that land is contaminated or covered in asphalt, it's lost forever. They're lost for posterity. For 40 years, proponents in Quebec can no longer ruin our agricultural land the way they want. They have to go before the Agricultural Land Protection Commission and receive an authorization before building anything in a green zone. But the Supreme Court decided in 2010 that the law did not apply to those who wanted to build aerodromes in protected agricultural lands. As aeronautics are under federal jurisdiction, Those entrepreneurs are above our laws. And that's how, since the last election, we have an airport built in the middle of an agricultural zone in St. Cuthbert in the riding of Berthier-Masquinongé. Another one in Neuville. We've got an airport in the middle of a cornfield in the riding of Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. In both cases, the law forbade it. The Union of Agricultural Producers was opposed. Municipalities were opposed. Quebec's government and the National Assembly were opposed. Nobody wanted it. But Ottawa said yes anyway. Same thing for Mascouche in the riding of my excellent colleague from Montcalm. In that case, the project violates agricultural zoning, 3 laws, including agricultural zoning, municipal zoning, and the Environmental Protection Act, because it is in a protected wooded area. 3 laws. My colleague from Montcalm intervened several times in this place regarding this file, but Ottawa washed its hands, gave it the authorizations while asleep at the switch, and the file is now before the courts. I've got more examples. When it comes to land use planning, municipalities are the ones who are on the front lines. Land use planning where thousands of people live, sharing it harmoniously to avoid usage conflicts, that's delicate work. And that's what urban planning is for, and zoning bylaws. It can only be done at a local level by people who actually live there. It's their land, after all. It's where they live. But there you have it. Ottawa doesn't care. And its immunity to our laws means that it can transfer that immunity to businesses under its jurisdiction. I'm convinced that all the members in this House could talk to you about problems back home with, for example, cell phone towers being set up randomly. In this field, telecommunication companies do what they want. They're above our laws, above our citizens, and they are certainly not shy about taking advantage of that. There are cities that have attempted to pass regulations to reestablish some order, but the courts overturned them one after the other, for example, in Châteauguay, Terrebonne, or Gatineau. Montreal decided not to go forward with its own legislation 4 years ago because during public consultation, companies threatened to sue the city. And Industry Canada sent a memo to tell the city to back down. And I could talk to you about the port in Quebec. IMTT, which is set up on the port's lands, is blithely polluting the neighborhoods of Limoilou and Saint-Roch. These are the ridings of Beauport-Limoilou and Quebec. When residents decided to mobilize about the red dust that was arriving everywhere on children's play structures, on their windowsills, there was nickel, iron, and zinc in it. Did Ottawa listen to them? Not at all. Ottawa is far from the real world. In the end, it was our government, the government of Quebec, that stepped in. But that was forgetting Ottawa's arrogance and the businesses that it protects under the mantle of its powers. When inspectors from the Minister of the Environment for Quebec wanted to visit those facilities, what did the Port Authority say? They said, no, you have nothing to do here. This is federal land. When Quebec sent a notice of infraction under Quebec's environmental protection legislation, the company contested it, and Quebec's Superior Court, even worse, decided that the company could violate our laws as much as it wants, poison our neighborhoods because it's above our laws. And that's not including Energy East, which was supposed to cross 800 waterways in Quebec without being able to do anything about it. 800 waterways, which are the source of drinking water for 5 million people. Trans-Canada Pipeline systematically refused to ask for a certificate of authorization from Quebec to submit to the BAP's audiences or to respect Quebec's legislation. If the bill, or rather the project, had not been abandoned by the company, we could have expected enormous protests, and I would have been part of them, I can guarantee it. We're looking at an endless legal battle between Quebec and Ottawa, which would systematically have taken the side of companies against the public. That's not a way to act, imposing projects from Ottawa without any consideration for local populations. This is what's happening in British Columbia. It's a taste of what we can expect if this government tries to revive the Energy East pipeline.
We need to solve this problem now before there is a political and social crisis, which will happen if Energy East comes back to life. I could also talk to you about the properties of the federal government. Now, cities have urban development plans. They plan to have green zones, for example, so that the city can breathe. That's what urban development is. But if Ottawa tramples in, doing anything it wants, anywhere it wants to, without any respect for the people who live there, that'll be a problem. For example, in Gatineau, they've often been at odds with the National Capital Commission. Ottawa's chipping away at the green belt, and it does so every time it has to build a new federal office. And that's what happens when federal jurisdiction comes into the picture. There's total contempt for local populations, there's legal uncertainty, legal battles, and there are a whole series of problems that ensue. My bill aims to fix that by setting up legal certainty in areas where there are repeated lawsuits. Under federal Parliament, developers sometimes see their projects turned down, and so they can no longer challenge the enforcement of the laws. But the population needs to give their support. So I would remind the government, if governments deliver development licenses, only communities can give their permission. And yes, Mr. Speaker, before the elections, they promised that they would not deliver any permits for projects that had not been approved by the province or municipality. Well, that is exactly what my bill would force them to do. Because projects need to respect both federal laws, provincial laws, and municipal regulations, well, it will be the highest standard that will apply. And, of course, it's high to have very high standards. We live in a democracy. Our laws, regulations, and consultation mechanisms are supposed to reflect a certain social consensus. Now, my bill is the object of consensus in Quebec. The government of Quebec feels that if environmental and urban development laws apply, they should apply at all times. The National Assembly was unanimous in calling for this many times. The municipalities are very unhappy that Ottawa is constantly going over their head. The Union of Agricultural Producers wants Ottawa to submit to the laws that protect our lands, and environmental groups want the highest environmental standards to apply. So while the government is stubbornly clinging to its powers, we want to give control of our lands back to those who live on the land. That way, at least we can be a little bit more in control in our own province. That's the goal of Bill C-392, and that's why I'm so proud to present it today. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I know I just have a few minutes left. I would be remiss if I didn't thank the legal drafters in the House, particularly Nathalie Caron and Isabelle de Souza, because producing a bill under very tight deadlines, which particularly a bill that affects many other laws, is a real challenge, and they really met that challenge brilliantly. So thank you so much. And I look forward to the questions of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague, the member for Repentigny, for her private member's bill. I completely agree with the goal of this bill. Now, she said that in British Columbia, it is unacceptable that the federal government ignored the desires of British Columbians, particularly when it comes to their approach toward pipelines, and particularly the Kinder Morgan pipeline. With Bill C-69, at the federal level, we will now no longer have a credible approach for the assessment of projects such as pipelines. We need to protect provincial jurisdiction and allow provinces to have higher standards. For example, we could have something like the BAP process. So I would like to ask my colleague what she thinks the problems with C-69 are. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I thank my colleague, and I have to say that yes, indeed, I tried to apply a similar amendment to C-69, an amendment that would have made sure that provincial and municipal laws would be respected. But unfortunately, the entire Environmental Committee voted against my amendments. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like Manitoba, I really do care about the province of Quebec. I do care about the different regions of our country. My ancestors, both on my mother's and father's side, both originate out of the province of Quebec. And at the same time, as much as I love my province, I was an MLA for many years, 2 decades almost, but I understand that at times there needs to be, the interest, a national interest in development of different projects or the potential of projects, and there is a need for a national government to be able to demonstrate leadership. The former question is a good example of why it's necessary. And my question to my friend and colleague across the way is that I can appreciate, as I'm sure she knows, that she comes from a party that would ultimately like to see more separation out of from Quebec, out of Canada, and that, I wonder to what degree that might be the primary motivation, as opposed to having legislation that's in the best interest of all Canadians. The whole idea of a national interest.
Honorable député de Repentigny. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question because it will give me the opportunity to tell him that this bill essentially applies from coast to coast. Now, my colleague, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, supports it. We even did a press conference about it together. Now, another point. What is the national interest? To me, it means ensuring that people have good drinking water. It's an essential service, in my opinion. That's the type of thing we need to protect. The national interest means protecting the health of Canadians. In Limoilou, people are breathing in nickel and zinc from the air, and for me, that's not in the national interest. So if the national interest of Canada is pipelines and oil, and the decisions are made over our head, then clearly we are not in the same nation. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières, and we just have time for a very brief question and brief answer. Well, I'll try to be brief. Thank you to my colleague for Repentigny for this initiative. Under the previous government, there was the issue of the Neville Airport, and my colleague at the time had done similar work on that issue. Now, there is an omnibus aspect to this bill because it affects 8 other laws. I feel that I could be in favor of this, but I'm wondering if the amendments that she's proposing to these acts are the same in all 8 cases, or whether we're talking... I mean, what I'd like to know is what is the mechanism by which those bills will be changed? Yes, briefly. Yes, it affects 8 bills, but there are laws that already exist, and the same amendment will be made to each law, because there are already these laws that exist in Canada that consider provinces' jurisdiction. For example, the National Parks Act. So C-392 simply takes aspects of the National Parks Act and applies it to all of those other laws. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today about Bill C-392.
Le projet de loi
Bill C-392 touches upon several subjects, including intergovernmental relations, federalism, and the paramountcy principle. matters that have been debated in both houses of Parliament in relation to a wide range of subjects. In essence, this bill seeks to allow provincial governments to impose restrictions on environmental protection activities and land use for projects which the government undertakes across the country.
Monsieur le Président, je félicite.
Mr. Speaker, I applaud the member for Repentigny and her initiative to give more prominent consideration to the environment and land use when projects and activities that fall under federal jurisdiction are being considered. The government also believes that the environment is worth protecting. Canadians should know that their governments, at all levels, are working together to achieve economic and environmental objectives and are acting in the interests of their safety and security.
Every day, millions of Canadians can go about their lives in an orderly and predictable way. They get into their cars that start and stop as they should, drive on roads where people follow the rules, buy groceries that are free from contaminants, land in airplanes at airports that are safe, drink water that is clean, and sleep well at night knowing that our police, fire departments, paramedics, and military personnel are on guard for our security. Our society depends on laws and rules to function, Mr. Speaker, and each level of government is responsible for those things that fall into its jurisdiction. Education, building codes, and highways, for example, are primarily provincial responsibilities. Matters such as defense, aeronautics, and radio communications, for example, extend beyond provincial borders and impact the country as a whole. In these areas, it falls to the federal government to implement a nationally consistent approach that serves Canada and its people. As we all know, the division of powers in Canada has been defined in the Constitution Act, but we also know that this division is not black and white. There are many areas and many issues where interests will cross jurisdictional lines, where 2 or even 3 levels of government have a stake in an issue, like the environment, like health, like safety, like employment.
The Government of Canada works with the provinces on matters such as education, health, and employment. Likewise, the provinces work with the Government of Canada on matters that fall under federal jurisdiction.
Is essential to maintaining order and predictability in our society. It ensures that we avoid the scenario of too many leaders in one situation or a leadership void when no one else wants to take responsibility in another. In Canada, all jurisdictions must work together on certain issues to promote and protect the interest of all Canadians. And even when we agree to work together, we must still respect jurisdictional boundaries. Recent Supreme Court decisions on the doctrine of interjurisdictional immunity have stated that provincial and municipal legislation cannot impair core matters of federal jurisdiction over aeronautics or radio communication infrastructure. Bien que ces décisions...
While these decisions quite clearly establish federal authority on matters such as aerodromes and cell phone towers, the government does not hide behind interjurisdictional immunity to run roughshod over communities. In fact, to ensure that local concerns are taken into consideration for activities and projects that fall under federal jurisdiction, the government puts processes in place for consultation and the consideration of environmental laws and land use.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to illustrate this point with a few examples. First, in January of 2017, following a regulatory consultation process, Transport Canada implemented a new regulation called Canadian Aviation Regulation 307, Aerodromes Consultations. The regulation was specifically established to require proponents of certain aerodrome projects to consult with affected stakeholders before starting work so that local concerns can be identified and mitigated. In another example, under the Canada Marine Act, Canada Port Authorities are charged with the management of federal real property and marine assets, as well as navigable waters within the ports. In addition to abiding by all federal legislation and regulations, the Canada Marine Act provides for the incorporation of provincial legislation by reference to address specific issues when the need arises. As a result, British Columbia's liquefied natural gas regulation is being applied to the federal lands being managed by the Prince Rupert Port Authority. My third and final example, Mr. Speaker, is the Canada Infrastructure Bank funding program. The Canada Infrastructure Bank acts as a minority partner in delivering federal support to infrastructure projects, alongside co-investment by private sector and institutional investors and sponsoring governments. Projects supported by the bank must respect all applicable laws in the relevant jurisdiction, including any applicable environmental or labor laws. Project sponsors are required to provide assurance to the bank and other investors that all applicable laws in a province have been respected. The reason these specific examples were chosen, Mr. Speaker, is because these initiatives, all of which require consultation and consideration of local issues related to land use and the environment, are taken from the very acts that the private member's bill seeks to amend. There are countless other examples in the same acts and elsewhere that demonstrate the government's commitment to hearing the concerns of Canadians.
And because the government is not above listening and improving, it is constantly looking for ways to demonstrate this commitment. Recently, it introduced Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Bill C-69 exceeds the amendments proposed in Bill C-392 and would explicitly reflect the consideration of environmental, social, safety, health, socioeconomic issues, including gender-based impacts, economics, and impacts on Indigenous peoples. Bill C-69 will also provide the public an opportunity to express their views during review processes.
As we all know, there are many issues which transcend municipal and provincial boundaries, and many others where the federal government may be unaware of local concerns. For this reason, taking a cooperative approach achieves the best possible outcome for all Canadians. With a country as large and diverse as Canada, we must all act in good faith and work together to achieve the best possible results for our economy and for the environment and our citizens. Cooperation is a fine balance, Mr. Speaker. There have and will continue to be times where differences arise, and despite our best efforts to work together, even the strongest relationships will experience disagreements. Monsieur le Président, le projet de loi C.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-392 would represent a major shift in federal-provincial dynamics in Canada and would undermine the cooperative relationship that we have worked so hard to establish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. We're resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my turn now to rise to speak to this bill. And from the outset, I'd like to acknowledge the work done by the member. As she mentioned in her speech, she did a great deal of work, research with legislative assistance here. And according to the information that's been provided, her bill complies with any all constitutional aspects and can proceed. and could meet all potential core challenges. And at any rate, the work has been done. I'd like to congratulate her. She's from Quebec. She likes to defend Quebec issues. I, too, was a mayor. I've been involved in jurisdictional squabbles in the past, Mr. Speaker, as part of my duties. And indeed, sometimes when we are a mayor and a superior comes in and decides what we can do or can't do in our communities. But at the same time, I thought, well, I was mayor of Thetford Mines, and there were several municipalities in the surrounding area. We had to manage the same stream, and if we decided to manage it differently from one area to the next without any guidelines, well, unfortunately, I couldn't guarantee the quality of the water at the end, the outflow. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why I think that while the member has a laudable objective to bring decisions down to the community level, sometimes we may go too far in doing so, and we need more general situations, because it can happen that those decisions need better guidance because they're better taken at a different level. Now, this is about Bill C-392. It will amend the Aeronautics Act, the Fishing and Recreational Harbors Act, and other acts that I'll have an opportunity to address later. And the summary says, this enactment amends certain acts to subordinate the exercise of certain powers to the applicable provincial laws concerning land use and development and environmental protection. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's the very essence of the parliamentary group Québec Debout that wants to withdraw from the application of all federal legislation. What they want is to remove Quebec from Canada. So we can't be surprised that we've got this. This is excellent work. I don't want to criticize the excellent work done by my colleague, but we can't be surprised with the objective that was set to withdraw from coverage of all federal legislation. They want to withdraw Quebec from Canada. That is the objective, and they're using a gradual approach, and it's their platform. They take small steps, action here, action there, and hope that at some point someone will let them move forward, and at some point they'll no longer need Canada, Mr. Speaker. So that is the approach that we're seeing here. Now, unfortunately, we've seen through this, and we will be opposing Bill C-392 in its current form, even though it has been well prepared. And I want to reiterate that the groundwork was done very well. My colleague has worked very hard on her bill. She believes in her convictions, and that's what's good about this Parliament. We can believe in something, believe in different things from others, and we have an opportunity to express that. I could make some recommendations for my colleagues from Quebec Debout, but I will abstain from doing so because I think that perhaps my recommendations wouldn't be welcome. Now, as I said, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party of Canada doesn't believe in creating federal-provincial squabbles. We're here to defend the interests of Quebecers, the Quebec nation within Canada. And that is what we are working towards, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party of Canada, takes action and takes into account and notes the results or the outcome of the election in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. 52% of those people voted for the party that will defend the interests of Quebec within a strong and united Canada. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this bill is designed to reverse the respective authority in areas of jurisdiction. It will allow for provinces to have the power to interfere in federal legislation by changing things, and it will have an impact on the economy. If we were to implement this bill, it would be enough to, in fact, sabotage a project which is in the national interest, even if it doesn't deal with an area under provincial jurisdiction. So I feel that the rules and laws currently in force give sufficient power to Order, please. I'm trying to listen to the speech being made by the honourable member. It appears to be very interesting, but I'm finding it very difficult with people who are yelling in the chamber. So I would ask honourable members in the House to perhaps remember that the standing orders state that one person speaks at a time. Others can whisper amongst themselves. But we need to let the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable continue his remarks. And hopefully we'll have a little bit of respect shown for the honourable member. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, he appreciates the interaction. I'd like to point that out. He's happy to have it. That's not a point of order, but thank you for the information. Now, the honourable member. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, I adore this kind of interaction, especially when I see the results like we saw yesterday in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, where there's a great deal of interaction between members of former parties joining our fold. So I love that kind of interaction, Mr. Speaker. And now, to get back to the bill. This is a bill that is far too large. It will amend some 8 pieces of federal legislation that are currently in force: the Aeronautic Act, Fisheries and Pleasurecraft Harbors, the National Energy Board, telecommunications, federal buildings, among others. And this isn't a gradual approach. It's like they're trying to take a far too big a step all at once. We saw them coming with this. And this bill will, in fact, create uncertainty when it comes to investment in provinces. It could hinder investment in Quebec, and we need to remember that as well. Now, if we don't know who's in charge when we deal with an issue that affecting more than one province, I don't think investors will choose to invest in Quebec without the certainty required. So, Mr. Speaker, despite everything that I've said, it's not Quebec Debout, which is currently the worst threat to unity in this country. Their best ally is the centralizing Liberal government. They need to think about that. The government that's unable to hold discussions with the provinces, and their inaction is such that they'll be in conflict with 50% of the provinces, 79% of the Canadian population, Trans Mountain in BC and Alberta, carbon tax in Ontario and Saskatchewan, then add cannabis. Growing plants at home, that will put them in conflict with Quebec and Manitoba. We've got a prime minister who's bent on interfering in areas of provincial jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, and that is the main threat, Mr. Speaker. I think that is something that should be worked on. That's worse, in fact, than what I was going to say, the Bloc Debout, but Quebec Debout, Bloc Québécois, Quebec Debout. The Honourable Member for Pontigny. At any rate, Mr. Speaker, the voters in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord sent a very clear message out yesterday to the Prime Minister and the various independent or sovereigntist parties in Quebec. They're fed up with interference, enough of the squabbling. Voters said they want to be represented by a party that will defend their interests, the best interests of Quebec under the current federal framework. They said that they're fed up with going nowhere, and it's time for a federal party that recognizes the Quebec nation and works in their interest, instead of it being simply about the cause. This is the message that was sent out clearly by Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, the voters there, and this is the work that Richard Martel will do once he joins this place. I don't have much time left, but I'd like to leave you with a quote, something said by a great man who loves Quebec and has shown how much he likes Quebec at the convention that took place in Saint-Hyacinthe last year. Showed how important the Quebec caucus and Quebec is to our caucus. And allow me to quote, Mr. Speaker, in the Conservative Party, there's room for nationalists who are fed up with squabbles and federalists who can no longer see the Prime Minister in his own little world. Believe you me, there will be other Michel Gauthiers and other Yves Lévesques. It was a leader of the Conservative Party of Canada who said those remarks in Saint-Hyacinthe last year, and this is just the beginning. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to say a few words about what my position and my party's position is on the bill in the name of the member for Repentigny. Now, it's interesting in many regards because it deals with Quebec jurisdictions, areas of federal jurisdiction, municipal jurisdiction, some laws and regulations that Quebec and other provinces have put in place to protect their environments and local populations, etc. So, constitutionally and legally speaking, they talk about respect for the Quebec nation, but also social acceptability. And as a result, today, a government can no longer come in with the big shoes on and try to trample something, impose its will, where there is fierce opposition in communities, be it to local, regional, or Indigenous communities that are affected. I was a bit saddened to hear the member Liberal say that this bill would run counter to their efforts for cooperative federalism. I was going to chuckle, but you have to be pretty brazen to say that. I don't know if someone from Kinder Morgan said something about what about cannabis, healthcare, etc. They made promises, but now we're seeing the imperialism being a bulldozer. They're taking action single-handedly, and that's deplorable, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw the attention of Winnipeg North to an issue. He's the member for Winnipeg North. He's parliamentary secretary, and I'd like to tell him specifically that Quebec isn't a region. Quebec is a nation, okay? And that's not just the National Assembly that says it. It was voted here in this place, in this chamber, by the House of Commons, by the Canadian Parliament. So I think that he should go back and do his homework so that he knows exactly what motions were adopted here in this place. The bill deals with Quebec, but also all provinces, to establish a balance, an approach that is balanced. Not balancé, that's a bit of an Anglicism. At any rate, it's the end of June, and at any rate, we need to have a balanced approach, an approach that respects the jurisdictions at the federal level, the municipal levels, and the indigenous provisions. Now, a few years back, we had a leader. His name was Jack Layton, and he addressed the issue of the Quebec nation. This led to a very important document that was put together by Pierre Ducasse at the time, and it's called the Sherbrooke Declaration, and it was adopted historically by the NDP, and it was an approach based on asymmetrical federalism, the approach where Quebec is a nation. All programs always have, put forth by the NDP, always have a Quebec clause with an opting out component if there was something that already existed in Quebec. Now, this is asymmetrical federalism, but if we talk about cooperative federalism, this bill is a step in the right direction. And that's why in the NDP we will be supporting this bill so that it can be examined at committee. We have some questions with respect to the mechanics and the details and at how the courts will interpret the way that the balance is being restored, and then there are the issues of social acceptability, environmental assessment. But all that said, we agree with sending this to committee for second reading. We want to do so that it can be considered. We have a few questions about it, but the spirit of the bill is consistent with our vision, and it's a step in the right direction as well to be able to reach better agreements and better protect our citizens and communities which want to protect their agricultural lands, rivers, and lakes. And they can also protect streams and all various communities upstream and downstream. I'm sure that agreement can be reached on that as well. The member for Repentigny is moving a bill that will amend 8 pieces of legislation, will ensure that Quebec complies with legislation when it comes to the agricultural use of land use and development. That's an important component. This will affect airports, infrastructure, telecommunications, federal land, buildings, pipelines, among other things. This bill doesn't explicitly clarify how it amends existing legislation, so we have some questions about that. It talks about taking action in conjunction with provincial legislation, and I think the member for Repentigny gave an example when it comes to the Federal Parks Act, which already takes into account certain provincial regulations. These powers, in many cases, which are already subject to provincial legislation, one's dealing with land use and environmental protection. So this isn't a precedent. It's not something that can't be defended. It's a principle that we agree with, and we have to take a look at how it would be enforced. This will give more power to the government of Quebec and the governments of the other provinces when it comes to land use and development, and require the government to take into account agricultural zoning, environmental assessments, which are produced by the BAP in Quebec. And as the head of the Green Party said earlier, this Bill C-69 put forth by the Liberal government is not reassuring for us when it comes to assessing or the new environmental assessments as put forth by this government. On the contrary, it's a bill that in its current form is full of holes. We don't even know if it will be applied or if the recommendations will be respected by the minister, who has absolute discretionary power. Now, when it comes to the sharing of jurisdiction under the Constitution, legislation affected by this bill fall under federal jurisdiction. But according to analysis by the Library of Parliament that was requested, the wording of the bill does not make it possible to examine its scope specifically. It may happen that the courts interpret Bill C-392 as an incorporation by referral. Now, the member for Trois-Rivières asked a question in this regard earlier. It incorporates the 8 pieces of legislation into those pieces of legislation, rules from the provinces. And if the courts deem that Bill C-394 incorporates by referral these provisions under the 8 acts, those 8 pieces of legislation will be considered federal laws. This is a legislative technique that's commonly used and accepted in jurisprudence. However, when it would be important to address those issues and delve into them more deeply at committee. Mr. Speaker, we also consulted an expert at the University of Ottawa who believes that this bill contains some interesting ideas that could lead to a better sharing of responsibilities between the provincial and federal government, or the Quebec government and the federal government in this case. There are many examples, Mr. Speaker, where it could have made a difference if the principles of this bill, in the name of the member for Repentigny, had been in force. A private promoter, for example, near Shawinigan is managing a small airport on a private land use area, even if provincial legislation, municipal rules had prevented and prohibited the building of the landing strip. So I think that the government can also show some open-mindedness, send this to committee in order to respect provincial legislation, rules in the municipalities. And I have another example, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to, well, I know that I've got just a few seconds, so I'd like to wrap up saying that if the Liberal government, the current Liberal government, can violate the rules put in place and the rights of the Indigenous peoples in BC and the province, it's showing contempt for all levels of government in British Columbia. As a Quebecer, I can say that I would be particularly worried with respect to a pipeline like Energy East, where there was massive opposition from Montreal to all of the villages and regions that it crossed. It crossed some 800 lakes and rivers, including the St. Lawrence. The government needs to understand that it has to sit down with the provinces and the municipalities, hold discussions, and respect them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Carried to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I always welcome the opportunity to comment on private members' bills, as members opposite will know that I'm somewhat opinionated on issues that I believe are of national importance. And at times, and it's not that often, I agree with so many comments that were made from my friend from across the way within the Conservative Party. And I think that maybe we can find some commonality amongst parties inside the chamber, with the possible exception of our Quebec members of Parliament, or some of those Quebec members of Parliament associated with the bloc. And, and that's why when I had posed the question earlier, I made reference to my own personal heritage. I'm very much a proud Canadian. I think that we live in the best country in the world. I really believe in Canada's diversity and the rich heritage that can be witnessed in all provinces across our country. And I'm very proud, for example, of the St. Boniface area, very large Francophone community, quite possibly the largest in Western Canada, St. Pierre-Joli, where my grandparents came from prior to coming from the province of Labelle or Quebec. So very much understanding the importance of the many different regions and the beauty from within and that diversity. Having said all of that, I very much am a nationalist in the sense that I believe that we do need to have strong national leadership on a wide number of fronts. It's in all regions' best interest when you have a government that's prepared to be able to demonstrate leadership issues on those important files that's ultimately, I would suggest to you, in the national best interest. And we've witnessed that very recently. And think in terms of, if this bill were to become law, the impact it would have had on what has been an incredible issue that's been debated and discussed in this chamber for a number of years, Mr. Speaker. And it's been fairly well debated even in the last number of days and weeks. And that's in regards to the extension of the pipeline, the Trans Mountain extension, which was deemed to be in Canada's national interest. And as a result, Mr. Speaker, we have the national government playing a fairly proactive role in ensuring that extension takes place. It's sound policy. There's a great deal. My friend across the way talked about the importance of communities and working with communities and provinces and municipalities, and that is something in which this government takes very seriously. And a good example of that is the Trans Mountain expansion, when we have not only provinces and municipalities, but we've also worked very closely with Indigenous people in resolving what has been a very important debate that has taken place, Mr. Speaker. And, when I talked about the Trans Mountain extension as one of those areas that is in the national interest, I made reference to my home province of Manitoba. And I said, Manitoba as a province is a have-not province, or has been a have-not province in terms of equalization. It's a beautiful province, very proud of it, but in terms of equalization, we have received literally hundreds of millions, going into billions of dollars on an annual basis. Why is that important to note? Because, when we take a look at the province of Alberta, and the amount of wealth that it has generated to the contributions of equalization and the impact, the positive impact that has had on provinces like Quebec, Manitoba, and many others that have received significant amounts of funds through the development of that beautiful resources that we have. In particular, this one here happens to be oil. Well, Mr. Speaker, it has provided for things such as better quality health care, better quality education, and I would suggest to you even investments in many environmental friendly energy or high-tech companies where it has actually supported. Well, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that this legislation, if it were to pass, would have prevented the national government from being able to take the actions that were necessary once it was deemed that this was in fact in the nation's best interest to proceed with. And for that reason, in good part, I can't support this legislation. You see, I differ with members opposite in the sense that there are many federal areas of responsibility. We can talk about airports, parks, other lands that are owned and run through the national government, where I believe that the national government needs to play that leading role. And quite often, that means by leading, it means working with the different stakeholders. And it's not to take anything away from provincial jurisdiction or municipal responsibilities that they carry out. Very much aware of that. But I believe that Canadians in every region of our country will recognize that there is a responsibility of strong leadership coming from Ottawa to protect those ideas and developments that are, in fact, in the national interest, or just areas of responsibility. You know, our transportation corridors, as an example, and you can factor into those transportation corridors our airline industries. Check with the municipality or the City of Montreal, and just how important economically, not to mention socially, but economically, that the Montreal airport is to the city, to the province, as it is to other airports throughout our country, even our more rural airports. These lands and the operations of these lands, and what sort of an impact this legislation might or may have on that, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. You know, these are the types of issues that I believe that the federal government does have a responsibility to the population as a whole. When I look at the national government and the types of things that we have seen over the years in terms of being developed, you know, the national government does have a role to play on the environment. We have seen very progressive policies and legislation and commitments through national budgets in the last couple of years in particular, but also legislation. Members made reference to Bill C-69. You have a government that recognizes that it has a role to play. And, you know, after the Prime Minister, for example, shortly after he was elected Prime Minister, went to Paris, invited other stakeholders, and the Premier actually of Quebec might have been there. I don't know if that's the case, but I know that I believe there were other stakeholders, including provinces, that were represented in Paris. They come back and you find that often there is a high sense of cooperation between the different levels of government on those important issues. You know, working with Ottawa and different provinces, they can come up, I believe, with good, sound environmental policies. We can learn from other provincial jurisdictions. Some provinces are more progressive than others in different areas of development. And I believe that the federal government has a role to encourage best practices where it can, and ultimately to have that holistic approach in the overall promotion, development of standards across Canada. And then where it's necessary, be more directly involved, such as the Trans Mountain, Mr. Speaker. That's why when we take a look in terms of the legislation that's coming before us, what the member is proposing is that ultimately Ottawa transfer its responsibilities to the provinces. And my concern often with members, whether it's from the Bloc or that separatist element, is that their motivation on the surface might be to introduce positive legislation. That might be part of their motivation. But I also believe another part of the motivation is to not necessarily do what's in the best interest of the nation as a whole, but for one region of the country. And ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I believe what's in Canada's best interest is in the best interest of our provinces, both collectively and individually. And we do need to continue to work with provinces, municipalities, Indigenous groups, and others, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we continue to build that consensus and ensuring that Canada continues to be that country of diversity, a country that understands and appreciates the true value of a federalist state and ultimately develop our resources, and so forth, Mr. Speaker. You're telling me my time has run out, Mr. Speaker. As I say, I always appreciate the opportunity to share a few thoughts. Thank you.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming consideration at report stage of Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, resuming debate on the motions in group number 1.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies has 4 minutes coming to him from
Thank you,
the start of this debate.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you again. Just to carry on with where I was before, Mr. Speaker, we talked about part 1 was my reference to what the Liberals are bringing in the front door registry by giving a copy of the Quebec registry data to Quebec. And this is the back door registry, as we've referred to many times. I'm sitting with my colleagues here, largely from Alberta, that know C-71 well. And one of the things that we picked up on right away when we saw a first draft of this bill was that it establishes that backdoor registry in what's called a registrar, and the issue of a reference number is going to be necessary for the transfer of firearms either from a store or from individual to individual. So just going to go over, Mr. Speaker, what the actual, I think what helps, people that are watching tonight is just to hear the actual language within the bill. They've heard a lot of promises from the Liberals that they're not going to establish or re-establish a long gun registry. This lays out in clear language that that's exactly what's going to happen. So the reference number, the registrar shall issue, and a registrar, Mr. Speaker, is the head of a registry. That's why they're called a registrar. I'm sure you know that, Mr. Speaker, but just for the record, the registrar shall issue a reference number if he or she is satisfied that a transferee holds and is still eligible to hold a license, authorizing them to acquire and possess non-restricted firearm. So just that alone, Mr. Speaker, establishes that this is a registry, and any firearm, I'll go into the details too, what's going to be required. This is the actual bill. This is, and I think one of the things that disturbs us too as Canadians was the cost of the former registry. That's one of the big reasons we were opposed to it, was the $2 billion, somewhat of a fiasco for the amount of money that could have been invested into really policing the border and really dealing with gangs and guns, putting the money where it would really make a difference as opposed to building a bureaucracy. But this is now what the registrar is going to be required to give a number for this transaction to occur. And all that information that's going to be, that exchange of information too will happen, and all that information will be required, instead of being on government servers somewhere, it's actually going to be a mandate of this government to mandate the business owners to record this and keep this information. The business must record for the prescribed period, keep the prescribed information that relates to the business's possession and disposal of non-restricted firearms. Again, it's a record of non-restricted firearms interactions and transactions. The business must record for a period of 20 years from the day on which the business transfers a non-restricted firearm, or for a longer period that may be prescribed. So we're talking 20 years or more, Mr. Speaker. Keep the following information in respect to the transfer. Now, this is what's going to be in the as part of the registry that the Liberals are denying that's there. The reference number is issued by the registrar. The day on which the reference number was issued, the transferee's license number, which pinpoints every one of us. If I'm going to be that licensee, well, it has my name on my license and it's attached to the number, so it picks out and says who this person is, and the firearm's make, model, and type, if any, its serial number, and the business must, unless otherwise directed by the Chief Firearms Officer, transmit, this is the concerning part, Mr. Speaker, too, transmit any records containing the information referred to in paragraph A or B to a prescribed official if it is determined that the business will cease to be a business. So part of, I guess, the concern is where the government tends to go. It tends to creep out. It doesn't tend to pull in and be more efficient. And my concern is that when businesses are going to be required to provide this information to the Chief Firearms Officer and at their request, in this day of real-time information where we have regular monitoring of our Google accounts 24/7, etc., it's going to be easier just to update that information on a real-time basis. And I think that's what most firearms, especially non-restricted firearms owners, are concerned about, is that this thing is supposed to be only something that's solicited based on the needs, I guess, of a particular request of an RCMP official or whatever, is that this makes that jump to where it becomes this real transmission where the RCMP are monitoring firearms sales on a real-time basis all the time. And I think, again, I think I was just in New Brunswick for a few days last week, Mr. Speaker, and I think one thing that was most alarming to them was it's one thing to say you're not going to establish a registry and then do it. And I think one thing that rural Canadians are concerned about, not just the registry, but ultimately the broken promise that they weren't going to establish one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm becoming more and more convinced that this is really good legislation. Based on some of the arguments that I'm continuing to hear from the opposition, you can tell that everything that they continue to bring up, whether it's about a registry or whether it's about terminology that's being used, that they're just red herrings one after another that they're trying to throw out there in hopes that something's eventually going to stick. When the reality of the situation is that nobody believes that this is a registry. And don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. The member from Red Deer Lacombe said that in committee, said that nobody believes that this is a registry. The Conservatives brought forward an amendment to in committee to specifically say to those who would be implementing the law that in no way this will be considered a registry. But yet still that's not good enough, and the Conservatives are continuing to go on their talking points that clearly have been drafted up and given to them in the lobby over there to talk about how this is a registry, because just maybe it'll stick, Mr. Speaker. But the truth of the matter is it's not sticking. So would the member please kindly explain, if he believes that this is a registry, why the member from Red Deer Lacombe doesn't feel the same way, who's a member of the same party as him?
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Speaker, I think what it is, once again, is highlighting how Liberals will take a quote and spin it and twist it to make it into their factual argument that it's absolute baloney. And talk about, absolutely disgraceful, the fact that they would take somebody that's an advocate in the firearms community and twist his statement to somehow be supportive of your legislation, to me is beyond. But we've seen that in this chamber. We've seen members from across the way deny the fact that this is a registry, call what we're saying false, which is absolutely the truth. I've read it out, Mr. Speaker, in this House. I read out the actual verbatim words of the language of this bill that say it's exactly that. It gives a copy of the registry to Quebec themselves. If it isn't any more blatant than that as a front door registry, I don't know what this member needs to know the truth. I mean, the truth, maybe read the bill. The member across the way that tries to say that we don't know what we're talking about, just read the bill. And read all the language that's in there that reestablishes the registry on multiple fronts. I think the members should try and do that tonight in his spare time.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable member for his speech, and I know he comes from a rural part of Canada, as do I, and I know that in his riding, no doubt, there are probably one or two gun shows that happen in various parts of that community, and these buyers and sellers who come on the weekends to purchase and to look at these firearms are now being challenged. Their law-abiding citizens are being challenged on that day should they decide to hand over or to sell an operant or buy something. And I'm wondering if he might comment on those challenges that he sees that this legislation is going to provide, going to be against these people.
For Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for that question. He brings up part of the bill that I haven't really talked a lot about, Mr. Speaker, is the authorization to transport provisions. That we had some pretty good provisions that we came in 2015 that we made it, once you're qualified as a firearms owner, restricted firearms owner, as I am, it makes a provision so you can take that particular firearm to the range. It makes a provision that you can take it to a repair facility, you can take it to a gun show, and this is all based on qualifications that you are licensed, you're safe to operate that firearm and safe to transport it. That was what we went with our legislation. What the new legislation proposes is that it rescinds all of those provisions for transport that made so much sense to reduce red tape, so wouldn't have to be calling the local firearms, local RCMP just to transport your firearm to get it repaired. It's crazy, and the resources are already, I would say, maxed at the RCMP. The last thing they need to do is be answering the phone, giving authorizations to transport, and that's what we tried to do. And this government, it's sad that they've just added a whole level of bureaucracy and red tape to lawful firearms owners. And I think it's sad when they talk about they're going after guns and gangs. They're going after law-abiding firearms owners. They're not going after guns and gangs. I wish they would.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Here.
Mr. Speaker, it's with the respect and support of the people of my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke that I rise today to speak against any Liberal legislation that will lead to another useless, wasteful, long gun registry. A gun registry by any other name is still a gun registry. And that's a quote from Gary Breitkreitz, former MP. Those words were spoken by one of the finest members of this House I have ever had the privilege of working with. Gary Breitkreitz was a legendary defender for the rights of the average middle-class working Canadians, including hunters, farmers, and sport shooting enthusiasts. I intend to channel the spirit of Gary in my comments today. Already, the threat of the Liberal Party bringing back a long gun registry is a topic of discussion when I'm out and about at the various public engagements I'm invited to attend. My constituents are following the progress of this legislation very closely. They are disgusted by the cynical, manipulative ploys of the Prime Minister and this party. My constituents assure me they will never in their lifetimes support a government that thinks harassing law-abiding gun-owning Canadians with useless regulations is fair. Welcome to the culture wars, where left-wing liberal politics ideology trumps common sense. Bill C-71, the Bring Back the Long Gun Registry legislation, is all about the cynical manipulation of people's fears and what this government is doing to stoke those fears. Bill C-71 has nothing to do with public safety. No sooner had the Liberals tabled this legislation when outrageous, over-the-top appeals for money by the Liberals were sent out to misinform the public about the true intent behind it. Even someone who the government expected support from was sickened by the cynical manipulation in the Liberal money appeal. And I quote, "A member of a gun control advocacy group established in the wake of a 1989 shooting massacre that killed 14 women at Montreal's Polytech Engineering School said she was shocked at the Liberal message on the heels of the firearm bill. Megan Hennigan, a survivor of the 2006 Dawson College shooting in Montreal, who was shot twice by a gunman outside the building in that attack, said the Liberal fundraiser was insulting. We've been pushing for the legislation to be put through for almost 3 years, and then the second thing they do is go out and start selling it. Megan Hennigan stated the fundraiser makes the Liberals appear to be exploiting the gun control issue. Welcome to the culture wars. The decision to include Hill and Knowlton lobbyists, Liberal insiders, Peter Dinolo and David Rodier, as consultants on Bill C-71 is proof this government was never really serious about consulting the public about this legislation. Dinolo wrote in a public opinion piece in the Globe and Mail in February in which he said, "It is now much easier in Canada to own a gun than to drive a car." So the Liberals used taxpayers' dollars to have an opinion piece published to promote Bill C-71. Lobbyists should disclose they are being paid by the government to author articles paid with tax dollars. Responsible firearms owners know legally owning a gun requires taking a safety course designed by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. It requires passing a written and practical test, waiting 2 months to pass a background and reference checks to obtain an RCMP-authorized firearms license card, and then passing a daily RCMP background check to be allowed to keep it. All legal gun owners are registered with the federal police, and so are all the privately owned handguns and AR-15 rifles. Also with Hill and Knowlton, David Rodier, is a former lobbyist for the Coalition of Gun Control and a former advisor to Alan Rock, the Liberal Minister of Justice who led the 1995 passage of Bill C-68, the Firearms Act. Rodier co-wrote an article in Policy Option magazine in March of this year that concluded gun control represents an untapped opportunity for the Liberal Party to win votes in the next election. Bill C-71 will not stop gun violence in Toronto. According to a Toronto media outlet, there has been an 11% increase from this time in 2018 over 2017, with 176 shootings in Toronto, 18 fatally. The last time there was this much gun violence in Toronto, with 359 shootings and 52 deaths, was the year the member for marijuana from Scarborough Southwest, who is the spokesperson for making pot legal, assumed control of the Toronto police force. The police unit he created that year to respond to gun violence, and I quote the Toronto Star of June 8, 2018, a 10-year history of arbitrary stops and searches, allegations of assault, and a public strip search in broad daylight. It left troubled neighborhoods increasingly mistrustful of officers. That type of approach and C-71 will not stop gun violence in Toronto. Every illegal gun does not begin as a legal gun. In Canada, restricted firearms, including handguns, are registered, have been since 1934, turning hunters and farmers into scapegoats to deflect attention from how badly the Prime Minister is performing sickens the members of the public. In my riding, demonstrations against the Liberal long gun registry the last time similar legislation was brought forward were not occupied by young people being manipulated by radicals funded by foreign interests. Those demonstrations were held by middle-aged firearms owners whose first reflex is to respect the laws of the land, whose parents and their parents before them built this great nation. Welcome to the culture wars. The creation by the Liberals of a new criminal class, Canadians who may happen to own a firearm, or Canadians who believe that it's their democratic right to dissent against Liberal policies they reject and who refuse to sign loyalty attestations, is the ultimate trademark of the current federal government that excels in the practice of negative politics. Canadians reject negative, mean-spirited politics in the same way they rejected the Liberal long gun registry when it was first introduced in Bill C-68. The political alienation of rural Canadians by the Liberals was a far greater loss than the $2 billion plus that have been wasted on an experiment in social engineering. It was an experiment that was backfiring on the Liberal Party, and it continues to backfire. This may be the worst and the most enduring product of the gun registry culture war. When it comes to the right to use and own and enjoy private property, my constituents know my stand. I defend their right to own private property with the same vigor as I defend the right of all Canadians to dissent. Whenever constituents in my riding hear a Liberal use mealy-mouthed words like enhancement of community safety, they put their hand on the wallet, run home, and make sure the locks on their gun cabinets are safe. Have no doubt about it, Bill C-71 is the starting point to bring back the 1995-era gun registry we all fought so hard and long to get rid of. We knew this was coming when the real power behind the throne, PMO party insider Gerald Butts, stacked the Firearms Advisory Committee with a majority of people who lack the professionalism and expertise of the people they replaced. It's clear the Liberals did not learn their lesson the last time with C-68. That is certainly what my constituents are telling me when they find out the Liberals are downloading a provincial gun registry, starting with Quebec. Regulating and legislating against law-abiding people, and that's what we're talking about here, is just unacceptable today, as it was back when C-68 became the rallying cry for protests across Canada. When I was first elected, I was elected on the promise to protect the rights of average Canadians. That includes opposing bad legislation like C-71, an act to harass law-abiding Canadians. Among the useless aspects of Bill C-71 are confirming the license for non-restricted firearms transfer. It's already expected under current law when the PAL is shown to a vendor. As per Section 101 of the Criminal Code and 23 of the Firearms Act, it's already a crime punishable by 5 years imprisonment to transfer a firearm of any kind to an individual who does not possess a license to obtain or possess this type of firearm. Having to call into the CFP every time a single transaction and obtain a reference number serves no other purpose than to keep a record of a firearms transfer. By matching the PAL to the transaction reference number, the RCMP can connect firearms to specific individuals. And this is building the framework and infrastructure for another wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, it doesn't matter what the facts or the reality are. The member opposite and the Conservatives, they have this narrative. And even though it defies reality, it's just untrue. The members across the way, in particular this member, has no problem. It's almost like putting the blinders on. It don't matter if it's true or not. This is what I'm going to say. And if we take a look at what the Conservative public safety critics said in committee, actually moved an amendment, Mr. Speaker. This was the amendment. For a greater certainty, nothing in this act shall be construed so as to permit or require the registration of non-restricted firearms. Conservative amendment. It passed unanimously. Liberals, NDP, Conservatives, we all said yes to it. What did the member that moved it, the Conservative member, say in committee when the cameras were off? Everybody at this table agrees that this is not a registry. But, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't fit the Conservative narrative. When the cameras are on and when they believe they can make money and cause division, out comes that narrative. Completely void of reality, Mr. Speaker. My question is, was their Conservative member wrong when he moved that amendment in committee, or is the Conservative Party wrong in the statements that they say inside this chamber, knowing full well this has nothing to do with the long gun registry, Mr. Speaker?
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
The member obviously can distort what happens in committee, but the provincial firearms officer, the chief firearms officer, will be completely within his or her authority to record not only the buyer and the seller information, but make, model, and serial number of firearms being transferred. And they will be forcing businesses to keep 20 years of records, including make, model, serial number, and the buyer's information. This information is another step towards a backdoor registry and is accessible to the CFO. The provincial CFO already has the authority to, at any time he wishes, without warrant, audit a business's records and make as many copies as he wants. Furthermore, under C-71, should a business close, all records must be turned over to the RCMP rather than be destroyed. And then we have the issue of lifetime background checks, but I'll get into that after the next question, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for a great and impassioned speech on this topic. Without a doubt, this is the backdoor long gun registry. I think that the word registrar or register at some form was in the bill over 13 times. This is also tied in particularly interesting bill when you see it in light of C-75, in which is, I like to call it the Hug a Thug bill, where they seem to be reducing the sentencing for all kinds of things. I was just wondering if my honourable colleague has any talks or has any opinions on how this Liberal government is viewed by the general public in terms of C-71 on the one hand and C-75 on the other hand. Thank you.
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, Mr. Speaker, C-71 was introduced on the premise that it was supposed to stop guns and gang violence. But when we see C-75, it is taking out all the minimum mandatory sentences for crimes committed using weapons or firearms. So really, they're at cross purposes. So we have C-71 that regulates law-abiding citizens even more, and then C-75, which lets criminals off the hook, out of jail sooner, and back on the streets committing crimes.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud as a licensed firearms owner to actually be up speaking today against Bill C-71. I've been listening to the debate and quite amazed at the ridiculous comments coming from Liberal members. For the member of Winnipeg North to claim that the amendment that's been proposed by the Conservatives to make sure that with certainty in the beginning of the bill that this is not a registry somehow changes the rest of the bill is ridiculous. What it does is that clause will actually put the rest if they act in conflict, and it is contrary to what it's saying. If Bill C-71 is no longer going to be a registry, then we should be striking out all the words in here that refers to a registry and refers to a registrar. Now, as Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, we'll always support sound policy that ensures safe storage and handling of firearms. All of us as licensed firearms owners have to take the proper courses to make sure that we do handle our firearms and store them under lock and key. And we always will support, as Conservatives, the proper screening of those that are applying to become firearms owners. But we want to make sure that as we go forward, that firearms are classified on function and not on visual looks. And we have to make sure that finally everyone who commits a crime using a firearm are properly treated under the criminal code. And Bill C-75 does none of that. Bill C-75 does not in any place mention criminal, mention gangs, mention gun dealers. It is completely mute on the subject. And for that, I am appalled. And then when you combine C-71 with Bill C-75, the proposal coming from the Liberals to amend the criminal code, I just want to, these guys want to look like they're getting tough on crime. No, they're just getting tough on legal firearms owners. Because when it comes down to the real criminals, they're actually going to take indictable offenses that provide jail time, mandatory minimum sentences to criminal offenders and turn them into fines, a slap on the wrist. And those types of summary convictions are no way to actually treat real criminals. But that's the hug-a-thug, soft-on-crime liberal mentality. Some of the things that they're going to do. So here they're getting tough on firearms owners, going to make it more difficult for us to own and transport our firearms and transfer them to other people. But if you commit assault with a weapon, you can have a summary conviction. You can get a slap on the wrist and a fine. If you participate in a terrorist group or leave Canada to participate in a terrorist group, no, we're just going to slap you on the wrist and maybe put you on house arrest. No mandatory minimums. It's going to be a summary conviction. And they even put things like, there's over 27 things, but you can advocate for genocide and only become, get a summary conviction, or you can abduct someone under the age of 16, and also for abductions for children under the age of 14. That soft on crime mentality is percolating through those liberal benches, and that is making Canada more dangerous rather than trying to take law-abiding firearms owners, the most law-abiding citizens in this country, and trying to turn them into criminals. It is ridiculous, and it's a mantra of the Liberals that I find completely disgusting. Nothing in Bill C-71 is going to fix the gang violence and the gun violence on our streets, whether it's in Toronto or Winnipeg or Ottawa or Montreal or Vancouver. This does nothing to stop it, nor will it stop the crimes that we're seeing in our rural communities and our rural areas where we have more and more home invasions and our properties getting ransacked. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member from Winnipeg North was speaking about that this is not anything to do with registries. As it's already been pointed out, in this bill, Bill C-71, Section 29.1 says that you can provide a copy of the registry from the Canadian Firearms Registry to the Quebec government if the Quebec minister requests it. Right here, front door gun registry, the actual registry that existed until 2015, being moved over to the Quebec government. In this bill, it also talks about this issue of whether or not there's a registry. If there is no registry, why is there a registrar here in the bill? And Bill C-71 keeps talking about that the registrar, in section 23.2, will issue reference numbers for the transfer of a firearm from one owner to another. We know that registrars keep reference numbers because they have a registry. So regardless of the rhetoric coming from across the way, Mr. Speaker, we have a situation where this bill again establishes a backdoor gun registry on top of the front door registry with records being transferred to the province of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, we know that this registrar, along with the chief firearms officers in each province, are going to monitor the movement of our firearms from one area to the other. The only thing that they're going to be able to keep is that those of us that own firearms that are restricted in nature, that we'll be able to take them to our shooting clubs and to the ranges without having to get an authorization to transport that firearm. However, if we wanted to take that firearm to a gun show, if we wanted to take it to our gunsmith to get it fixed up and maintained, or if you wanted to give it to a peace officer, turn it in, say you no longer wanted to have that firearm, you weren't going to pass it on to your family, and you weren't going to sell it to a friend or a neighbor, then you have to get an authorization to transport just to go back and take it to the RCMP or your local police station. That's ridiculous. But that's the type of things that the Liberals believe in, and that's what they put into this act. Mr. Speaker, this is something that is incredibly disturbing. And we know that if you look at just 2016, and Dr. Gary Mauser at Simon Fraser University has done a lot of this work. And essentially he said that in 2016, out of the 223 gun murders that occurred in 2016, only 2% were committed by licensed firearms owner. And over half of them were committed by those involved in gangs. So if the drug cartels, the biker gangs, the different gang organizations that are out there are committing most of the firearm offenses and causing murders and criminality, then shouldn't we be concentrating on them rather than giving them a pass in Bill C-75, rather than ignoring them completely in Bill C-71? Why are the Liberals always ready to turn their blind eye to the actual crimes that are being committed when it's being conducted by gangs? And we know that criminals do not register their firearms. We know that criminals do not go and buy their firearms from Cabela's or any other store that sells firearms. And, it is just, again, a ridiculous idea and asinine policy to burden legal firearms owners, to burden our retail outlets that actually sell firearms with extra red tape, extra bureaucracy. And they may not have to pay for a registration fee anymore, but we know that all this data is going to be in the hands of the Government of Canada. We know that all this data, when it comes down to transferring firearms with authorizations to transport, when it comes down to transferring ownership between individuals and not from retail outlets, all those numbers are being kept with a registrar. And of course, registrars are the operators of registries. So I am, again, disappointed that here we are, almost 20 years since Alan Rock brought forward the first gun registry. Conservatives worked long and hard to get rid of it, something that I committed myself to back in 1993. And here we are, 2018, talking about the Liberals bringing back in another gun registry. It's back to the future. It's the same old when it comes to these tired Liberal governments. And we can't allow that to continue on, Mr. Speaker. I call on all members of this House to vote against this poorly thought out legislation that does absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker, to protect Canadians. It does absolutely nothing to enhance the screening of firearms ownership in this country. It does absolutely nothing to actually help with our border services and being able to actually come in contact and stop the illegal transport of firearms into this country. This has been poorly thought out, but I'm not surprised coming from this Liberal government and their attack on law-abiding citizens, the farmers, the hunters, the sport shooters, the men and women who pass this culture on to their children and grandchildren. And it's something that I'm proud to be part of and ashamed to see the Liberals actually ramming this down our throats once again.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member made reference to increase of paperwork or regulations. I had posed the question earlier to one of his colleagues about the retailers and how responsible they have been over the years. In fact, at one time, you had to, retailers were in fact registering. Many of those retailers continued to register, even during this period of time in which there hasn't been anything in place. This legislation puts it in place. You have to register when you're in the United States to buy. Mr. Speaker. So I don't quite understand the connection that the member across the way is trying to say, that this is something that's going to be this overly burdened responsibility for our retailers. But rather, I'm interested in my colleagues' and friends' comments in regards to this. This, you know, the Conservatives tried an amendment. It was 40.2 in committee, in which it states, when responded to by a civil servant, this would have been the impact if that amendment would have passed. That offenses that it would propose there would be no punishment for would include making of false statements to procure a license, false statements to procure customs confirmations, so importing or trafficking, tampering with licenses, unauthorized possession of ammunition, non-compliance with a demand to produce a firearm. This is just one of the amendments that the Conservative Party, had it passed, would have ensured that there was no consequence for. And that's the civil servant that actually provided those comments. I wonder if my friend would agree with me that his Conservative colleague, who happened to be the your critic for this legislation, advanced that particular amendment. Would the member opposite support that amendment, as he did? And I'd just be interested in his thoughts on it.
Just want to remind the honourable members that to speak through the Speaker, I'm sure he didn't mean my critic. The Speaker doesn't have any critics. He's very neutral. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, you know, again, if the member had read the bill, it says right here in the summary, Part B, that requires, when a non-restricted firearm is transferred, that the transferee's firearms license be verified by the Registrar of Firearms, or registrar, and that the business keeps certain information related to the transfer. So, it is a registry, it is red tape, there is extra cost, and it was something that wasn't required for the past 5 years, but has been brought back with a vengeance by the Liberals. We should keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that information that was kept voluntarily by retail outlets was done for warranty work. It was done because they're standing behind the products that they sell, and we're keeping that buyer information. They weren't sharing it with the federal government. So, Mr. Speaker, this is something that I find quite disturbing, that, again, the misinformation and rhetoric coming from the Liberals is not at all helping to inform this debate. Mr. Speaker, I'd also just like to point out that, you know, as Conservatives will always work on policy that will develop the best possible way to keep criminals behind bars.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his speech. You know, during the work in the committee, I actually was really proud to have a member from my riding, Sid Nielsen, come forward, and he's an instructor in our riding and does a lot of fantastic work, and recently just took my son through his process to get his PAL, so I really appreciate his work. And so one of the things that he's brought up and shared a lot of concern about is the fact that right now on your license, your PAL, you no longer will have, after this legislation goes through, the ability to take your gun to a gunsmith. And today we had the minister sort of talk about it, didn't really answer the question. The reality is that is a huge concern. If you have a live gun in your home and you're waiting for permission to transport, that could be a high risk situation. And so I just want to hear what the member has to say about that.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, in 45 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member. I've been in a riding. It's a very rural riding. I'm sure there's lots of hunters out there and a lot of gun owners that obey the law and want to make sure they handle it safely. And so one of those things to make sure you safely handle your firearms is that they're properly maintained. And in this legislation now, you have to get an authorization to transport your non-restricted firearm to a gun shop. That, to me, makes absolutely no sense at all. We should be able to take our non-restricted firearms and restricted firearms to the gunsmith to get fixed as required. And so by the removal of that provision in this bill by the Liberals is not enhancing public safety, it's actually undermining it by making guns potentially dangerous because they could misfire, they could be poorly maintained, because it gives sometimes that extra bureaucratic work that you have to do, Mr. Speaker, to go and contact the firearms officer for your province, to get that authorization so that you can actually move your firearm for that one particular day that they give you authorization. That, to me, again, is silly.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Bravo, bravo. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed a pleasure to stand in this House again tonight on behalf of the constituents of Battle River, Crowfoot, and to speak to Bill C-71. Mr. Speaker, I think for those perhaps watching at home, we need to at least give some context as to why we're here. Today is June 19th. We're scheduled to break for the summer this coming week, and the government now is immediately trying to push legislation through that they would like to have before the summer break. We anticipate tomorrow they're going to bring forward the cannabis bill, the marijuana bill. They may well try to push that through. But here now today they have put time allocation closure again on a gun bill, C-71. And again, they're trying to do it at the very end of a session and trying to do it thinking that the opposition probably won't stand and debate it too long. We will stand and fight bad legislation as long as it takes to represent our constituents and to represent Canada. And so again, the government has tried to do this. They have brought in through the back door another piece of gun legislation. Some say it is an easy step from here to a gun registry. Others say this is a gun registry, albeit maybe not as expensive as the $2 billion boondoggle that they attempted before. But again, this bill sounds an awful lot like a piece of gun registry legislation. And Mr. Speaker, for those watching, again, there may be some who say, there is so much gang activity, there is so much crime in our major cities. Why doesn't the government stand up and do something to fight that crime? And this bill is in response to that. The minister stood and said that we're concerned about gun offenses and crime and other things. And this bill answers it. Now, when we talk to every gun club, every gun association, firearm association, rifle association, recreational angling and sporting association, I do not know of one that supports this legislation. And why is that? Well, Mr. Speaker, the reason that none of them support the legislation is a couple. First of all, their major frustration is that they see this does absolutely nothing to curtail crime and gang crime and street gangs and that type of criminal activity that are on some of the streets of our major cities. And so when the government says we're going to bring forward a bill that's going to remedy some of those problems, every gun association that I know of sits and says, well, this isn't going to solve any of it. Why is it? Because all they are doing today with this legislation is adding red tape, making it more difficult to own a firearm, making it more frustrating on those who ever have to transport a firearm. And Mr. Speaker, I am a registered firearm owner. And I know exactly what has to happen when somebody wants to own the firearm. I know the courses they have to take. I know the regulations around safe storage that they have to accommodate. And I know that typically those who get a license and who go through and register for the course, by and large, they are very safe gun operators. And I've met many who are speaking to youth and to children about safe operations of a firearm. Mr. Speaker, what does Bill C-71 do? Why is it problematic? Why are people standing and debating or standing and opposing this type of legislation? First of all, what it does is it takes the ability to conduct a background check for an individual, and they say that we're going to leave that 5-year background check and we're going to basically look at the entire lifespan, and we are going to then see if he should be qualified for a firearm. So anyone who, even in high school, maybe got into a fisticuff with someone else and 20 years later wants to obtain a firearm, that may well come up on this background check. And very well, someone who we don't know who yet could decide or evaluate the information and say that they are disqualified. Someone who goes through a divorce. I've had cases in my constituency where at the time of a divorce, a very stressful time, people have said things that, 15 minutes later they wouldn't have said. And in fact, I had one case where a lady phoned my office and basically told my staff that, when I was asked if there was any domestic offense, she said, "I'm scared of him. He has all these firearms," and they came and confiscated his firearms. The same lady, by the way, contacted me probably a year or so later and said, "Listen, I said that, but we've settled. He is not a problem at all. And how does he go about now trying to win back his firearms?" And so, I mean, there is just so much questions around this new piece of legislation. But make note, there should not be a question about one thing. This legislation makes it more difficult for law-abiding firearm owners, farmers, hunters, to operate and to purchase all the above. They extend the background check. We don't know about the qualifications of those evaluating the information. What's the criteria for the evaluation based on? Why is there no appeal process in this? And so I see you're giving me time, and I haven't got to the fifth point. I haven't got to the second. The second point, Mr. Speaker, that I think is very problematic is it limits the amount of transportation of that firearm. So it used to be that if I wanted to purchase a firearm, I could bring it home immediately. I think my understanding is you can still do that. But now if there is a problem with this firearm, with a restricted firearm, now if I have a problem, I cannot just take it to a locksmith or to a gunsmith. I cannot take it for repair. I have to call in. I have to explain it all. I have to now go through more red tape if I'm going to get my firearm fixed. And a lot of the time when you do this is exactly when you're ready to use it in the lead up to hunting season, and all of a sudden you see, you know what, this firing pin isn't working right, and I want to get it fixed. Why was transport to and from a gun store for appraisal of the sale taken away? Well, we don't know, other than they want to add red tape to frustrate those gun owners. The other issue, and I want to skip over a couple, is an issue on the license verification. And this, to me, is very, very important because in my riding, in Hanna, in Concert, in Castor, Torrington, in a lot of other communities, they have gun shows. And in these gun shows, people come from all across Canada. In a little town of 2, 3, 4, 500 people, in Castor, maybe close to 800 people, they will fill the arena. In Hanna, in Concert, and people will come in from across Canada, maybe some from the United States, and they will purchase old collector firearms, or they will purchase new firearms. Now, in order to do a transfer, that even at a gun show, they are going to have to get a purchasing number and a transfer number, and they're going to have to go through all this red tape in a rural riding where there is very little cell coverage to begin with. Also, a concern that has been brought to me is that, what are the chances on a Sunday afternoon being able to get a hold of a government number to get that verification number? What are the chances? If I tried to get through to Revenue Canada today, be prepared to sit on the line for 45 minutes. But if at a gun show, I want to purchase a gun from maybe a farmer or somebody who has a booth or a table there, now he's got to call in, he's got to get a number, he's got to verify my license. It just is going to shut down, in my opinion, an economic driver of some of these small towns on their weekends where they have gun shows. Mr. Speaker, I could go on. I haven't talked at all about other parts of the license verification. You see me tell me that my time is up. To sell a firearm, they have to keep records for 20 years. It's bad legislation. I would encourage all members of this House to fight crime, to recognize that we have to do things for crime. But this doesn't solve anything, Mr. Speaker. Make no mistake.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thanks. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech and pick up one of the themes that he ended his speech on, which is the issue of crime and criminality. Right now in the lower mainland of British Columbia, specifically in Surrey, but not only there, we have a very serious gang problem and gang war going on, and a number of young men, primarily South Asian young men, have been shot to death, sometimes in public, and putting not only them at risk, but also sometimes innocent bystanders. And the community in Surrey is really, really upset about this and the lack of action they see by their Liberal representatives and by the government. One thing they raised was that this government announced $375 million as a strategy last fall to deal with these kind of problems, and they haven't seen a nickel of it in their community or frankly anywhere. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleague has any thoughts on how this legislation or this government's approach to dealing with crime in our communities may be impacted by this bill, and what suggestions he would have to make to these people in Surrey who want their streets safe and they want their young people to have opportunities so that gang life is not attractive to them.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Vancouver area for the question. A very good question. Mr. Speaker, he's right. This does not address the issue of criminality. It does not address the issue of unauthorized possession of firearms by gangs. It does not at all touch on gang violence. Because I've got news for the Liberals across the way. It is not, Bashaw guns where it's not a lot of the gun shops in my constituency where gangs are coming to purchase firearms. In some cases, it's maybe those stores that they try to rip them off and try to access firearms. But the criminal element in our country bring in illegal firearms. And we see very little going to that. And I'll tell my honourable member where there's a problem. And now he's got another problem in his riding that he's very vocal about, and that's the opioid crisis that's going on. Saw a paper article today where 4,000 Canadians are killed in the opioid crisis, and they don't know how to respond to that one either. We don't have a problem as far as with long guns and with the gun owners, the law-abiding gun owners, but they're trying to do it. Here's the problem. Here's the issue. There is so much money that is given to the file of public safety around firearms. Now they will have to add money to this type of legislation, and they will take it away from other parts within the same department that does fight crime, that does go up against the gangs and the criminal element. That's the problem. Resources that should be going to fight crime are going to fight farmers and hunters and law-abiding firearm owners.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member and the members before him. I've been following the discussion this evening, trying to make some sense of where the opposition party would like to see us head with gun legislation, whether it's like the climate change legislation that we've discussed, where we're looking for what is the alternate that's being proposed by the Conservative Party. Is the alternate to follow the legislation as the Americans have in both cases, or do they have any other positive suggestions they could make in terms of this legislation?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm surprised by my Liberal colleagues who they always like to compare any time that we defend for lawful farmers and firearm owners, where they compare with the United States. There is no comparison with the Canadian system and the American system. Zero. There is none. And again, I believe that Canadians expect that we put in safe regulations, of which we have. What do we have? I have to go through a afternoon or a whole day of courses in order to ever be able to purchase a firearm. That is the point. The person who is in the gang, he doesn't have to go through that. He just buys one off the street that these Liberals can't seem to shut down. And so what does he suggest we do? Well, first of all, we want to continue to educate. That's typical. We want to say that, yes, we're all right with the PAL. We're okay with going through that type of exercise in order to own a firearm. The other thing that maybe we could do is continue to recognize safe storage. This is a very important part. Makes sense. We don't have a problem with that. Gun owners I know realize that there are some expectations, and they all believe that this is over the top.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Point of order, I guess, Mr. Speaker. There have been some discussions amongst the parties, and I suspect if you were to seek it, you will find leave for me to move a series of motions related to travel for committees.
Please go ahead.
And make the move.
Does consent to hear these motions? Yes, please, go ahead.
He's not speaking.
Ouch! Ouch! Mr. Speaker, that in relation to its study on the needs and issues specific to Indigenous veterans, Part 2, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs be authorized to travel to Whitehorse, Yukon, and Yellowknife, Northwest Territories in the summer and fall of 2018, and the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next, that in relation to its study on Canada's sovereignty in the Arctic, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development be authorized to travel to Iqaluit and Cambridge Bay, Nunavut, and Yellowknife and Inuvik, Northwest Territories, in the summer and fall of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next is that in relation to its study of the pre-budget consultations in advance of the 2019 budget, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Finance be authorized to travel to Toronto and Oshawa, Ontario, Quebec, St. John, New Brunswick, and Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island in the summer and fall of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. And next would be that in relation to its study of the pre-budget consultations in advance of the 2019 budget, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Finance be authorized to travel to Winnipeg, Manitoba, Edmonton, Alberta, Victoria, British Columbia, and Whitehorse, Yukon in the summer and fall of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next to that, Mr. Speaker, would be that in relation to its study of the pre-budget consultations in advance of the 2019 budget, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Finance be authorized to travel to Sacramento, the San Francisco Bay Area, and the Silicon Valley, California, and Houston, Texas, United States of America in the summer and fall of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next, Mr. Speaker, would be that in relation to its study on the current state of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, small craft harbors, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans be authorized to travel to Vancouver Island, Prince Rupert, Bella, and Port Hardy, British Columbia, the Lake Winnipeg area, Selkirk and Gimli, Manitoba, the Southern Georgian Bay, the Bruce Peninsula, Toronto, Meaford, Tobermory, and Wertron, Ontario, in the summer and fall of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Mr. Speaker, next to that would be that in relation to its study of the action plan for official languages 2018-23, investing in our future, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Official Languages be authorized to travel to Whitehorse, Yukon, Regina, Saskatchewan, and Vancouver, British Columbia in the summer and fall of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Mr. Speaker, next to that would be that in relation to its study of Canada's contributions to international peacekeeping, 7 members of the Standing Committee on National Defence be authorized to travel to New York, United States of America, in the summer and fall of 2018, and the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next to that, Mr. Speaker, that in relation to the annual conference of the Canadian Council of Public Accounts Committee, CCPAC, and the Canadian Council of Legislative Auditors, CCOLA, annual conference, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts be authorized to travel to Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island in the fall of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next, Mr. Speaker, that in relation to the 2018 Westminster Workshop and the second conference of the Commonwealth Association of Public Accounts Committee, 3 members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts be authorized to travel to London, United Kingdom in the fall of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Next to that, Mr. Speaker, that in relation to the study of Indigenous people in correctional systems, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security be authorized to travel to Saskatoon, Duck Lake and Maple Creek, Saskatchewan, Edmonton, Musqueam, Alberta, and Quebec, and Donnacona, Quebec, in the summer and fall of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, that in relation to its study of the Canadian Transportation and Logistic Strategy, trade corridors, 7 members of the Standing Committee on the Transport and Infrastructure and Communities be authorized to travel to Vancouver, British Columbia, the Niagara region, and Toronto, Ontario, the Seattle, Washington State, United States of America in the summer and fall of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. And again, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that if you were to canvass, you would have the unanimous support that all these be authorized.
The honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose these motions. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motions. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motions? Carried. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, there is zero evidence to justify the many changes found in the Liberals' firearms legislation proposed as Bill C-71. They're trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist. In fact, they are only further burdening law-abiding firearms owners rather than actually going after people who commit crimes. I, for one, would prefer that our law enforcement agencies and the Government of Canada spend their time, energy and resources on cracking down on gangs and criminals. To step back for a moment, law-abiding firearms owners do not trust this Liberal government. They don't believe that the changes found in C-71 will actually make our streets safer or put criminals behind bars. I want to focus my comments on 2 aspects of this legislation that are deeply flawed and why I believe this legislation must be defeated. In the last Parliament, our previous Conservative government passed the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act. Found in that legislation was the sensible change of introducing an automatic authorization to transport firearms. This meant that individuals were no longer required to contact the RCMP for certain routine and lawful activities as it became a condition of a restricted PAL holder's license. This was a common sense change, as why would a law-abiding licensed owner need to notify the RCMP to tell them they were taking their licensed firearm to a firing range? By adding the authorization to transport their firearm as part of their license, it freed up valuable RCMP resources. And it must be said, if the firearms owner did not follow the conditions as part of their license, they would have it revoked. A very severe punishment, Mr. Speaker. If the government is going to give someone the right to own a firearm, to shoot a firearm, to store a firearm, to compete with a firearm, why wouldn't we give them the automatic right to transport a firearm? Now, found in this legislation, the Liberals are reverting back to the old ways of not trusting responsible, law-abiding Canadians to automatically transfer their firearms. Why? Well, it's because they think it suits their political needs. And there is ample evidence to back that statement. Before the last election, the Liberal Party went as far as scaring the public by suggesting that an automatic authorization to transport firearms was going to make Canada less safe. During question period on November 26, 2014, the now leader of the Liberals said the right to have an automatic authorization to transfer a firearm would, quote, allow handguns and assault weapons to be freely transported in a trunk anywhere within a province, even left parked outside a Canadian Tire or local hockey arena, end quote. This was and remains a very erroneous statement. The law is quite clear that when it says that you are only allowed to transport prohibited or restricted firearms, quote, between two or more specific places for any good and sufficient reason, end quote. And if we dig even further into the regulations, it says that they must transport their firearms by, quote, reasonably direct, end quote, routes. While the Liberals are entitled to their opinions, they are not entitled to ignore the facts. They cannot just purport something to be true while the law says something completely different. For those thinking that calling up the RCMP every time you want to get authorization to transport a firearm isn't that big a deal, let me put on the record the amount of times the RCMP previously had to go through this process. Since 2008, the RCMP issued 992,139 authorizations. It's almost 1 million phone calls, Mr. Speaker. For argument's sake, let's just say that it takes about an average of 8 minutes to get this process done. That's 132,285 hours of that the RCMP could have used on investigating crimes and patrolling our streets and highways. Now that we've established the inordinate amount of time this process takes, with little evidence it actually enhances public safety, let's dig further into the numbers. If we really think that the RCMP issuing authorization to transport firearms is doing something to keep our streets safe, people might want to know that over the past 7 years, out of close to 1 million authorizations issued, only 17 have been refused. This would indicate that it is really only a fruitless endeavor that really doesn't accomplish a whole lot. And with all that in mind, what evidence did the Liberals put forward for why we have to revert back to the old ways? Nothing, Mr. Speaker. When the Hells Angels start calling the RCMP to let them know when they are transferring their firearms, I might change my tune on this matter. But until criminals decide to start applying for firearms licenses, I think we should call a spade and admit that seeking an authorization to transfer a firearm does nothing to enhance the safety of Canadians. The second part of this deeply flawed legislation is the removal of any oversight of the classification of firearms. For years, there was no recourse or appeal process if a firearm was not correctly classified. That meant that the individuals who are in charge of this process could make millions of dollars worth of property worthless with the stroke of a pen. While I'm not a hunter or a sport shooter, I can understand their frustration when a firearm they have owned for years, or in some cases even decades, is suddenly prohibited. No one in this House is suggesting that classifying firearms should not be taking place. All we are asking for is an appeal process, or at the very least, a very clear understanding of the regulations that determine the classification of a firearm. I want to be very clear. Firearms should not receive a classification based on its appearance. Their classification should solely be based on its form and function. If the Liberals wanted to provide greater clarity on the clarification of firearms, they would have legislated the firearms reference table into law. The firearms reference table information is used during the process of firearms identification, classification, tracing, importation, and registration. Right now, the public has no ability to find out what is contained in the firearms reference table or the justification of why a firearm was classified. I want to salute Matthew Hipwell, a former RCMP officer who served for 17 years, bringing this issue to the Public Safety Committee during their study on C-71. It was Matthew who brought to the committee's attention that Murray Smith of the RCMP said, and I quote, "The firearms reference table has no standing in law. It's simply the viewpoint of the firearms program on classification and description of any particular item," end quote. This has led to all sorts of problems, as the definition to determine a classification are neither clearly nor legally defined. They are open to different interpretation and opinion. For example, the use of the word variant. There is no legal definition of variant. Another challenge to correctly classify a firearm is the definition readily and easily when determining if it can be reconfigured. If the firearms reference table has no standing in law, why are the Liberals completely gutting the ability of Cabinet, made up of elected representatives, to overturn a wrongful classification? This was the only possible way to correct a wrongful classification. Now, if someone wants to challenge the classification of a firearm, they actually have to get arrested. That's the most irresponsible and undemocratic element of this legislation. Just think for a moment, if you are a firearms owner, you literally have to go out and get arrested in order to challenge the reclassification of a firearm that you may have owned for decades. If this Liberal legislation has accomplished one thing, it has shown the need to establish clearly defined definitions of the criteria used to classify firearms. Mr. Speaker, it also must be said that after reviewing all the expert witness testimony, not a single recommendation or amendment was accepted that was put forward by a firearms expert. I cannot and will never support a piece of legislation that only goes after law-abiding firearms owners. There is little to nothing contained in this legislation that will crack down on criminals. Once again, the Liberals think that duck hunters and sharpshooters, sport shooters, are the problem. While they blindly pass this legislation, I will oppose it with every step of the way. I will always stand up for law-abiding firearms owners and advocate for legislation that will actually make our streets and communities safer. Bill C-71 fails in this effort.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, listen, this is a subject that I think is a very delicate one. I don't know anything about guns myself, but I'd like to ask my colleague, what was his reaction to the classification of a gun when I think at the Polytechnique there was a particular type of gun that is actually still available and is not restricted. Now, I can understand that restricted, prohibited firearms need to be carefully taken care of, whether you're transporting it in your car or whatever, but an unrestricted firearm, well, I mean, I don't know why you would need a high-powered assault weapon to shoot a duck, but I mean, how is it that guns like this can be of interest to sports hunters? Could he help me understand that?
The Honourable Member,
first, of course, I should remind the member that he should direct all his comments through the chair.
For Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to answer my colleague's very sound question, Mr. Speaker. As he probably heard in my presentation, the classification of a gun, in many cases, has been done on the visual aspects of what it looks like. And in my comments, I said very, very clearly that it should be based on the function and form of the gun, not the visual similarity to another type of a weapon, Mr. Speaker. And so that is certainly true for these types of weapons. All guns should be registered or should be referenced here and licensed according to the classification of the function of that particular gun.
Thank you.
Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his great speech on this. One of the things that I'd like to point out with C-71 is the fact that when it comes to firearms and when it comes to dealing with crime, the Liberals have got it all backwards. If we look at C-75 and C-71 at the same time, we see that law-abiding Canadians that are jumping through all the hoops that the Liberals put in place, are being punished by C-71. But when we look at C-75, the so-called enhancements of the judicial system, we see that the Liberals are downgrading all of the sentencing for a lot of the crimes across Canada. What does my colleague have to say about the so-called, or the complete lack of clarity between the two pieces of legislation? Thank you.
Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for drawing the differences in these legislations so clearly in his question, Mr. Speaker. And so, I mean, here we are with legislation that we need to make sure that we're going to classify by the form and function of a gun, when we've got legislation on the other side that softens the sentence that criminals or gang members may get for acting illegally. And I think it's telling that the Liberal government is bringing both of these bills forward, that, you know, we, under the auspices of trying to make it tougher on crime, when both bills are actually making it softer on crime. And I think that that's the similarity between the two. And it's unfortunate that the Liberals don't really tie in the fact with C-71 that this is going to do anything to make it tougher for the criminals.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, a short question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I should probably move to my seat. Sorry, I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I'll move to my proper seat and continue on with the question. I want to thank the member for his only his speech, but also for his involvement on filling in for us at committee on a number of occasions. He brought some great value to that work there, and I'm wondering whether he could provide for us a commentary on some of the evidence that was heard there that struck him from these experts who spoke on where this C-71 bill really fails Canadians.
So in 20 seconds, that is. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you to my colleague who's now seated. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate his comment in regards to the sitting in on a few of the sessions that this committee had. The one that was most important to me was what, as I pointed out, the one where Matthew Hipwell came as an expert in managing guns, having been in the RCMP for years, but also now in a business as well, and pointing out that many guns seem to be getting licensed because they have somewhat, dropped into the same category as something else because they look similar. And I was very clear, firearms should not receive a classification based on its appearance. They've got to be based on their form and function, Mr. Speaker, and I think that that's the number one thing that I learned from sitting in on some of those committees. That is not the case in some cases as to how guns are licensed today and should be.
Resume debate. The honourable member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in the House today to represent my voters and to oppose Bill C-71. This is an issue that is causing concern not only in my riding, but all across Canada and Quebec, particularly in rural areas. First, a bit of history. The former Jean Chrétien Liberal government promised a firearms registry in 1995 at a cost of $2 million. They thought it would cost $119 million to implement, and that they would get $117 back in fees. Well, it took 7 years before the Auditor General sounded the alarm in 2002. And in fact, the cost of the initiative had ended up being $1 billion. And 2 years later, it went from, so it had essentially gone from $2 million to $2 billion. And that is without talking about, of course, the aggravation caused to many farmers and hunters across the country who ran the risk of having their guns confiscated if they didn't renew their permits in time. It was very clear how out of touch the Liberals were with the rural areas of the country. It's something we still see today. And we had to wait for a Conservative government to get back on target, if I can make a play on words. Let's be clear, the Conservatives want intelligent control and responsible use of firearms. That's always been the case and always will be. It was a Conservative government in 1991 that required the Canadian Firearms Safety Course. That was a Conservative government as well that made changes to the justice system by requiring mandatory minimum sentences for firearms offenses. And let's not forget that gangs don't walk around with hunting rifles. They prefer to be discreet and to use handguns, whose possession is already controlled and prohibited since 1934. These criminals will continue to buy their firearms on the black market, from a van or in an alleyway, and that probably won't be happening in rural areas. So C-71 will change absolutely nothing about that. The Conservative government suspended mandatory registration of long guns in 2006 and eliminated the registry in 2012 because it was costly and ineffective. Today, instead of looking to the future to find solutions to reduce crime across the country, the Liberals prefer to backtrack to the 1990s by introducing C-71. First, they tell us that the bill is not planned to create a registry. But anyone who reads the text can see that retailers who sell a gun have to register the gun with a registrar and note down a reference number, which will be kept for 20 years. So the registrar will be keeping this in a registry for 20 years. So what is the point of having a register if it's not to have a registry? The word is registry. So the word registry is practically in the word. And the word in English is registrar. It comes from the Latin word registrum, which means registry. As Jean Chrétien said,
proof. What kind of a proof? It's a proof. It's a proof.
The Prime Minister likes to say,
is a Canadian. Well, Mr. Speaker, a registrar is in charge of a registry.
I hope the registry won't be as complex as the former one, but it is a registry, and we shouldn't hide that. That's unfortunately exactly what the Liberals are trying to do. They're trying to hide the truth. So there's a lack of clarity in C-71, and the minister recognized this when he tabled the bill on March 26, 2018. He said that there was no standard established to uphold the obligation to maintain files for 20 years. He recognized that some small businesses still do this by hand, Mr. Speaker. And I've witnessed that, because when I buy guns, because I am a hunter myself, not a collector, but my son and I do often exchange guns, and we do that very lawfully, of course. But the person that we buy it from still processes this all by hand, and now he's going to have to keep those records for 20 years. Sometimes businesses change hands, and the IT systems as well. And so these tax documents, even tax documents, are only preserved for 7 years. So how did they pick the number of 20 years? That's 3 times as long. And what are the penalties if these records are lost, or accidentally destroyed, or lost in a fire? The government needs to ensure that this bill accounts for all these things. Now, C-71 also says that some gun owners, owners of restricted guns, will also have to telephone and ask for an authorization to transport their gun every time they leave their house. The minister told us in March 2018 that this could be done on the phone or by internet, and that the process would only take 3 to 5 minutes. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's no government office that takes 3 to 5 minutes to answer the phone. The Auditor General blamed the CRA because it's almost impossible to get an agent online. And there are similar problems with EI, with citizenship and immigration. Often people are on the line for 15, 30, 40 minutes or even longer. And suddenly the Liberals think that gun owners will be able to get someone on the phone in under 5 minutes. It's ridiculous. Now, in rural areas particularly, internet isn't always as fast as in big cities. And there are certain areas in my riding where it's almost impossible to get an internet connection. So obviously these people won't be able to go online to get this PDF document. It just won't work. Let's be realistic. Citizens will get fed up of waiting. And criminals who have illegal weapons are not going to call a 1-800 number to ask for an authorization. Finally, concerning privacy issues, the federal government is getting ready to transfer former long gun registry files to Quebec authorities who are trying to set up their own registry equivalent. Not only are they doing this without the consent of those concerned, but they are doing it and they are going to transmit data that's long out of date. Now, the registry closed in 2006, nearly 12 years ago, and since then the files have never been updated. The government is about to transfer data that is already 6 to 12 years out of date. So I would ask the Liberals, what guarantees has the federal government gotten that the data, that the Quebecers would not be able to have private data about people? As you probably can tell, this bill is very rushed, and there are no concrete measures to reduce crime in the country. In fact, the government is doing the opposite by opposing mandatory minimums and consecutive sentences. I will not be voting for this bill because it would increase red tape for hunters in my riding, and they shouldn't be treated like criminals. Instead of passing C-71 before the summer, I would encourage the government to take a little break over the summer and actually listen to their rural constituents and withdraw C-71 in the fall. In conclusion, I can say that in my riding, I had sent out a 10%er, and I got a whole slew of answers, dozens and dozens of responses. Everyone stood with us. They don't want a registry. Despite everything the Liberals are saying, this will end up being a registry. It's inevitable.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, which was very clear. I understand that he was expressing the point of view of people in his riding. Now, I'm in the suburbs of Montreal, so this is not something that I deal with very often, but I'd like to ask him, since I don't know guns very well, what would someone who knows guns, because they're a lawful hunter or whatever, what would someone like that have to do with what would they think of the fact that assault weapons are used in attacks? You know, there are people who have been attacked recently, and these are guns that were available in stores. Of course, there were some security features, but still, what is the reaction of the vast majority of Canadians who use guns for lawful hunting? How do they react to that when they see that these crazy people who are conducting attacks have guns that are readily available? The Honourable Member. Thank you. Well, I could send the question back to him and say, what does he think about these crazy people who take trucks, for example, and kill dozens of people in Toronto, as happened recently? So it's the same principle. I think the problem is in the heads of these individuals. It's not with the guns. There are people who are gun collectors, just as people collect other things, and I don't think that that's really the problem. Now, people who use weapons to commit crimes often are deranged, as we've seen many times.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and maybe if I may, just very quick comment and then a question. is that it continues to be concerning in terms of just the degree in which the Conservative Party wants to insist this is about a gun registry when we know it's not about the gun registry. Even Conservatives have said that when it went to a committee. They even moved a motion to that effect, which was supported, or an amendment, I should say, and it was supported by all parties. So, but that doesn't fit their narrative, and they want to continue to mislead. That's entirely up to the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. The specific question that I have for the member is, does the member believe that individuals in society should be able to have a restricted weapon in their trunk or in their back seat, wherever it is that they want to go? Is there any responsibility for them from the Conservative Party's perspective to at least notify about just driving around, or should they be able to drive around with a restricted weapon?
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I'll refer to what my colleague said earlier. In Quebec, we might not see this as much, but in the rest of Canada, there are gun shows. So places and small towns or villages where a whole series of people get together, and these are gun owners, and they have weapons, and they transport them from point A to point B. Now, just imagine, the person leaves their house, has to call the department or go online to get an authorization to be able to go to a gun show. You know, that's just one example of many. Obviously, this is just red tape piled on red tape. These are administrative procedures that people shouldn't have to go through. The vast majority, well, I mean, somebody said this will affect less than 10% of people, but what about the 90% of people who respect the law and who aren't creating any problems? Why create a law just for 10% of the population? I mean, I think that, you know, people respect the law, particularly hunters and gun collectors, and people who are going to gun shows to give presentations and that sort of thing. So these are people who have a passion about this. And let's not forget, these are people who are passionate but who also respect the law.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to stand up this evening and discuss C-71. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that's going to change the Firearms Act. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not trust the Liberals when it comes to firearms. That is abundantly clear. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I want to draw into this debate is C-75 is a bill that the government is bringing in, changing the sentencing for a multitude of crimes in Canada. And what are they doing, Mr. Speaker, in that particular bill? They're reducing the sentences for over 27 significant crimes in Canada. And one of those crimes that they're reducing is the participation in a terrorist plot. They're reducing that particular sentence of that particular bill. Mr. Speaker, why are they doing this? Because they have a hug-a-thug theory that if we would just like terrorists better, they wouldn't perpetrate terrorism against our country. Mr. Speaker, we've seen this on display already. They've given $10.5 billion to a terrorist named Omar Khadr. They're now reducing their crimes. They've given citizenship back to terrorists. We see this action. So Canadians do not trust this government when it comes to getting it right. Now, when the government comes out with a firearms legislation that they say is going to reduce crime, they say it's going to reduce crime, Mr. Speaker. Canadians don't believe them. They don't believe them. They say, well, your track record up until this point has been to reduce sentences, not reduce crime, reduce sentences. We've seen a dramatic increase in crime right across Canada. I was down in Toronto earlier this month, and I met with some people there too, and they said the break-and-enters were up in their community, just outside of Toronto there. I know that in my own community that we've seen rural crime up significantly across all parts of Alberta, Saskatchewan as well. So when the government comes in and introduces C-71 and says, this is going to reduce violent crime, this is going to reduce gun crime, the Canadians look at this government and go, really? Like, nothing that you've done up until this point has reduced crime whatsoever. Now we're supposed to expect that suddenly with C-71, the Liberals are going to reduce crime suddenly. So we have a look at this particular bill. What does this particular bill do, Mr. Speaker? Does it increase sentences for criminals? Does it go after ensuring that if you use a firearm in a crime, there's more restriction on it. If you smuggle in weapons from another country, does that change anything like that? Does it enhance border security? No, it doesn't do any of that kind of stuff. What does it do, Mr. Speaker? It targets the people that already have a firearms license. The people that have a firearms license are now required to go through an extra hurdle, an extra loop, hoop to jump through, to call whenever they make a transfer of firearms. Now, I don't know what it's like where you come from, Mr. Speaker, but from where I come from, firearms are just a fact of life. They're typically every household has a number of firearms. It's just the way that the world works where I come from. And so when we have firearms exchanged, it happens on a regular basis. There's entire Facebook pages committed to the fact of exchanging firearms. It's like, I got this firearm for sale, come check it out. So-and-so's got this firearm for sale, come check it out. Now we're going to put in place, everybody knows, Mr. Speaker, that was one of the other things too. The Liberals rolled out with this piece of legislation. They say, did you know that you do not even have to show your firearm license to get a firearm in Canada? The news to me, a firearms owner who has a firearms license, Mr. Speaker, I need to show my PAL, my Possession Acquisitions License, every time. I have never had it where I went to buy ammunition and said, oh, I forgot my PAL. Can you just sell me the ammunition? They said, oh, sorry, man, we got to see your license before we're going to sell you any ammunition. Do you know what, though, Mr. Speaker? The criminals that showed up and robbed my local firearms store, they certainly didn't show their PAL. They just broke in there and stole the firearms, right? That is what we're dealing with here. And so this particular piece of legislation, having to make a phone call to ensure that my PAL is up to date, Mr. Speaker, it says right on my PAL if it's expired or not. That should be good enough. You have to go to renew it. When you go to do the renewal, you have to fill out all the paperwork again. Once every 5 years, you got to fill out the paperwork again. You know what, Mr. Speaker? They phone my wife to make sure that she's okay with me having firearms. Every time I go to renew, I have to fill out my wife's contact information, her email address, all that kind of stuff. She's always okay with it, Madam the member for Winnipeg Centre. He's heckling me, asking me whether I was okay with it, and I tell you, she's definitely okay with it because let me tell you, those firearms, they put food on the table at my household. I tell you that much. So every other year, we typically get a moose in the freezer and a white-tailed deer or two as well. And so that's definitely what we're using those firearms for. But I use the firearms for other things as well, Mr. Speaker. I don't know about you, but there is not many more things more exciting than on a Friday night going to a buddy's house and throwing a few skeets in the air and taking them down with the shotgun. That is a lot of fun. I'm not sure if you've ever participated in that, but that is a lot of fun. This particular legislation targets people like that, the people that just want to hang out on a Friday night and shoot some clay pigeons out at the gravel pit. Yeah, now we're gonna make sure that when I sell my shotgun to my brother and buy a new one, because I want a new one. I want one of those new Bernellis. I'm not sure if you've seen those yet, but they are amazing. But I want to sell my firearm to my brother who has a PAL. He can show that to me. I can make sure that the date's on it's good. I'm going to now have to call the RCMP to make sure that the card that I'm looking at that has a date on it that says it's still good, I have to make sure that it's still actually good. I have to call in there, and he's going to have to call in as well. What sense does that make? All that does is makes life more miserable for firearms owners. And I think that is what we're looking at with this piece of legislation. It's not so much about reducing crime. It's not going after gangsters or drug dealers in rural or urban centers. No, this is going after firearms owners, and this is trying to reduce the number of firearms in the country just for ideological reasons. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left here? Thank you. I got a little out of hand there. Forgot to get my timer started there. So this particular bill, one of the things why I know that the Liberal government is only worried about reducing the number of firearms is because at committee, they're layering on requirements on legal firearm owners. They're layering on requirements for firearm dealers and firearm stores, making sure that they have record keeping for 20 years, making sure that they make all these phone calls, registering all these transactions. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this is a registry because whether or not you're registering the firearm or you're registering the transaction, the government is keeping tabs on the firearms in this country. But given all of that, why I know that this bill, the only thing that it is there to do is to reduce the number of firearms in this country, is that when at committee we moved an amendment to change the date on which the bill would come into effect, Mr. Speaker. The date that this bill comes into effect is June 30th, 2018. June 30th, 2018, a week away from now. And I don't think that this bill will be passed into law by June 30th. Mr. Speaker, but yet that is the date in the bill. We expect that this bill will probably be passed into law sometime in the fall, but they said this bill, so we said, well, let's make an amendment to change that to whenever the bill comes into law. Change that date. And they said, oh no, we can't do that. The Liberals on the committee said, no, we can't change that date because, you know, like the date's June 30th, whether a law that if the bill comes into law much later in the future, that date still has to be. You know why, Mr. Speaker? So that we reduce the number of firearms that come in under the exemption that is going to be in place after this bill. They explicitly say we want to reduce the number of firearms that come in to this country, Mr. Speaker. That is what this bill is all about. It is reducing Canadians' right to bear arms. It's reducing the Canadians to buy firearms. Now, my NDP colleague over here always says, well, why do you need a particular firearm? Well, Mr. Speaker, I am not a stamp collector. I know nothing about stamps. And I take my hat off to those people that are stamp collectors. And I ask them all the time, why do you need that particular stamp? And they have lots of good reasons why they need that particular stamp. And I think, all the power to you, man. I have friends that are that way with the firearms. They never use it. They have it sitting in their collection there. When I go over to their house, they got to open the door on their gun case and they say, check this out. Look, the new firearm I just bought. Isn't it amazing? I said, well, what are you ever going to use it for? Oh, I'm not going to use it. I just, isn't it so cool? That's the same way with a lot of our firearms owners, is they just want to be able to show you that they have the coolest firearm on planet Earth. They're not intending to use it. They just want to have that firearm in their collection. I don't necessarily understand it, just like I don't understand the stamp collector. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it's in the right of Canadians to own property that brings them enjoyment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really enjoy my colleague's speech, but there are some nuances that have heard on this side of the House. And one of them is that it has nothing to do with gangs and guns in our cities. And I want to take him back to a moment in 2017 where the Minister of Public Safety announced $100 million to fight guns and gangs in our cities. And what did the opposite party do? They voted against it. Not once, but multiple times. So my question is, when they advertise that this is a backdoor gun registry, which we know this is false, any farmers or hunters are not going to feel the pain of an application. They're not going to feel the pain of a test. They're not going to feel the pain of any extra costs to do what they've been doing every single day. My question is, why is the Conservative Party of Canada collecting data on law-abiding gun citizens in Canada?
The honourable member for Peace River West Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals continually going on the record saying this is not a federal gun registry, and yet, you know what, Mr. Speaker? You know what this very bill does, Mr. Speaker? It takes the data from the old long gun registry, which sat with the courts until this government came into power. Then the courts handed it back to them, and it makes a provision in the law to allow the province of Quebec to gain access to the entire former federal gun registry. If that's not a federal gun registry, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. You know, I sat through the very passionate debates about the gun registry in this House, and I want to remind everybody that often these debates have certain real-life underpinnings. One was, of course, the École Polytechnique massacre and other cases around this country where people who shouldn't have had guns got their hands on them and real people died. I thought the comparison of my honourable colleague between stamps and guns is an inappropriate one for the very obvious reason that guns are an object that can do serious damage and kill. I don't think any philatelist in this country has ever killed anybody from their stamp collection. So the other thing I wanted to mention, though, is that I do realize that there's a wide variety of perspectives on gun ownership in this country. We're a big country. What might be an appropriate position in a rural area where there's farmers and hunters is a very different thing than an urban riding like that I represent. And I think that this chamber should represent that diversity of views. But my question to my honourable colleague is this. What would he propose would be good legislation that would be directed at keeping guns out of the hands of criminals and gangs, those that shouldn't have them, as opposed to legislation like this, which is meant to tighten up regulations so that we make sure we ensure responsible gun owners in this country are complying with the rules, and that police in particular have a tracking system so that they can make sure that they can track guns and that those that don't get them or shouldn't have guns don't get them. But what would he propose would be a good system for making sure that criminals don't get guns?
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, my best proposal was that there just would be no criminals in our country. That would make everything a whole lot easier. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that would work better is to ensure that our border security is a little bit tighter, ensuring that the police have the proper resources to do their work, but also just creating a culture where we all understand how firearms work and how firearms are used in this country. And I think that the Liberals, with this particular legislation they've brought in, one of the things that they said right out of the gate is that we don't have to show our license in order to purchase firearms or ammunition. That's patently false. The other thing is that what I would ask back to my honourable colleague is, what does he see in this particular bill that will do anything to keep firearms out of the hands of criminals? What I would say would help a great deal is to ensure that the black market is not full of firearms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise tonight to speak on Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms. This legislation will have an impact on many of my constituents who are law-abiding gun owners. In fact, this legislation will have a big impact on many Canadians. Hunting is a big part of the livelihood, traditions, and recreational choices of a significant number of Canadians. Some Canadians also own firearms to protect their crops, livestock, or themselves from rabid animals like bears or coyotes. Others compete or enjoy recreational shooting sports, and some are collectors. Whether they are a hunter, a farmer, a sport shooter, or a collector, what these Canadians can be certain about is that C-71 will result in greater unnecessary restrictions. I do want to be clear, Mr. Speaker. Public safety should always be the priority of any government. Safe and sensible firearm policies are necessary to ensure public safety. Mandatory firearms safety courses, safe storage and transportation measures, and licensing are all common sense measures that contribute to public safety in Canada. Measures that law-abiding gun owners follow already. But under the guise of tackling gun violence and keeping firearms out of the hands of criminals, the Liberal government has brought forward C-71. The Liberal government's rhetoric is deceiving. A review of this legislation quickly reveals that the Liberals have completely missed the mark. This legislation does nothing to address gangs, gun violence, and escalating crime rates in our rural communities. Instead, it targets law-abiding gun owners. It treats Canadians who legally own firearms as criminals. In fact, a measure in this legislation has the potential of inadvertently making Canadian men and women criminals, men and women who have legally purchased a firearm. The Liberals are repealing parts of the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act. Specifically, it puts the ability to classify weapons solely back in the hands of RCMP bureaucrats, meaning the legislation we have before us allows the RCMP to prohibit a firearm without notice. that could result in the confiscation of a firearm that was legally purchased, and the owner could then be subject to criminal charges. In 2014, unelected bureaucrats decided to reclassify Swiss Arm rifles and CZ-858 rifles. They were reclassified as prohibited, making it illegal to import, buy, sell, or own them. These rifles had been legal in Canada for years, and many responsible, law-abiding gun owners had purchased these rifles legally. But the decision to prohibit them turned these lawful gun owners into criminals in possession of prohibited firearms. Our former Conservative government enacted common sense legislation that restored the property rights to these individuals. It created an appropriate balance, where based on expert advice, the government makes the rules and the RCMP interprets and enforces them. Another measure that this legislation repeals is the authorization to transport a firearm to specific routine and lawful activities. The Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act automatically gave an individual with a license authorization to transport their firearm to a shooting range, a police station, a chief firearms officer, a gunsmith, a gun store, a gun show, a border point, and home from the place of purchase. As indicated in the Act, this measure was common sense. It removed the unnecessary red tape. C-71 repeals these measures. It would only allow for a firearm to travel to a shooting range or home from a place of purchase. Any other of the before-mentioned activities would require a specific authorization to transport issued at the direction of the province's chief firearms officer. Issuing authorizations to transport firearms to these routine locations, like a gunsmith for repair or to the chief firearms officer for verification or registration, is unnecessary. It is in no way addressing the criminal element behind gun violence. And let's talk about the real elephant in the room tonight. This legislation is a backdoor attempt to bring back the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. The long gun registry, introduced by Chrétien's Liberal government, was costly. Canadians were told it would only cost them $2 million, but in the end, it cost more than $2 billion. And for what purpose? It was ineffective. There is no evidence that the long gun registry prevented any crime in Canada. It seems that the criminals and the gang members never took the time to fill out the necessary paperwork. And there is no evidence that the new registry would be any different. Now, I admit that the Liberals have said that this legislation does not reintroduce a firearms registry, and they even voted in favor of a Conservative amendment at the committee stage denouncing any effort to re-establish a registry of non-restricted firearms. But by now, we all know what the Liberals say and what the Liberals do is often a very different story. The Liberals are said to be tackling crime through this legislation, but words like gang or criminal organization are not found in the text of the bill. What you do find is words like registrar, registration, records, or reference number. That is because this legislation creates a registry of non-restricted firearms. C-71 requires firearm retailers to create and manage a registry of licensed, non-restricted firearms buyers. A registry they must surrender to the Chief Firearms Officer upon request. It will also require permission from the RCMP Registrar of Firearms to buy, sell, give, or loan a non-restricted rifle. So this begs the question that I know many of my colleagues on this side of the House have asked. What does a registrar do? Well, the answer is quite simple, Mr. Speaker. A registrar keeps a registry. The Liberals are using a federal registrar to keep records of non-restricted firearms. This is the 2.0 version of a federal firearms registry. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want safe and sensible firearms legislation. But that's simply not what the Liberals have offered them. Instead, they are creating more unnecessary red tape for law-abiding Canadians. They are casting suspicion on law-abiding firearm owners while doing nothing to address the criminal element behind gun violence. Their priorities are backwards. This is made only more evident when you consider C-75, another bill introduced by this government. C-75 lessens the sentences for serious and violent crimes to sentences as little as a fine. Some of the crimes that will be eligible for lighter sentencing under this legislation include participating in a terrorist activity, activities relating to human trafficking, kidnapping, forced marriage, or impaired driving causing bodily harm. These are very serious crimes. The punishment should fit the crime. A fine is not the appropriate sentence for these crimes, and it is insulting to victims. The Liberals are weakening the Canadian criminal justice system and making light of serious crimes, while at the same time, they are sending a strong message to law-abiding gun owners by treating them like criminals. Mr. Speaker, I cannot support legislation that does nothing to address gangs, gun violence, and the escalating crime rates in rural communities. I cannot support legislation that enacts a backdoor firearms registry and unnecessarily burdens law-abiding Canadians with regulations. C-71 is flawed legislation because it does not take appropriate action to prevent or deter gun violence. It burdens law-abiding citizens or Canadian citizens with red tape and villainizes my constituents who are hunters, farmers, and sport shooters. When it comes down to it, the Liberals have again proven that they cannot be trusted to bring forward sensible and effective firearms legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her intervention here in the House. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I represent Fundy Royal in New Brunswick, a largely rural area, and through the course of this discussion on C-71, taken the opportunity to consult with many firearms owners in my riding, largely rural area, to understand what their concerns are and to feed their concerns back into this legislative process, which I found to be a very productive exercise. I actually have a question for the member across the way, too. And I'd like to ask her if she's consulted with any domestic violence advocates, women's groups, or youth, and youth in particular, because they're now in the habit of having to regularly practice lockdowns in their schools. And the reality for gun regulation for them, even though they live in rural areas as well, is very real. So my question again is, can the honourable member share with us the consultation that she's done with other groups in her riding? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the great question. I find that question quite interesting. Again, I live in rural Canada, Saskatchewan. Every person that I've spoken to that is a law-abiding firearms owner takes the measures that they need to take by storing it safely, lock and key. They have licenses, and people that I have consulted with have said that this Liberal government is not listening to them and listening to the concerns that they have, and do not appreciate taking 9 to 5 Ottawa to rural Canada.
L'honorable député de Longueuil Saint-Hubert.
Quite honestly, we're all hoping that this is one of the last debates in the House tonight. I'm pleasantly surprised because it's an interesting debate between various realities and regions of Canada. When I hear my colleague oppose what seems to look like a registry, I'd like to ask her, to her mind, like if I was told that these weapons are easily obtained and there are no semi-automatic weapons in there, there's some flexibility. Would she agree that hunters and others who use firearms would understand that we want to withdraw these automatic weapons with chargers? Because if we withdrew those weapons from free sales, would a registry still be necessary? Maybe not.
Minister.
I want to thank the member for his question. That's not what this is, though. Right? We just we have a piece of legislation that is not addressing gangs, criminals, people that are stealing these weapons. Like I said again, and I'll reiterate, law-abiding gun owners have their guns locked up under lock and key, so they're not easily attained. Right? I don't think that it is fair to punish law-abiding citizens when they're doing what they need to do. I think what this government needs to do is actually look at how they can combat gun violence with gangs, in urban and rural areas, right? I have a rural area that we also have gang violence, but I don't think that it's fair for this government to punish law-abiding gun owners. And, the ones that, and again, the firearms owners that I've been speaking to in my riding are not happy with this whatsoever. And they cannot wait until the day in 2019 when this gets repealed.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's summarize some of the key issues that I've heard from Canadians all across the country, including the nearly 79,000 who signed an e-petition stating that they are opposed to Bill C-71. First, this bill does nothing to tackle gun, gang crime, or rural crime, Mr. Speaker. Nothing. Criminals do not register their firearms, as we know. Second, the claims by this public safety minister, his parliamentary secretary, the Prime Minister, and the rest of the Liberals, that this bill goes after criminals while respecting firearm owners are inaccurate and insulting to millions of Canadians. Third, the Liberals won't call this a gun registry. The rest of the country thinks that it is a gun registry. I guess we'll have to leave it to Canadians to decide when they vote in the next election. Mr. Speaker, we saw what Liberal MPs really thought of Bill C-71 when they finished our work at committee. Mere moments after ratifying the legislation at committee with their Liberal majority against Conservative objectives, the Liberals moved to call a study on issues raised precisely by witnesses just minutes, Mr. Speaker, after stifling Conservative amendments that would have improved Bill C-71. Liberals call on the minister to address the real issues facing illegal firearms getting into the hands of criminals, administrative and process issues resulting in criminals getting firearm licenses, improving regulations on firearms storage by retailers and firearms owners. All of these issues are more productive than anything the ministers put forward, and none of the MPs on that committee had the courage to tackle these issues in the legislation when that bill was before us in committee, when they had the chance. Now, it is time, Mr. Speaker, that this Liberal government started to take public safety and their duty to protect Canadians seriously. But they're not taking these issues as seriously as they need to. Rather, they are targeting law-abiding gun owners and delaying funding for police. In the fall of 2017, Minister Goodale made an announcement in Surrey, BC, where there is a real gang problem. Gang violence and shootings are a regular occurrence there, and police and communities need more help to tackle these criminals. At the time, he promised $327 million to combat gangs and guns. A great announcement, and no doubt one that helped the Liberal MP from Surrey White Rock secure his seat, since it was conveniently made during a by-election. To date, not $1 has been moved onto that funding, Mr. Speaker. Reports suggest it will take 2 years, a full 2 more years, for the Liberals to make that funding available to police. Since that announcement, the Liberals have tabled C-71, pushing the House by limiting debate and testimony, and ramming it through with almost no amendments, despite nearly every witness saying it wasn't a good bill. Looking at the Liberal motions that followed the 4 days of study on C-71, we see that the Liberals had little to no understanding of the subject matter, were confused by the current laws, and made little or no attempt to fix problems that were clearly presented to the committee. The Liberals suggested, again, after the bill had been completed, the bill study had been completed, that the minister review the reference process for possession and acquisition licenses. We heard from this Liberal insider who testified, and very passionately, about the tragic loss of her daughter. Her killer was described as a non-violent boyfriend, but manipulative and controlling. He had a firearms license and legally purchased at least one of the guns that he shot her daughter with. This witness stated that he had an arrest for drug trafficking, forcible confinement, assault, uttering threats, and received only 2 years probation. To be clear, this individual should never have been granted a firearms license and was in no way eligible for one of those charges or convictions against him. It was human error, Mr. Speaker, that caused this to occur, not a gap in legislation. The Firearms Act, as it was back then, it is now, Section 5 states, and I quote, "A person is not eligible to hold a license if it is desirable in the interest of the safety of that or another person that the person not possess a firearm." Further, it says, if the individual or individuals have been convicted or discharged under Section 730 of the Criminal Code, which is anyone convicted of an offense, they are ineligible for a firearm. It also states that anyone convicted of an offense in the commission of which violence against another person was used, threatened, or attempted, and an offense related to the contravention of a Controlled Drugs and Substances Act are ineligible, Mr. Speaker. And moreover, anyone who, and I quote, has a history of behavior that includes violence or threatened or attempted violence is also ineligible to legally acquire a license to obtain a firearm. That is what the legislation is currently and was before C-71 was ever introduced. The bill specifically dealt with this section. Clause 2 proposed amendments to Section 5, so it was certainly in the scope of the bill. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Clause 2 was one of the few areas where any amendments were made. The committee agreed that we amend Clause 2 to include language that anyone who has a history of behavior that includes violence or threatened or attempted violence or threatening conduct on the part of a person against any person, or who, for any reason, poses a risk of harm to any person, is ineligible for a firearm license. So not much change, to be blunt, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals in the committee felt so strongly about this issue of reference checks that they decided to call no new witnesses and hold no new added meetings. They made no call for the minister to increase resources to ensure a thorough review of reference checks. The Liberals also called for the government to examine firearms storage and commercial storage regulations. Ironic, since the Liberals blocked industry representatives from coming to committee. As with numerous cases during the testimony, this recommendation makes it crystal clear that the Liberal MPs who voted for C-71 still have no idea what the current laws and rules are around firearms in this country. Here are the rules as per government regulations for storage of non-restricted firearms. They must be unloaded, must be locked in a room that is hard to break or enter, or have a trigger lock so that it cannot be fired. Ammunition must be stored separately and locked. For restricted firearms, like the sidearm I use for policing, it must be unloaded, must have a trigger lock, and locked in a room or safe that cannot be easily opened. Ironically, the motion calls for the government to work with relevant stakeholders, something they did not apparently think was important enough to do during the legislation. 7 of the individuals the minister says were consulted in preparation for the bill C-71 coming to be presented state that they were not consulted at all, contrary to the minister's suggestion. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals finally called for the minister to look into straw purchases, and I quote, that the government study mechanisms to identify large and unusual firearms transactions, especially those involving restricted and prohibited guns, to better identify illicit straw purchasing schemes, gang activity, or trafficking operations. I find that funny, Mr. Speaker, that the minister stated that C-71 would deal with this issue. He said it would deal with that exact issue. He said it would help police trace guns used in crimes, detect straw purchases schemes, and identify trafficking networks. However, it doesn't. And the Liberals after now are calling for it. So it's clear that even the Liberal government MPs voted for this in committee, even they didn't believe their own minister. The fact is that while some of the suggestions from the Liberals might have merit, they ring hollow, Mr. Speaker. We have an opportunity and an obligation to go after illegal firearms, gangs, and crime, and violent crime, when the bill came to committee. And sadly, the Liberals lacked the courage of their convictions and passed a pointless bill. A bill they ironically gave so little credence to that they immediately moved to do other things after voting in favor of it. Mr. Speaker, C-71 will not increase the safety of our communities. It will not combat gangs and illegal firearms because criminals don't register their guns. It does not provide new tools for police or more resources to deal with the issue. And for my colleagues in the Liberal Party, I don't think it will provide any added political cover in the next election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I recognize at the beginning of my colleague's speech, he talked about this being a registry, and we've heard this time and time again coming from the opposition. But, Mr. Speaker, I would offer to you that that is nothing more than a red herring. The Conservatives don't have an argument, don't have a solid position on this issue. And time again, they're trying to suggest that this is a registry when they know full well that it's not. Don't take my word for it, though, Mr. Speaker. Let us return to the member from Red Deer Lacombe who said in committee, and I quote, "Everybody at this table agrees that this is not a registry." So in the context of being in the committee where people can talk freely and have a discussion about this, members of the Conservative Party are saying that. Then they come into this House, Mr. Speaker, and they start to insist that it is a registry. So tell me then, Mr. Speaker, I ask through you to the member, what if it's not? Is he now suggesting that the member from Red Deer Lacombe was incorrect and that he was wrong when he said it's not a registry? Or is what's really happening, probably the more plausible thing, is that they're just coming out here with their talking points because they have no other argument against this bill?
Honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, I was dreaming for this question. Thank you so much for asking for it. You know what? It's typical to the Liberal Party. This quote was taken completely out of context. Right, I was right beside Mr. Calkins. That's right. It's a quote. He said, what's really interesting, Mr. Speaker, is the Liberals can say whatever they want in Clause 2 of this Act, and then throughout the rest of the bill, they continue to act as if this bill is a registry. They keep references numbers there. They keep the whole context of registrar and registry. And you know what? It's not what we think. Thousands, tens of thousands of Canadians who have already voiced their disapproval of this bill still consider it to be a gun registry. Canadians have heard the rhetoric of this Liberal Party before, and you know what? They can't be trusted before, and they certainly cannot be trusted now. We will wait and see. This bill is pointless. It does nothing to do with the real issues of guns and gangs. And you know what? We don't need any lessons from the Liberal Party on what Canadians know what's best for them when it comes to gun legislation.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, but I'm disappointed because I found him so reasonable an approach when we were in the committee working on clause by clause, and I find the ramped up partisan rhetoric around this bill to be really dispiriting. What this bill does is it was never intended to take on gangs. Gang violence is another issue. It's related, but it's not the same thing, and we've talked in committee about my own experience. It happens that a member of my family is very involved in as actually a prosecuting lawyer within the BC Task Force on Organized Crime and dealing with gang crime. This is about tightening up the restrictions around who can own a firearm, particularly looking at things, and this is a fact, I mean, it's not an invented thing at this hour of debate. It's clear that this bill extends the background checks from 5 years to a lifetime. And I think the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, sees the sense in that. It's really important that we actually look at a history of violence, even if it goes back more than 5 years, that we look at the risks to intimate partners. If somebody has ever had access to a gun or made a threat that falls short of what's currently, he's right, what's in the current Firearms Act covers a lot of things, but it doesn't cover when an intimate partner has had to get a restraining order against someone who is threatening his or her life. So I ask the honourable member to be honourable and to admit this bill has benefits for public safety.
Honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend for the Green Party. I appreciate her advocacy at committee as we're going through amendments. You know what? The reality is, currently, before C-71 came along, criminal record checks, the background checks for people applying for a license did not go back 5 years. We heard from those who actually do these checks that they go back the lifetime of the individual while they and when they apply for a Pell. So the suggestion that they only go back 5 years is a misnomer. Now, is there a need to improve the ability or inability for people to access firearms who have a record or mental health issues? Absolutely. It was the Conservative Party who brought in and was the first to bring in the prohibitions, the removal of licenses, the removal of firearms from those who are convicted or accused of domestic violence. And so, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate her question, and I think this current legislation is void. We have some steps to be made, and I think, however, this bill doesn't do it as required by Canadians for public safety. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, rose by any other name would smell as sweet. Now, it's a popular reference to William Shakespeare's play Romeo and Juliet, in which Juliet seems to argue that it does not matter that Romeo is from her family's rival house of the Montagues and that he is a Montague himself. Reference is often used to imply that they're names of things that do not affect what they really are. Juliet compares Romeo to a rose, saying that if he was not named Romeo, he'd still be just as handsome and would be Juliet's love. In the case of C-71, a gun registry by any other name is, well, it's a gun registry. Now, at committee stage, the Liberal passed one of the CPC amendments, which stated, as has been often quoted, for greater certainty, nothing in this act shall be construed so as to permit or require the registration of non-restricted firearms. Now, when they adopted this, we expected they would also support changes that removed the elements that essentially created a gun registry. Now, unfortunately, they didn't. They kept in the registrar tracking of the transfer of firearms, keeping a centralized government record, and that's a registry by another name. Now, it's very cynical and disingenuous of the Minister of Public Safety and other Liberals in this House to try and skew this as support for the language of the bill. It was much like watching the Treasury Board president the other day defending the Liberal slush fund, the vote 40 in the estimates, by quoting the current and past PBO, pretending these gentlemen were in support of the Liberal slush fund. What they actually said, Kevin Page, a former PBO, said, there's no way that it's an improvement. The current PBO says their incomplete information will lead to weaker spending controls. Now, this bill will remove the reference to the 5-year period that applies to background checks on license application, thereby eliminating any temporal restrictions on such checks. They'll require that whenever a non-restricted firearm is transferred, the buyer must produce a license and the vendor must verify it valid, requiring a registrar to issue a reference number for such transactions, require commercial retailers to maintain records of their inventories and sales. Such records would be accessible to the police. But the power to classify weapons in the hands of the RCMP bureaucrats and out of the hands of parliamentarians, and amend the Long Gun Registry Act to allow a province to keep the gun registry records. Sounds like a registry. Now, what's missing from Bill C-71? Any reference to keeping guns out of the hands of criminals and gangs. Now, what bill does mention gangs and organized crime? Well, C-75 mentions it, but only mentions them in relation to lighter sentences. What does C-75 do? Well, it lessens sentences to as little as fines for those participating in activity in a terrorist group, much like the returning ISIS terrorists wandering around the streets of Toronto. If the government ever gets around to having arrested, maybe we'll hit them with a fine. Now, administering a noxious drug, such as a date rape drug, can now be just reduced to a fine. advocating genocide. The crime or the penalty for advocating genocide is now reduced. Now, it is somewhat ironic that the Liberal government would use the word genocide in C-75 for reducing the crime when they couldn't bear to say the words in this House to describe what was happening to the Yazidis overseas. Participating in organized crime will also be reduced in C-75. So to sum up, C-71, let's go after law-abiding gun owners. C-75, let's go soft on crime. You know, maybe we'll set out some tea cozies. We'll ask ISIS returning fighters, maybe sit around the campfire, we'll sing Kumbaya together. Now, to make the streets safer, I have to ask, why doesn't the Minister of Public Safety just get up from his seat and walk about 7 benches down and talk to the Minister of Justice and tell her to do her job and appoint some judges to the judiciary? Now, the Jordan ruling, people have a right to a timely trial, but the Liberals have not appointed enough judges. So we're letting accused murderers go. I want to talk about some of them. Nick Chan walked free this week from Calgary. Who's Nick Chan? Charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and instructing a criminal organization. Now, if they want to get guns on the street, off the street, why don't they appoint judges so we can keep people like Nick Chan in jail? He's also been accused in the past of murdering 3 other people. Oh, and also charged under firearm offenses. So here we have C-71 going after law-abiding gun owners, but someone like Nick Chan charged with illegally possessing guns, but we'll let him go because we haven't appointed judges. James Cody in Newfoundland facing drug trafficking, and weapons charges, let go because there was no judge. He could not get a timely trial. Van Son Yen, released in Quebec, the 3rd accused murderer released in Quebec because he could not get a timely trial. Lance Regan in Edmonton, released because, again, no judges. But let's focus on C-71. Now, here's the worst one. A father accused of breaking his 2-week-old baby's ankles. He had his criminal charges stayed because he could not get a timely trial. The grandmother to the poor kid, we were angry, we were crying, we were outraged that he was able to get off on this ruling. But here the Liberal government is tying us up with C-71 going after law-abiding gun owners and ignoring their duty to appoint judges, letting murderers go free, letting someone who breaks the ankles of a 2-week-old baby to go free, and this is their priority. Now, we had the Parliamentary Secretary for Justice in a TV interview says, we border the largest handgun arsenal in the world. I assume he means America. But this bill does nothing to address that issue. We have the Minister of Public Safety says it's the drug trade in particular that's intrinsic part of gang culture and gang-related violence and arguably causes the most harm in a community, made worse by opioid crisis. So what do we have? In Vote 40, the slush fund, which is supposed to get money out the door faster to address this, $1 million to address the opioid issue. Now I want to talk about the departmental plans. Departmental plans is plans that every department has to put out. And I describe the departmental reports. They describe departmental priorities and expected results. So I'm going to go to the Minister of Public Safety, what his plan says. If we can find to intervene early before tragedy strikes, we should. Well, here's a hint to the Minister of Public Safety. Walk down the row, tell your Justice Minister, appoint some judges. Maybe we can intervene before tragedy strikes. He talks about safer communities are central to Public Safety Canada's mandate, and he invites all Canadians to read the Public Safety Canada's 2018-2019 departmental plan and find out how we're keeping Canada and Canadians safe. Well, I've read the plans. I don't think anyone from the other side of the House has, and I'm pretty sure the Minister of Public Safety has not read his own plans we signed off on. Under the section National Security and Terrorism, they've set out 4 different targets. Departmental results indicators. First one, Canada's ranking on global terrorism. Surprised they've not even set a target to compare things to. Canada's ranking of cyber security. No past areas to compare to. Percentage population thinks the right mechanisms are in place to prevent or respond to terrorism. Once again, no target set. It goes on and on. Now, under community public safety, this was great. There's 7 targets. 3 of them have no past targets to refer to. So they're pulling a number out of the air as their target to achieve. So percentage of stakeholders reported consulting public safety, well, they set a target of 60%, but nothing in the past to compare it to. Stakeholders reporting good or very good results on projects funded through public safety, 80%. Well, compared to what? Nothing. Everything's not applicable. Here's a great one, though. The Crime Severity Index, they're saying, is going to go up. This measures, as it says, severity of crime in Canada. This actually goes up over last year and up over the Harper era. Percentage of Canadians who think that crime in their neighborhood has decreased. Their goal for next year is actually to make it worse, or to have it worse than it was in previous years. Crime is prevented and addressed in populations most at risk. They actually show a drop in results. Percentage of at-risk populations, no target. And the difference between police reported and First Nations communities, again, they show a drop in results. Their 5-year plan actually shows a 3-year plan shows a 23% in funding cuts to community safety. So this shows Liberal priorities. Instead of going after terrorists, instead of going after criminals, instead of going after gangs with guns, their priority is to prey on law-abiding gun owners and reestablish a registry. It's a shame, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his very passionate speech today, very fact-filled speech on what C-71 is. And, you know, one of the interesting aspects of this, and it's been touched on many times today as we've debated this bill, is how little mention, in fact, zero mention of the fact that guns and gangs are mentioned in this bill, but the word registry and registrar are mentioned many times. In fact, I think it was 38 times in this legislation. So I'm asking my honourable colleague, why does he think that is? Why is there so many mentions of registrar and register, yet zero mentions of guns and gangs? And isn't this, in fact, a registry? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, a rose by any other name would smell just as sweet. A registry by any other name would still be a registry. Now, if you look at the definition of the word registrar, it says the official responsible for keeping a registry or official records. So it's very clearly a registry. I'm going to go on about something else you talked about, the lack of addressing crime. In their budget, they stated they were going to put aside, I think it was $253 million immediately for addressing gun crime, and then $100 million a year after that. But you know what? That money does not show up in the estimates. Funny enough, what does, though, is when you look under their promise for StatsCan, they're spending just as much to reinstate the long-form census as they stated they were going to spend on preventing guns from getting into the hands of criminals. So again, it goes to the Liberals' priorities. A long-form census, another form of registry, is more important than actually keeping guns out of the hands of criminals. It's all very Liberal.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to rise here today. And the honourable member spoke about C-75 in conjunction with C-71 and the fact that they're limiting the amount, the ability of judges to, and giving the option, quite frankly, of imposing lesser sentences for some of the most egregious crimes in this country. So I'm wondering if the member can comment a little further on how that's going to impact Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
For Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Barrie Innisfil for his hard work on the file and his question. Talked earlier about the failure of the Liberal government to appoint judges. We've had over 200 criminal cases, serious criminal cases across. I'm glad the colleagues across the way find releasing murderers very humorous. We on this side do not think it's a laughing matter, Mr. Speaker. Over 200 serious cases of criminals being released because the Liberal government have not appointed judges. On top of this, you look at the software crime and that, you look at C-75, lowering the penalty for being involved in a gang, lowering the penalty for using date rape drugs. It's a disgrace. This government needs to set the priorities on looking after Canadians and not being soft on crime.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
It's a trifecta, Mr. Speaker. I'm almost like the honourable member from Winnipeg. Where's he from again? Winnipeg North, exactly. Somewhere out there. But I want to, again, address an issue that the legislation fails to address, and that is the issue of guns and gangs. Mr. Speaker, there's been high-profile incidents that have happened, and does the honourable member really think that this piece of legislation is going to solve that guns and gangs issues that are happening, as we saw recently in Toronto and that we've seen in Surrey? Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my colleague again for his third question and his hard work on the file. He's right in his comment. Nothing in Bill C-71 is going to address the gun and gang issue. I'm a former gun owner. I had a couple handguns. I belong to a gun club in Edmonton. Now, it's very ironic. The name of the gun club is actually called Phoenix. It is now, seriously, it has, like the Liberal Phoenix fiasco, actually gone under. But I spent a lot of time at the Wild West, the gun club in West Edmonton Mall, in the wonderful riding of Edmonton West. I meet a lot of gun owners all the time. They are the most conscientious, law-abiding group. And again, Bill 71 focuses on them, those who are following the law, and does nothing against those who are breaking the law. Thank you.
In comments, questions et commentaires? No.
Let's move on.
Resuming debate?
No.
Reprise du débat?
No.
No? Okay. Is the House ready for the question?
Yes.
The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions 2 to 28. Monsieur Paulus?
Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Miller. Bruce Gray, Owen Sound moved that Bill C-71 be amended by deleting Clause 1.
To adopt the motion. All those in favour of the motion will please say yay. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Okay. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 20th, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The recorded division will also apply to motions 2 to 28. We have a point of order. The Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there has been discussions amongst the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, following routine proceedings on Wednesday, June 20th, 2018, A. Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act, be deemed read a third time and passed on division. B. Bill C-62, an act to amend the Federal Public Sector Labour Relations Act and other acts, be deemed concurred in at report stage on division and deemed read a third time and passed on division. C. Bill C-64, an act respecting wrecked, abandoned, dilapidated or hazardous vessels and salvage operations, be deemed read a third time and passed. D. Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequence, be deemed read a third time and passed on division. E. Ways and Means number 24 be deemed adopted on division, and that the bill standing on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Finance entitled An Act to Implement a Multilateral Convention to Implement Tax Treaty-Related Measures to Prevent Base Erosion and Profit Shifting be deemed read a first time. F. The motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts standing on the notice paper in the name of the Minister of Justice, be adopted on division. G. The motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, political financing, standing on the notice paper in the name of the Minister of Democratic Institutions, be adopted on division. H, the 64th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs entitled Code of Conduct for Members of the House of Commons, Sexual Harassment Between Members, presented to the House on Monday, June 4, 2018, be concurred in. I, the following motion be deemed adopted on division, that pursuant to Standing Order 111.12 and in accordance to subsection 79(1)(1) of the Parliament of Canada Act, RSC 1985 CP1, the House approved the appointment of Yves Giroux as Parliamentary Budget Officer for a term of 7 years, and J, the House shall stand adjourned until Monday, September 17, 2018, provided that, for the purpose of any standing order, it shall be deemed to have been adjourned pursuant to Standing Order 28 and be deemed to have sat on Thursday, June 21st and Friday, June 22nd, 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the point of order, the honourable member for Barrie Essenville.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure that the government House Leader is clear in section F, in the part that says after act standing on the, she said notice paper, and in fact I have order paper on the sheet, so I just want to clarify that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable government House Leader or the Parliamentary Secretary to the government House Leader. Verified, everything's okay. Does the honourable minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? So carried. So we're done. The honourable government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what's going on with the clocks in here, but I think if you ask members that we could agree that the clock reads midnight.
Hear, hear.
Is it agreed that we see the clock as midnight? It's agreed. À ce moment-ci, conformément.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to have this opportunity tonight to address the attacks on religious liberty and freedom of conscience that we see from this government. They have altered Canada's summer jobs program to require that any applicant check a box indicating their agreement with certain propositions. That affirmation is about the private convictions of those groups, not about their activities or their willingness to comply with the law. Governments always make determinations about what activities they wish to fund. But it is unconscionable in a free society to say that people should be denied the ability to access government services or programs on an equal basis simply because of their private convictions. But that is the contention of this Liberal government, that faith-based and secular organizations alike should be denied access to public services on the basis of their wish not to positively state their agreement with certain propositions that happen to be important to the government. This policy responds to no problem or need. It is a mean-spirited attack on the private convictions and liberties of organizations who do excellent work helping the most vulnerable across this country. And we are seeing the impact of this policy. Over 1,000 organizations denied funding this year, at least one secular not-for-profit organization announcing that it will close its doors as a result of funding lost through this policy. And we are seeing perverse outcomes. We have an organization openly advocating hate against minority groups, which did receive the money, and organizations who do uncontroversial good work being denied the money. Those who are genuinely hateful apparently do not have a problem lying when they check the box. The only effect of this policy, then, is to screen out the genuinely good and honest who refuse to violate their convictions for 30 pieces of silver. What is striking to me about this debate as well is that we have a government in this country who finds the very idea of conscience to be baffling. They have said, and the parliamentary secretary, I suspect, will say again in response to my question, something to the effect that faith-based organizations are eligible, and many have received funding. And by the way, there's more money in the program than ever before. They genuinely don't understand that people of conscience will not check a box that contradicts their convictions, even if they are told, well, it's meaningless, so just check it anyways. The many Catholic organizations in particular who provide help to refugees, prisoners, the sick, the elderly, and children, these organizations honor St. Thomas More, who preferred execution to signing an attestation that violated his conscience. Moore's friends tried to persuade him to change his views or cede to compromise, but at least they understood the idea of conscience that informed his actions. This government, as they are about to reveal in response to this question, has so lost their moral grounding that they cannot conceive of a person refusing to sign something that they do not agree with in order to get some money. They not only lack the constraints of conscience in this case, but they fundamentally fail to understand what conscience is. The problem is not one of immorality, but of amorality. The idea of firm, unrelenting convictions exceeding self-interest is simply not part of their comprehension. And this has, I believe, wider consequences beyond the particulars of this issue. It is not a surprise to me that the first Prime Minister in Canadian history to have broken ethics laws while in office is also one who seems so confounded by the notion of conscience. Whether or not groups are theoretically eligible, the demand that they sign a form attesting to things which they do not believe is an unavoidable impediment to groups who disagree with the particulars of this attestation. Free societies do not demand to know what my private convictions are before I receive public services, and it does not matter how much money is in the programs. It matters that this government is hell-bent on discriminating against people of conscience and conviction. In 2019, we will give Canadians a better option, a party made up of people who disagree with each other on a range of different issues, but who fundamentally respect the Section 2 guarantees in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, who respect freedom of conscience, and who believe that great societies are those in which people are free to disagree, to countenance unpopular opinions, and to stand on their convictions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to participate in this adjournment proceeding, and I thank the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his robust contributions today and indeed on many days in this House. It's a pleasure to rise to speak about a program, the Canada Summer Jobs Program, that our government has indeed doubled, creating 70,000 paid work experiences for Canadian youth. Canada Summer Jobs is an integral part of our plan to support Canada's young people so that they can get the education and experience they need to get a quality job. It helps young people start off on the right foot towards building their careers, and it helps keep our economy growing and our middle class thriving. À la fois,
it's a win for students and employers, and it helps to drive our economy forward.
The previous Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, whose policies drove youth unemployment to its highest rates since the 1990s, we on this side of the House are investing in young people. Budget 2018 invests an additional $448.5 million over 5 years to support our youth employment strategy. The funding will help to continue to double the number of job placements funded under the Canada Summer Jobs Program in 2019-2020. On the issue of freedom of conscience and religion raised by my colleague, and we've had many robust discussions about this both in this House and outside of this House, let me be very, very clear, Mr. Speaker. The changes we've made are not at all in any way about excluding faith-based groups. My friend raised the issue of the Charter protections. As a constitutional lawyer, I will advise him, but also he will know quite clearly that Section 2A protects freedom of conscience and religion under the Canadian Constitution, put in place by Pierre Trudeau when he was then Prime Minister of this country. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the attestation clause, as has been discussed at length in this chamber, is not about changing doctrine or changing ideology or belief on any faith-based group. We recognize the important work that faith-based groups do around this country on a daily basis. What we are saying is that if a Catholic church, if a synagogue, if a mosque, if a Hindu temple runs a soup kitchen, God bless them, run the soup kitchen. If they, however, say in running that soup kitchen that an LGBTQ2+ youth cannot be employed while working in that soup kitchen, that is an exclusive policy, and that is not something that we will fund as a government. That's what the attestation clause is meant to do. I actually don't think we see things differently on either sides of this House. We believe clearly in freedom of conscience on both sides, but we also believe in inclusion on both sides of the House. And inclusion means ensuring that people such as an LGBTQ2+ youth has the ability to work in an inclusive environment, including one being run by a faith-based institution. Again, Mr. Speaker, we are not here to dictate the face or tenets of various faith groups around this country. As a parliamentary secretary for multiculturalism who works under the Minister of Heritage in promoting those very faith-based groups and religious groups and diverse cultural groups that make up this country, it would be abhorrent for us to even purport to do so. What we are trying to do is ensure that government funding addresses the needs of Canadians, addresses young people, gets them employed in career-based in jobs that are related to the careers that they're seeking to pursue, but doing so in a manner that protects that fundamental founding document, which is our Charter of Rights and the rights contained therein. It's a critical facet. Employers continue to understand this. They've applied in record numbers. There are 3,000 first-time funding recipients for this program. That's why we're proud about the implementation of Canada Summer Jobs. We're proud about the fact that we expanded the program, we expanded the funding, and that tens of thousands of young people are currently working there and currently employed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect to my friend across the way, I think the refutation that I'm about to give is probably unnecessary, since it's obvious from what he said that he doesn't fundamentally understand the question. He says, don't worry, we're spending more money on the program. Well, it's a program that they have structured in a way that discriminates. He says that faith groups are still eligible, but they are only eligible if they check a box which attests to particular propositions that many faith groups and other organizations may either not agree with or simply not see wading into as part of their mandate. And my friend across the way, I think, clearly misdescribes what this attestation does. The wording of the attestation is clear. In order to get the funding, you have to check a box saying your particular doctrinal agreement with certain particular propositions. It does not speak to the way you will treat people in your interactions with them. It rather speaks to your particular...
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, in terms of my friend's comments opposite, I'll reiterate that what we are doing is we are enhancing a program. We are providing more funding for more jobs right around the country as compared to the record of the previous government, which drove down youth unemployment. And what I would say to the member opposite is that if they're so concerned for jobs for Canadian youth, then why did he and his caucus colleagues vote against the youth employment strategy, student work, integrated learning and apprenticeship grants in the votes that took place just on Thursday evening of last week? What we are doing with this clause is, again, it would be abhorrent for any government to try to purport to dictate to a religious or cultural group what they should believe or what tenets or doctrine they should believe in. What we are doing with this program is simply indicating that when you run a program and you're seeking governmental funding to employ students, you must do so in an inclusive manner, such as the example that I gave earlier. When you run a camp or a soup kitchen, God bless you for running it and running it out of a synagogue, church, temple, or mosque. But when you do so, you must make those available for employment to include people like LGBTQ youth.
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House, to continue the debate, and to promote official languages throughout the country. On March 28th, I have the honour of putting a question to the Prime Minister following the tabling by the Liberal government of an action plan on official languages. From the standpoint of investments, this action plan does not respond to the aspirations of communities. They had asked for much more money. The action plan does not allow them to catch up with the 10 years of conservative rule with cutbacks. The government promises action for francophone immigration outside Quebec and for early childhood, which are two essential areas for our minority communities. But these are extremely important areas for the survival of our community. So we're expecting a lot more action from this government on these two issues. I'd like to know what the government intends to do in those two cases. Moreover, today I tabled another bill on the improvement of the Official Languages Act to ensure, since the Liberals voted against C-203 on the bilingualism of Supreme Court justices, I tabled an amendment to the Official Languages Act so that there could be a commitment allowing the government to ensure that judges appointed to the Supreme Court be bilingual. That would be important progress. This policy is in no legislation. It has no teeth. It could be disregarded at any time. So something has to be done quickly on that issue. In addition, this week, the Official Languages Committee, of which I'm the vice chair, tabled a report, a unanimous report concerning media in official language minorities. We asked the government to act quickly. As you know, Mr. Speaker, for 10 years now, the advertising revenue of media serving official language communities have dropped by 70%. So you can imagine that they have difficulty surviving because of that. Unfortunately, the Liberal government invests more and more in Facebook, in Google, and other media of that nature, and is abandoning community media. That is why we tabled the report entitled Media in the Digital Age that asks the government to use funds that are already approved in the budget for the media so that they can receive national advertising and have a special emergency fund of $2 million in order to distribute it in national advertising in official language minority community media throughout the country. That's extremely important for community radio that serves official language minority communities, for radio, the press. We have to act now, and I hope that the government will respond to that request from the committee. So, of course, I'd like to know what the government intends to do. Will it give us a positive response to this very important request from the unanimous report? Both the Liberals, Conservatives, and New Democrats agree with this. Will the Liberals, therefore, agree to this? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are very proud to have done much work in consultation with Canadians, especially official language minority communities. The new Official Languages Plan 2018-2023 does respond to the needs of our communities. It's a historic level of investment, $2.7 billion to strengthen our communities, strengthen access to services, and promote a bilingual Canada.
The area of official languages are important matters which our government takes very seriously. We've shown a great deal of leadership in the area of official languages since the fall of 2015, and the concrete actions we have taken are a testament to that very commitment. We've made it a priority to regularly meet with official language stakeholders to listen to their concerns and understand their needs and priorities. This deepened dialogue paved the way to key commitments upon which the Action Plan for Official Languages 2018 to 2023 rests: strengthening collaboration with official language stakeholders and communities, extending new funding for official languages to address key challenges and trends, some of which were outlined by the member opposite, favouring evidence-based and grassroots-driven policy decisions, and demonstrating greater transparency and accountability in government funding. These commitments will continue to guard our approach, which fundamentally and above all things, Mr. Speaker, is focused on community-driven results. The Minister of Canadian Heritage will continue to improve the coordination of official languages issues in cooperation with the Privy Council Office, the Treasury Board Secretariat, and the Department of Justice. And the Prime Minister has announced that we will be modernizing the Official Languages Act. En matière de gouvernance, le gouvernement...
In terms of governance, we can count on a high-level committee on official languages, co-chaired by representatives of Canadian Heritage, Treasury Board Secretariat, Justice Canada, and the Privy Council Office. This committee contributes to having a concerted government effort when it comes to official languages and opens the door to better practices in a spirit of interdepartmental cooperation. The mandate of the committee was recently broadened to apply to 3 priorities: the federal horizontal strategy on official languages, the action plan, language of work within the federal public services, and the management of other issues related to official languages. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, my colleague did not answer my question. Were they going to invest the $2 million emergency fund to help media in official language minority communities rather? He said they will amend the Official Languages Act. I hope they'll do it before the end of the 42nd Parliament. There's one thing we have to solve, is that problem that was put forward by the Francophones in BC. That is Part 7 of the Act regarding positive measures. Because we had this trial against the government and the Federation unfortunately lost, the judge said Part 7 of the Official Languages Act concerning positive measures has to be settled. Will this government commit to doing so within the coming year and not wait for the next election? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Our objective is to support both official languages throughout Canada. The question of the media, raised by the member opposite, is one where I can reassure him that we are there for local media, both written, press, and others in Francophone communities. There are key issues identified by the committee: immigration, early childhood, and others. Our government anticipates initiatives to further promote both languages.
In order to enable Statistics Canada to meet the official language data needs of communities and of all orders of government, Mr. Speaker. This intervention will allow for enhanced data-driven decision-making and the improved assessment of the results of our actions. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
In 1999, there was a drug crisis in Portugal. Use of hard drugs was rampant, and approximately 1% of their population reported a drug addiction. So in 2001, Portugal decided to treat the possession and use of small quantities of drugs as a public health issue, not a criminal one. They decriminalized the use of all drugs, even heroin and cocaine, and unleashed a major public health campaign to tackle addiction. Though possession is still legally prohibited, violations are treated as administrative infractions and removed completely from the criminal realm. That means getting caught using or possessing drugs could result in a small fine or a referral to treatment where appropriate, but not jail time or a criminal record. The crisis in Portugal soon stabilized, and the ensuing years saw dramatic drops in problematic drug use, infection rates, overdose deaths, and drug-related crime. Portugal's mortality rate from drugs is now 4 times lower than the European average. The number of teenagers who have experimented with drugs has fallen, and the number of people in treatment has increased. 90% of public money spent fighting drugs is now channeled towards healthcare goals. Just 10% is spent on enforcement. In contrast, in Canada, 70% of funding spent combating drug use is spent on enforcement. We have the second highest rates of cannabis use among young people in the world, and an opioid overdose crisis that is staggering. 4,000 Canadians lost their lives to overdoses in 2017, up from 3,000 in 2016. We're on track in 2018 to exceed that death toll, with as many as 6,000 Canadians dying from overdoses. In British Columbia, overdose deaths spiked this March, marking the province's second highest monthly total in history. At the Liberal Party's recent policy convention, delegates voted overwhelmingly to back Jagmeet Singh and the NDP's position on decriminalization and medical regulation as a means of responding to drug overdose deaths. A coalition of 200 family, friends, organizations, policy experts, including former Liberal leader Bob Rae, impacted by the overdose crisis, wrote an open letter urging the Liberals to, quote, "Be the progressive government you promised to be, choosing human rights and evidence-based policy over ideological relics. We need you to listen to our voices as we call for the essential next step, decriminalization. The example of Portugal and other European countries illustrates that this policy works. We ask you to prevent thousands of more unnecessary deaths by supporting this resolution," end quote. However, both the Liberal Minister of Health and the Prime Minister responded by unequivocally ruling out action. The Liberal government has also refused to launch an investigation or initiate legal action to recover damages from opioid manufacturers for the tragic consequences and public costs of this crisis. Instead, Liberals have left victims to seek recourse through a private class action lawsuit. This resulted in a proposed settlement of $20 million, with a paltry $2 million allocated to provincial health authorities. Thankfully, this settlement was rejected because no steps were taken to ensure that past and potential future public health care costs were identified. This stands in contrast to aggressive action from U.S. government authorities, which has led to almost $700 million in damages and criminal convictions for improper marketing. What message does it send when thousands of Canadians die from overdoses and our government fails to seek justice? We owe it to the memory of those lost to this crisis to hold those who profited to account. We need significant federal money for addiction prevention, education, treatment, and harm reduction. And we need to stop treating the most vulnerable members of our society like criminals. Given the severity of the opioid crisis and that we expect more deaths this year, why won't the Liberal government even consider these evidence-based proposals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, our government is deeply concerned about the opioid crisis. This is a national public health crisis that's affecting Canadians across regions and from all segments of society. Our government has taken significant actions to respond to the crisis. These actions complement the Government of Canada's overall approach to drug policy, which is collaborative, compassionate, comprehensive, and evidence-based. Our government has responded through supporting a public health response, enacting new legislation, fast-tracking regulatory action, and significant new investments. Budget 2018 proposed more than $231 million over 5 years and $13.5 million per year on an ongoing basis to support new cross-cutting initiatives to address the crisis. This commitment includes a one-time emergency funding of $150 million for provinces and territories to improve access to treatment services across Canada. Indeed, we have moved the bar tremendously in the face of the crisis. All the actions that we have taken, including enforcement actions, are to protect and improve the health of Canadians. For instance, we have taken action by making a greater variety of treatment options available to respond to the opioid crisis and other emergency situations. This includes the implementation of regulations to address urgent public health needs. We have also facilitated access to methadone and medical-grade heroin for the treatment of opioid use disorder. Our response to the opioid crisis also includes significant actions to reduce harms associated with problematic substance abuse. For example, by making naloxone available to Canadians without prescription. One of the most important ways that we can help reverse the trend of increasing opioid-related overdoses and deaths is by informing Canadians about the risks associated with the legal and illegal opioids. The reality is that the impact of this public health crisis has devastated individuals, families, and communities and continues to affect far too many Canadians. Canadians are demanding that we do more to turn the tide on this crisis and that we do more to hold the pharmaceutical industry accountable for its role in the opioid crisis. Our government is encouraging all organizations to take action and contribute to the response of the opioid crisis. This includes the pharmaceutical industry. I note with interest that Purdue US has voluntarily decided to not promote prescription products in the United States as their contribution to limiting the potential harms of opioid medications. I would like to see this type of action here from Canadian pharmaceutical companies as well. In the meantime, our government is pursuing strong actions to address industry advertising of prescription opioids to health professionals and organizations. We acknowledge that the pharmaceutical industry's advertising of opioids can provide health professionals with useful information, but it can also create bias and potentially influence prescribing practices. That is why, as part of the comprehensive federal response to the crisis, the Government of Canada is exploring federal options to increase transparency of industry's marketing of opioids. All appropriate options to hold the industry accountable for their continued role in this worsening crisis are being explored. We are committed to working in cooperation with provinces and territories, as well as health practitioners, toward greater transparency. Ultimately, together, we'll continue to bring forward solutions to save lives and address this national public health crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the reality is that this government, Liberals refuse to declare a public health emergency, and while they're talking, the death toll goes up. Now, Mr. Speaker, the arguments for legalization of cannabis are precisely the reasons that underpin decriminalization and regulation of other drugs. It helps with harm reduction. It eliminates the criminal element. It provides safety of product. It protects children and vulnerable Canadians. It unclogs our criminal justice system to deal with real crime. And it treats addiction and substance use as a health issue, not a criminal or moral one. So my question to my honourable colleague is this. These arguments the arguments for legalizing cannabis are probably not even as compelling as those for other drugs since they're more dangerous. So would she not agree with me that her government should at least look at decriminalizing and regulating all drugs like they have done for cannabis?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to addressing this unprecedented health crisis. We will leave no stone unturned in rooting out the causes of opioid crisis. We are monitoring, advertising, assessing evidence, and seeking views on restricting opioid advertising in Canada. We will continue to work with health professionals, experts in problematic substance abuse, stakeholders, provinces and territories, municipalities, and other partners to respond to this crisis. Our government remains committed to reducing harms related to problematic opioid use and addressing the epidemic of opioid-related overdoses in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté mardi 29,
the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted.
Adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.